and I can't focus. Yeah, I'm broken, the door is closing. Wanna be a part of something more than this. I've lost control of it, I've lost control. You give me air to breathe, you give me light to see. When things are out of reach, you bring them back to me, back to me. You see it through, you see it through, yeah. You see it through, you see it through.
I've been with you for as long as I can remember, and you stood by me and held up my head. But it's getting hard to say that I am not a pretender. No, I don't wanna leave any words unsaid. Now I think that you hate me, and I'm driving you crazy. Wish I could say forever, but maybe we're better when we're not together. I know that we have to let it go. I can see your eyes close, and I feel like we're drowning. I know that we have to let it go. Can you see my eyes close? And I feel like we're drowning in it. That we're drowning in it. That we're drowning in it. Love, calm down. Take a little time to think about us. It's just not the same anymore, baby. I know we loved, we fought, and now we lost, but I'll never forget you. Now I think that you hate me, and I'm driving you crazy. Wish I could say forever, but maybe we're better when we're not together. I know that we have to let it go. I can see your eyes close, and I feel like we're drowning. I know that we have to let it go. Can you see my eyes close? And I feel like we're drowning in it. That we're drowning in it. That we're drowning
I'm so sorry that I wasn't really there for me. Cause nobody else is showing any empathy. Rudely awake and quite undertaken. Did I do something wrong? Life isn't easy. Why did you leave me here with my thoughts alone? I don't wanna wake up messed up, cause I can't spend another day like this. Another type of caked up breakup, where I've been finding any way to my fix. But I need you now, cause I don't wanna be around. No, I don't wanna wake up messed up. There's gotta be another way past this. I'm so sorry that I didn't go to therapy. Thinking everybody, even you's an enemy. Brutally awake and quite undertaken. Did not do nothing wrong. Life isn't easy. unstoppable. But you don't, no, you don't care. Leave me to suffer, erase all the doubt. Pouring Jack in my mouth, in a love with enough of the pain and the drugs to be present for now. All I'm right now, I don't wanna wake up messed up, 'cause I can't spend another day like this. Another type of caked up breakup, where I've been finding any way to my fix. I know I need you now, 'cause I don't wanna be around. No, I don't wanna wake up messed up. There's gotta be another way past this.
I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. It's just I never thought you were sitting next to me. I don't understand. It's just I never seen you smile. You wanna make out, give me a second. It's just you never talk, I never listen. When do we fall in love? Make up your mind, honey, 'cause I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. You need a friend. I can't help this time. I'm in trouble. It's your eyes, I can't seem to focus. It doesn't matter 'cause you live a lie. You want attention from every guy in the park, but when you call, I give you my heart, you rip it out. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you.
You and I, we've been friends for a long time now. Always have a good time whenever we go out. But you've been calling me up all the time and sending me signs and giving me them eyes. And you've been saying that you found the one, texting me junk and you wanna talk, but you can't say why. I can't get there and you know I've tried. You know I don't wanna waste your time. City lights, I'm looking in your eyes, but I can't say why. Doesn't feel right to call you mine. You know I don't wanna waste your time. I can't get there and you know I've tried, but I can't say why. like I just wanna time back time. I'm choked up, tell me how do I say this right? Cause you've been calling me up all the time and sending me signs and giving me them eyes. And you've been saying that you found the one, texting me drunk and you wanna talk, but you can't say why. I can't get there and you know I've tried. You know I don't wanna waste your time. City lights, I'm looking in your eyes, but I can't say why. Doesn't feel right to call you mine. You know I don't wanna waste your time. I can't get there and you know I've tried, but I can't say why. Get there and you know I've tried. You know I don't wanna waste your time. City lights, I'm looking in your eyes, but I can't say why. Doesn't feel right to call you mine. You know I don't wanna waste your time. I can't get there and you know I've tried, but I can't say why.
When you found me like that, I was doing not bad, didn't care about you. I was high as fuck, wasn't looking for love or anything new. It ain't funny, little devil in disguise, think you got me, yeah. You're so naughty, I feel something leaping into my body. Cause you shot me in the heart, can't get over it, over it. In the other part of recovery, and I know what you done. You made me fall too fast. Wait.
Yeah. Let's talk. Look, ayo, we rose from the dust to the sun. They claiming that we the one, never one-on-one. Teamwork till we done. Sent on a mission, we got ambition. Never scared, we won't run. Never one and done. Some sit back and some like the hunt. I pick my teammates up when they fall. And if I ball, we all ball. Crashing balls, crossovers and all. Just call us the balls. Don't fear nothing, call us galore. Serving them all. We outside, we barely indoors. Because we gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab nothing. Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine, shine away from the shade. But now that we're here, ain't no going back. This is the moment to go. This is the moment to shine. This is the moment to show. Show me the rocks you can climb. This is the moment to feel the path like you legally blind. I can promise this is ours cause we built for this, kill for this. Pushing buttons so it's quick, push it off and do assist. Oh, y'all think we new to this? Pound for pound, break it down. Watch what we gon' do with this. Teamwork got us fluid with. Make y'all look like sewages. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab nothing. Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine, shine away from the shade. But now that we're here, ain't no going back.
Sarah, I hurt myself today trying to make the pain go away. Sarah, I want to fade away, be with the stars in outer space. You come and you go. You take me high, you take me low. But I don't know how to do this on my own anymore. Oh no, now it's my leave for the melancholy. Couldn't fill a hole inside me. Damned if I do, damned if I don't. Now it's Xannies till I numb my psyche. Cocaine just to feel my heartbeat. Nothing to lose, nothing to gain. Sarah, I lost myself today trying to find ways to make you stay. Sarah, I want to go away, close my eyes, never wake up again. You come and you go. You take me high, you take me low, but I don't know how to do this on my own anymore. Oh no, now it's Molly for the melancholy. Cody, fill a hole inside me. Damned if I do, damned if I don't. Now it's Xannies till I numb my psyche. Cocaine just to feel my heartbeat. Nothing to lose, nothing to gain. Sarah.
Look into your eyes, I see the colors of your soul, and I recognize every single line, every single roadblock. We are two hearts that beat in time, and the towers looking down all night, blocking out the sun that we need. Maybe we can change our stripes and colors. You're the only one I see, and I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I met your door. Go outside, stay up all night, and I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I met your door. Go outside, stay up all night, sleep through the sunrise. Into my past and I count the numbers of the dreams that I left behind. I don't even care now that I've discovered a new kind of peace of mind. Up above us, looking down on us, there's an angel I know. We don't need to worry or discuss much. It's time for me to hit the road. I'll take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I met your door. Go outside, stay up all night, sleep through the sunrise. Stay up all night, and I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I met your door. Go outside, stay up all night, sleep through the sunrise.
Up, 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 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of love. We stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand, just the motion of your hands. Travel light lanes, it's just enough, oh yeah. Just for you, just a man, just an ocean in the wind. We ain't gotta make plans, fair enough, it's fair enough, oh yeah. Always you and me, tryna be weightless, like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. And I know it feels like a light years in the making. Up, 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 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck. Oh no, we stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand, just the motion of your hand. Travel light lane, just your hype man. Just the one, just a believer. I don't care, I see you loading up my mind. Place me on the sidewalk. Fair enough, oh yeah. Always you and me, tryna be weightless, like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, tryna be weightless, yeah. And I know it feels like light years in the making. Up, 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 1,000 miles of luck, yeah. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck, oh no. We stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand, just the motion of your hand. Just the dust, just the sand, yeah, yeah. Travel like traveling, just the dust, yeah, just the sand. Hey, yeah, just the dust, just the sand, just the dust, just the sand. Always you and me, tryna be weightless, like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. And I know it feels like light years in the making. Oh, duh, 1,000 miles of luck.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the wait's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up. Level up.
All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
It's championship time here for the ESL OCE Wild Rift Championship. My name is Skimmy, this is Jubes, and we have got really what is now our top four after 2 months of competition, Jubes. You had the Open qualifier, the round of 16, the round of 8, and tonight what should be a bit of a barn burner with a best of 5 gauntlet format where teams will be starting off early, but this could be going on a very long time. Jubes, I mean, what does it mean really to get to this point, first of all, and a championship in the making, a chance for these teams and players to make history?
Well, first things first, it's a tremendous accomplishment. Everyone participating and everyone that has participated before this, top 4 should be proud of what they achieved. It's a new, unknown for a lot of the players, right? Not really knowing what to expect. But for the players that have made it this far and the players that are here, it's a very big moment for them in what could be a very long, illustrious careers, right? We don't, they could go onwards, upwards, and who really knows what's next for them. So there's a lot to play for tonight, not just obviously the title being the biggest one, but and here on after.
So it is, as we mentioned already, it has been a grueling competition with teams showcasing their skill, their resolve, their adaptations across the series, and the sort of evolution of best of 1s into best of 3s, and tonight, best of 5s. Quick matches and quick chances to truly see where these teams are at. And these are your teams that have made it here tonight. In order, Wealth by God take up the first seed, really showing that they are the team to beat so far. Azure Esports picked up, previously known as Gamer Koala. They were now coming in as the second seed. Team Don't Feed as third. And Jacuzzi Dogs locked themselves in at fourth. But it was an interesting mix, really, there for second, third, and fourth, Jubes, because they were all tied at 15 points. But it's all a breakdown on head-to-heads and who has the advantage. And as you can see there, Azure Esports come in at second, as they've got the head-to-head over TDF and Jacuzzi Dogs. Is this sort of the way you imagine things were to play out, or any surprises there?
I think at 2, 3, and 4, it's a little closer than I expected, right? I mean, very early on into this tournament, we did see some teams kind of break away with a little bit of early momentum, pick up a few wins, and we thought, there was some clear 2, 3, and 4 teams. But the fact that they finished all on equal points and were separated by, by other means, for me, just goes to show kind of the relative strength of the teams that we have here, right? I'm not expecting no 3-0s across the board. What we're expecting, at least, is some close best of 5s.
Hopefully should be the case, as you alluded to before as well. The fact that this all starts off tonight, 6 p.m, match 1. It's the best of 5. The team could do the unthinkable and run the entire gauntlet all the way through to that grand final and become the inaugural Wild Rift OCE champion. So Jacuzzi Dogs and Team Not Feed at the top of the show here, looking to try and do battle. This one should be rather exciting, given the fact that these teams have played multiple times before and TDF have taken the series previously. As for the likes of Azure Esports and Wealth by God, well, I'm sure they won't be having their feet up just yet. They'll be watching and, rehearsing their prep, making sure that nothing catches them off guard. And I suppose that is really, at the end of the day, one of the 2 advantages that you get, a chance to scatter the opposition on game day, make sure that your prep was aligned as you would have hoped. But also, and we have seen this happen before, right? The team that come in red hot because they've had to play so many games can sometimes have that match fitness.
Well, it's no, traditional sport goes the same way. You do a warm-up before you come out onto the pitch, right? And so, in that sense, Jacuzzi Dogs Team Don't Feed, the winner has a little bit of a warm-up, and they're going to be feeling sharper, more confident. Probably, they actually get to trial, if you will, some pick bands and what works for them and what hasn't worked for them. But also, you don't want to look past who you're versing, right? Jacuzzi Dogs may see Azure Esports there and think, oh, no, we've got to beat them next. So you've got to really focus on the game at hand. And there's a lot of a lot that's at stake. And what is at stake, Skimmy, is going to be a little bit of that prize pool.
For sure. Obviously, there is a fair bit to play for here. Not only the title of crowning yourself as the inaugural OCE champion, but you've got yourself some money to play for as well. First place takes $5,000 and also the opportunity to continue their success by qualifying for the SEA Championship later this month. As for second and third, they also pick up a portion of the prize board, but as long as you've made top 8, Jubes, you're walking away with something. So as you would have seen, a lot of the teams that are no longer with us, they would have managed to pick up something for their participation, a chance to really, cement themselves in as a contender or a team player for the future. But I mean, that first prize for me, the money, fantastic, but the opportunity to play international, I mean, that's everything you really want in an esport career.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I think every player that plays any game at a relatively competitive level, dreams of playing overseas and participating against it, the world's best or the region's best. So, the prize money is fantastic, Skibby. Obviously, that's a pretty substantial amount, right? 5,000 USD. If you split that evenly across the team, who knows, whatever the agreements they have in place. But this is the match that we have coming up. Jacuzzi Dogs versus Team Don't Feed. As you touched on earlier, these two teams have actually come up against each other earlier in the tournament, and TDF getting the upper hand. So, you have one best of 5 to make it right if you're the Jacuzzi Dogs. It doesn't matter what happened before. This is the one thing that you need to focus on now. And, we have the lineup coming on through. Turn it off. 555 in the top lane. Antonio, that engage heavy jungler in the jungle. Varsity in the mid lane. Ragnarok in the attack damage carry position, and Vpoke in the support position. So again, this roster, it feels like they have a very clear identity in how they want to play the game, in terms of Antonio's the guy with all the go buttons. He's the one that's going to do it. Varsity is going to be there in the mid lane pumping out that deeps, as well as Ragnarok in the AD carry position. So I'm excited to see if they come with something different or if they stick to what's been working for them so far.
Yeah, it's a good talking point because we have seen the likes of Antonio play the likes of, say, Jarvan, wants to really play from ahead, very aggressive jungler, always rushing that Guardian Angel. Varsity, not afraid to bust out the likes of a Twisted Fate, so to speak. Ragnarok, very self-sufficient. Ezreal, Jinx, we've seen a few. And Poke, also a phenomenal Enchanter player, has really found the most success on the likes of those Namis and Lulus. But their opposition, they've always managed to beat them. Team Don't Feed, starting off with the impressive Keith in the top lane, a prolific tank player, Master in the jungle, having a standout performance there on the Evelyn last week. Vamos, the man with all the machines and the muscle, he's their mid laner. That's Sano as the AD carry, and Yanni in support. And this team, whilst similar in some respects, certainly do have a few pocket picks up their sleeve that have really caused teams in the past a fair bit of headaches. I mean, we refer to the past history in the round of 8. It was a clean 2-0 that they were able to take against Jacuzzi Dogs back in the round of 16. They got the same situation. They were able to take them 2-1. So you are seeing a degree of competitiveness there, but you would say that TDF are coming in as the heavy favorites.
They are coming in at the heavy favorites, but the, I guess, polarizing thing or the point of difference for this team is that I don't, and this isn't to say that they're a bad team by any means, but I feel like they rely on the individual, 1v9 performance, right? Vamos, for me, is a player who really gets going and then will take over a game and absolutely just 1v9. Whereas, when you look at the side of Jacuzzi Dogs, I don't necessarily think they have that player, which again isn't a knock on them, but I feel like they just coordinate a lot better as a team, right? In terms of the 5v5, everyone just knows their job and everyone kind of pulls their weight. Whereas TDF just have that X factor, right? In the mid lane or AD carry position where they just stand out that little bit more in a team fight. Maybe they drop those double digit kills, and they do draft that way, right? They draft those champions where, we saw the Galio from one of the teams last week, but there's none of that Galio in the mid lane. It's pure Corki. It's pure Orianna. It's just what can do the most damage and just 1v9 that team fight.
Yeah, and as you raise a solid point, I mean, we refer to TDF's previous series in that round of 8 to try and decide seeding. You look at them going up against 12th Player God. They took it to all 3 games. In that series, it was Vamos that picked up 2 of the MVP. He's really performing out of his mind to try and get his team across that finishing line. And up against a strong opposition like that in first seed, you're thinking, okay, you should be the clear favourites. But on the back end, you can also look at Jacuzzi Dogs and say, well, they went up against Azure Esports. They played that very annoying Fiora comp that was as hard forced every single game. And once they took game 1 in the series, once the 4-man became stronger, the Fiora really was able to excel when the macro sort of broke apart. So I think that's an area that you're really looking at now to target Jacuzzi Dogs, not only in the draft, but in your play style, because that seems to be an area that can be exploited. Pick a ban phase will not be too far away, but a best of 5, I mean, we've been pretty impressed so far in this tournament, Juves, about how quick teams are to adapt, right? Be it the bans, be it the side selection and so on, right? Not looking to say 2 games of a certain pick before it's a problem. It feels like their ego is being left at home. It's not a case of, we should be better than this. That was strong. We're identifying it early. Let's get the win now.
Yeah, but I wonder what we're going to see today, because in the best of 5, you have that extra game, like that 1 game buffer, right? In a best of 3, you've got to make the change straight away, because you lose the next one. It's as good as done. Whereas, traditionally with best of 5s, you have the 1 game. Okay, that didn't work out. You can put it down to, I guess, how you played as a team. Or you can let it run again. Then if you lose, maybe when you're 2-0 down, that's where you start to make your changes. So there's different ways or different approaches you can come into a best of 5 with. I kind of err on the side of, you have 1 game. If it's a bit of a shambles and you lose very quickly, let's just change it up. But I mean, if it's a backwards and forwards, it goes down to the last Dragon or the last Baron, and it's kind of that big team fight in mid lane, you can run that back because there's obviously, there's tweaks and things that you feel comfortable about making that'll just make your next game a lot easier. But yeah, like you said, we're not seeing those egos coming onto the Rift, right? We know he's a good Riven, we'll ban it. We know he's a good Wukong, we'll ban it. We know he likes Jarvan, we'll ban it. So we're definitely seeing the target bans come on through, and we're not really letting them get their picks. We even see Singed Teemo bans earlier on in the tournament just because they're one tricks or they really perform well on those champions. So we'll have to see how they opt to draft at least this game.
Yeah, and it's a good point because we have seen some a little bit difference. I mean, if we look back to last week, once again, we saw TDF in game number 2. They played a fasting Senate, paired that with a Nasus, right? And that Nasus really started to cause a few issues with it stacking up very quickly, rocked up to the team fights, completely counteracted with the weather, what anybody can do against it. And I think that's really the best case scenario. Is you're up against a Nasus that has a free time in lane. I mean, what more could you ask for when he rocks up and he's looking to try and basically two-shot carry? So that's the sort of bit of spice that Team Don't Feed have already revealed to us. As for Jacuzzi Dogs, you start to wonder, what else do they have? What have they prepared for this moment? Because this is not a low or upper bracket format. It is a gauntlet. It could be a very long night. You've got to really play everything as early as possible. I don't think teams really had the chance to conceal at this late point in the season.
No, you don't. And I mean, I think they knew that last week when they opted in for the Senna Nasus, right? It's probably something that they would have liked to have, stayed hidden for the player or for the gauntlet run. However, we've seen that now. So I guess that begs the question, are they going to ban that one away? Are they familiar with playing against that? Because no team in this tournament, at least on stream, played that fasting Senna style. And I mean, that just gives you an extra point of an extra headache to deal with, because now, when they take the Nasus or when they take a Bruiser or a tank rather, is that going top lane, or did they grab the Senna? Is it a flex we have to consider? So it starts to create some problems with all of your matchups across the board. And I mean, yeah, like you said, you can't leave these at home anymore. I mean, you're in a do or die scenario. The winner goes through to the next stage. You lose, you're out. So it is just, you can't plan for the next game. And this is what I was talking about before we got into this segment, was there's no thinking about what's next, because next might not come. So you really just need to kind of go all in, pick your best champs, pick everything. And if it gets banned, if you make it to the next game and it gets banned, you deal with it then.
It's certainly going to be a battle of survival, isn't it, really? A case of do whatever you can and just hoping that on the day your mechanics were sharp enough, your mental was there for the play, and that your fatigue doesn't really become a talking point if we do have a situation where 3rd or 4th seed makes it all the way through to the grand finals. Looking at a couple of the key picks as we're getting ourselves ready for this pick and ban phase to begin. Slight delay before we can jump into that one. I think for me, you're looking at Wukong, Xin Zhao, Renekton, and even those enchanters, once again, the likes of a Nami and a Lulu, be very highly contested, if not banned away. We have seen Braum be flexed ever so slightly if the enchanters are going to be looked to get narrowed down. The Braum obviously offers so much with his passive to try and shut down all these bruisers running towards you. So I'm excited to see where the attention goes, if it is a case of focusing on those bruisers, be it top and jungle side, where both junglers are looking to be as aggressive as possible for those early kills, or if it will be a case of looking at the bot side, identifying that as an area that could be strong, make it so they can't just scale up for free, and try and get these games across the finish line. Because we've looked at the sort of the round of 16 to the round of 8. The games, for the most part, were pretty quick, about 15 minutes. As we got later into this tournament, it's not unheard of now to look at games that are 22 minutes all the way up to 30 minutes, which is just crazy for Wild Rift. Here we go, though. No more talking. We're into the pick and ban phase for the opening night of these playoffs. Jacuzzi Dogs, they get first pick.
Yeah, so Diana Garen off the board, taking that one away, or the Garen taking that one away off Keith, because, I mean, from what we've seen from him throughout the tournament, he's been very proficient on this Garen, and he's honestly caused a lot of headaches, and he's actually a very hard player to deal with when on that champion. Knows his role, has his very solid laning phase, and when he comes to the group, he's just so hard to deal with.
Certainly is, and he has consistently pumped out tons of damage, so much so that teams are going to respect it, even if he is building as a tank. You ban away the Garen, you take the Gragas as well. I mean, that's really the strength that Keith can offer. No surprise, though, that the Galio is going to be picked up. We touched on it before. This is an area that really did seem to excel. Global pressure, split pushing attention into the likes of Jacuzzi Dogs. And if you're looking at Galio and looking at Camille, those two together, it's just like bread and butter.
Yeah, it's a lot of synergy. A lot of the time, people don't opt in for Camille because she just solo dives backline, and then she's into a Braum. In this case, she just gets stunned and she dies. But you have that follow up now from the Galio, and it becomes a very dangerous combination. And I didn't think we would see Vamos be the one playing the Galio, and it doesn't look like he will be. It's the RE locked in for Vamos because he does feel like the player that needs to be firing on all cylinders and not necessarily on a utility type champion, right? Not something that can do damage when it gets ahead. But I mean, Galio is not necessarily known as that, that 1v9 like hyper carry type champion.
No, certainly isn't. But what I am seeing from TDF so far is a lot of pick potential. Anybody gets a little bit too overextended, there is so much for them to collapse upon you with. The same could, though, be said for Jacuzzi Dogs. They have locked themselves in with a Twist of Fate. The ultimate also going to be quite key to scouting out vision. The same then for Antonio on a very aggressive jungler. Java was available, has opted for the Wukong, which, as we mentioned, has been very highly contested in the past. And we are going to not see the Battle of the Enchaners this time around, despite that Seraphine pickup. It is going to be the Lucian Braum, so a very strong bot 2v2 that has been respected with that Galio support to try and nullify it all, really, with the Aftershock.
Well, it does feel like the Lucian Braum is going to have a very good time in that lane, right? Like the Lucia fares very well into the Kai'Sa. The Galio itself, as well as a melee range champion, so the Braum's going to fare very well into the Galio, regardless of Aftershock. Kai'Sa can't really trade back in the 2v2, so wonder if we're going to see a lot of attention-focused bot side from the junglers. Is quite volatile for the in terms of lane, right? If Kai'Sa is able to go base early, pick up a few items, get a few kills, then all of a sudden she starts to run over that lane as well. So we talk about volatility in the bot side. They also have drafted the Darius for top, and I mean, it just feels like there's just an all-out skill check in the early game.
But it should be a bit of a skill check. They, with the junglers, certainly aren't short of options as to which lane they want to target, which lane they want to get ahead, and how they want to play this map out. As this is round one of the playoffs, only 4 teams remaining, a single best of 5, and a chance for these teams to keep the playoff streams alive. It's all now. It's all starting.
Yeah, it is, and we're seeing a little bit of a respectful level 1. But both junglers are going to end up on opposite sides of the map, right? The Camille's going to be pathing to bot, Wukong going to be pathing to top. So be interesting to see if any of these junglers find some success early. And I mean, you'd have to say they're pathing towards the correct lanes, right? Because you want to shut down the Darius, but also you don't want but you also want to get your Kai'Sa and Galio ahead too. So see who has success first.
We'll see, as Flash had to be burnt. Yes, so much respect shown by Vamos, getting a little bit too excited, going into the river, face checks a jungler and realizes 2v1, not at level 2. Just decide to back away, but what on earth has happened down here? I mean, we talked about how good it could be for them, but perhaps the fact that they can be so aggressive, they've taken a very poor trade and must have taken a turret shot there.
Yeah, it's a really tough lane for the Galio and the Braum. I mean, Galio even had to burn heal to save Kai'Sa there, right? So in terms of summoners, advantage for Jacuzzi Dogs, but in terms of sustain, in terms of being able to farm this lane up, it's obviously in a favorable spot for TDF. There's on the way pings for this crab as well, so we might even just see a fight here early.
Certainly well. No attention shown top side. It's all about this bottom crab. No blue buff picked up. Both just sitting on the single reds, and it does seem that Master is going to concede this one, backing away to his own blue side quadrant. I was going to allow Antonio to pick this one up for free, and I think it just really plays into a nice sense of, okay, their bot lane is stronger, no need to take an early trade, no need to really flip this game state this early on.
Yeah, he'll lose both crabs, but I mean, it's not the end of the world, right? Camille's still going to do Camille things in terms of CC, in terms of locking down a target, but this is what you get when you draft that Lucian Braum, right? There's nothing that Kai'Sa and Galio can do. Obviously, they outscale in terms of champions, but like in terms of the 2v2 this early on, your jungler's just going to get ahead. And I mean, so far, if you're Jacuzzi Dogs, you're happy with the start, right? You're happy with, getting the double crab. Wukong's going to have an early EXP lead. Antonio will be able to get that ultimate as we see now. And we'll see where he decides to make his first play.
So nice when you pick up the double crab, so much experience. This really is the dream for that jungler. You can see in mid lane a bit of aggression. Nice sidestep away from the charm, as both will fall down to roughly 20%. No honey fruit available, it would seem, so low mana, low health. Very vulnerable now to a gank, and there is still no flash available for Vamos.
Here we go.
Oh, could be the first gank of the game. A flash forward there from Master. Locks him in place with Hexagon. Made him nice explosive cast. That's a good disengage. He burnt the Barret. He's held on to that flash. And a disengage away.
Yeah, that's a huge disengage. That's such a good cast because he knocks Camille out of the Hextech ultimatum, and Obviously, when you knock her out of the range of that, you know, that just dissipates and he's able to walk away. So doesn't even need to use the flash. And lane's going very well for him. Like he's up gold. I mean, not a big deal, right? He's not up a significant amount, but in terms of laning into a Darius,
yeah,
I'd be very happy with that.
Gonna be stoked given the fact that Darius can be so explosive in the early game. And hang on a minute, because we do see what could be a first blood hit. Honeyfruit spawn, he's picked it up! No! The final tick of Ignite! The Grievous Wounds was enough, and Vamos gets the solo kill.
Yeah, a little bit of a solo bolo in the mid lane there. Vamos picking up the solo kill, and again, it just feels like they have this X factor. These players in their, you know, 80 carry mid lane, top lane positions. They just have that little bit of flair, get things done, and that's kind of the thing that we were talking about prior to this game starting. Dragons just spawned too, so Vamos is on a Ludens, and he's very happy with the current game state. Doesn't have the ultimate, so needs to be careful for at least the duration of this dragon spawn. But might be a gank mid angle. No flash on the Ahri.
Let's see what happens for this one. Everybody's coming together. Nobody left in top side. It's all a big group up for that first dragon of the game. Barely anything separating these two. They turn their attention onto Vamos. You talk about it, the flash burn once again. All just based on mispositioning. The rest of his team collapsed around the blue buff. JD now the inside track to pick up this first dragon. And are looking to try and zone members away in that choke spot. The explosive cast could be huge. The Cyclone knocking them all up could be that much better. A lot of damage pumped into the clone. The dragon has been leashed, but it will get reset. They turn around with the gold card. The Charmer's response. Mid lane is doing whatever they can. The two-man grab back. In comes Camille. Looking to try and land on down. Hero's entrance with the knock-up. The mitigation, the shielding. The damage is coming on through. And you might have a flash, but you can for sure get a kill. Vamos picks up the first one. He's going to remove the jungler. Both junglers gone. No smites available. There's the smite. There's the spear. And they're following things through. Killer Instinct. Oh, that's a no. With the Acacia missiles. Picks it up. And the barrier survives. So much confidence not to burn the flash. Pick up a double. And back to the dragon they go.
Yeah, that's just a clean ace. I mean, they had no one fall down there on the side of Team Don't Feed. Obviously, health bars aren't looking too crisp. But in terms of the team fight and playing that one out, it was absolutely fantastic. I mean, they got the they thought they caught the Ahri, but Keith for me is the MVP. How many apprehends did he land on multiple members, right? I think 2 or 3 times in this skirmish. And then Vamos on the back end's playing a little bit of goalkeeper, charms the Lucian, and there's just no damage coming on through after that. If he's able to disengage and maybe cut that one out, we can talk about a different story, but just in terms of the micro, it's just played to perfection. Look at Keith there.
Keith has literally just saved everybody in that passage of play. The fact that Datsuno can't be so reckless and get away with it. He didn't burn the flash tubes. I mean, it just feels criminal. So criminal at this stage in the game to have that level of confidence in your teammates and yourself to execute as cleanly as they did. No one fell down, and that's going to blow this game wide open. You might not be able to pick up the Scuttle Crabs, but you've now picked up a Dragon and the Heralds.
Yeah, and that's a very big swing, right? Because it was actually a relatively close and or even game, but now you've just ballooned it out to 4K and you haven't even dropped the Herald. I mean, that's guaranteed plates, guaranteed turret. I mean, in terms of current game state, in a composition where you feel like you outscale across the board, you're very, very happy if you're TDF. And what does that do for the mentality of Jacuzzi Dogs? Because again, they are a team that have lost the Team Don't Feed before. So, if, you know, is this going to be starting to play on their mind? I know it's only early and it's still a best of 5, but things to be considered.
Yeah, because this game certainly has the ability now to blow up proportion. We talk about it being up by, what, 4K. Right now, Keith has the most mobility in the game. He's evolved he's enchanted his boots there with the Hextech Proto Belt. He's got the Black Cleaver, and now a little bit of extra movement speed coming through too. It's a Darius's absolute dream to run you down. He's doing so much damage. And with the Herald as well, if he can pick up a kill, a lane will just break apart.
Yeah, I mean, he's already, what, close to 2K ahead. And I mean, it's just going to be a tough ask for turn-off here. But I guess the saving grace is he is on that Gragas. And you are able to kind of stop the influence of the Darius, at least in the laning phase. Because you do have okay wave clear. Like, you're able to just throw barrels at the wave and just do your best, right? I mean, Antonio with the PA as well.
I like this, because you just see Yanni shuttering mid lane, allowing him to try and crash that wave in. Out comes the charm, there's the Hextech, and that's just going to lock them all in place. The Hero's Entrance drops on down, locking in place one key target, he jumps away, punch. Oh, just in a range of the orb, still dies. Just caught by the Galio on the tail end there. And out comes another gold card, vastly low, Antonio dashing forward. Oh, fancy feet, then that's no. This time he might not survive. The barrier's popped. As clutch as it comes, JD are back in it. Oh! Oh no.
Oh, you... Wait.
I think I spoke too soon. Oh! Antonio. He's picked it up. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay. So, they've managed to stabilize. It looks scary for a second. And it might still look scary as we go topside now. Turn it off. It's just placed the barrel preemptively. You're waiting for that wave to crash. It's not going to do much. Apprehend brings it back. Getting him to max bleed stacks.
Yeah. I thought he might even look for the dive there, to be honest with you. I mean, he's got max bleed stacks. He's got the ultimate. But, I mean, on that bot side skirmish, we're just seeing the value out of Antonio. And I like... He's just a Guardian Angel jungler, right? Like, it's just his permanent rush. And he's able to get so much value off that skirmish, off the GA. If Wukong dies there, that's actually TDF favored. So the fact that they need to do a GA check and realize that, you know, you have to win that fight convincingly or you lose, that's kind of, you know, what turns it around for them there.
I like the proactive nature that JD was saying. There's no way that this Kaiser can single-handedly farm under turret like this. We are going to push it. We are going to go for that kill. And whilst it looks sketchy for a second, the GA did get popped and the re-engage afterwards to pick up the kill to still, in some essence, make it worth. I mean, look at the gold now. What was soon to be a 4K explosion. Yes, the Herald hasn't been summoned just yet. Has stabilized and been brought back to just 1,000, but another dragon has just spawned. And you are still talking about the fact that a dead man's plate has been completed here by Keith, and if you can put in the same amount of work as he did previously, he could really look to explode this mid-game.
Yeah, and you have to say too, right, the relative strength of the Lucian Braum there coming up trumps, but this is the tough part. This is the test. You're coming up against Keith, who was a majority of their gold lead that wasn't there, but now he's here. So we'll see if they're able to cut Keith out, or do they just go for a steal even? No, they
tried to. Yeah, they did. They went for the culling. Not going to be successful on this occasion. They hit them with the question mark of, well, we're going to summon Herald mid. We're going for the dragon. You can contest, but you'll just lose so much more. That turret's going to fall on down regardless. Glacial Fissure onto one. It's onto Keith, not the target they're after. Master then jumps on through. Nice charm. Bigger knock-up. Cyclone is there. Hero's Entrance comes on through. And everybody's looking to try and get themselves the explosive cast. That might be enough to get them the first kill. They've taken out Keith's juice. That's huge. The charm, the flash away from Master, they are losing it because once the Darius is dead, they don't mind. The gold is actually now favoring them. They find themselves a double kill. Ragnarok gets it. And Jacuzzi Dogs, phenomenal team fighting.
Yeah, I mean, any questions that we had about Jacuzzi Dogs leading into this game, or at least how the early game played out, they've answered it. And I mean, what a fantastic team fight. For me, turn off again the MVP in that one. Antonio obviously doing a lot of work on that Wukong, you know, and Ragnarok on the Lucian was fantastic. But the displacement of the cask just separated the whole team fight and left the carries isolated, and it was just so good. I mean, we'll get a replay, I'm sure, but
what does that really do for an individual when you know you are down 2,000 gold, but the utility you're providing is far outweighing the damage that your opposition can deal, right? It's impressive to say the least. Because he was down 2k individually, he's closed it down to, what, 500, and now you're finding that 2k lead in the bot lane instead for Lucian.
I mean, that's the crux of Darius, though, right? Like, you're picking this champion to absolutely 1v9 a team fight. You have to get damage off. You don't really offer that much in terms of CC. Yeah, you have an apprehend, but it's so short range. Whereas you pick the Gragas, you build tank, and you're just the CC bot. And sometimes the CC bot, well, not sometimes, but the CC bot is easier to execute, right? Because your job isn't to do the damage. Your job is to create space and displace the team fight. And I mean, Gragas' kit, just in a nutshell, does that.
Well, back to lane they go. This time, lane assignments are slightly different. They've placed Fasty in the top side. They have actually put Turn It Off now to answer to this Ahri. Might have a little bit of all-in potential, despite it being a very strong Ahri. There is the Ludens, as well as the Rabadon's Cat, nice and early. They don't have a teleport, though, and that is worth noting. It is Turn It Off who has that in his possession right now, so playing towards the bot side, given that the Baron is the only objective available right now. Antonio is in the area. Not going to find much, though, but he does have his Guardian Angel back up and alive.
Lucian is so close to a big crowd spike.
Yeah.
So close. And you have to say, if he does get that item, the Lucian Braum, how do they lose with Lucian Braum in the next dragon fight? Because that's what you feel like our next fight is going to be over. It's going to be over that dragon. But I mean, Lucian Braum, the Lucian being the richest in the game with 11k, it's very hard to deal with because it's such a short-range composition from Team Don't Feed, right? The Braum has so much value in this draft. Ahri is the only kind of range champion apart from Kai'Sa, but Kai'Sa's not really going to be diving on Ragnarok, because if she does do that, you know, she loses. Barrier.
Yeah. What is a lot of damage, as we mentioned. It is a very strong Ahri. The Infinity Edge has now been completed, Juves. You mentioned the 3-item spike. Biggest member in this game right now, but that's a terrifying proposition. Fasty's face checked. He's walked into a Camille, and there is no way you can flash Barrier or even Destiny away to safety.
I thought this might be a little bit of a Baron angle, but again, you're against the Gragas, you're against the Wukong. It is going to be hard to complete. A lot of AoE damage as well as tanking the Baron, so they're going for the safe play, which is a turret bot side, turret top side, and you know, gold lead back in TDF's favor.
Has swung a few times this game, and it's getting a little bit more intense every time. Obviously, respawn timers are getting a fraction longer, but the ability to find situations to punish thereafter aren't as prevalent as they will be in a few more minutes. Another dragon has come alive. That's 2 already in TDF's favor. They'll be grouping up and saying, all right, how do we match this Lucian? Because he's so much stronger than Kai'Sa right now. Where else do we find our damage? Is it a case of just looking for superior vision control, a face check, and apprehend, as we've seen time and time again? Executomatum isn't too far away, and that means that TDF are going to rush straight towards this one. 3 stacks of the Dragon. The Destiny comes on through. A massive knockup with the Cyclone. Can they get the Smite Steal? They can! They've stolen it away. Antonio, the hero, he's still alive. The GA's been popped, and he might just die for this one. He's not going to mind, though, because he's done whatever he could in this situation. That's a no. So aggressive! But the team come together to shield him from the culling. They're diving under the turret. They're going to go for Ragnarok. He's gone gold, and the apprehend gets sidestepped. And that was pixel perfect on the animation cancelling that nobody else dies.
Wow, look at the health bars just flashing red. Ragnarok surviving there. Not sure how he did it. He did pop into the Zhonya's, and you know, I thought he was going to fall down, but Keith mistimed his Darius Q. And it was just a really good disengage and steal away from the Jacuzzi dogs. You'd have to say, even though they lost a member, or both teams lost members, that's a big win for them, because they were able just to deny that dragon away. It would have been the 3rd one for TDF, and they would have been in firm control of the game. Did lose the Guardian Angel for it, which is a little bit of a bummer, but you got to take the small wins.
Certainly do. 3 stacks of that dragon, plus the Elder, when that came into consideration, would have just been too much of a mountain to overcome at this point in the game. And that's a really heroic effort, you know, given the fact that he literally got a multi-man, I believe it was like 5-man knockup with his ultimate that tried to steal it away. Yeah. It was just unbelievable. This is classic Antonio in a nutshell. Loves the wombo combo champions like this, and we have seen that he loves to play from ahead, but we're starting to see that sort of resolve now, playing from behind, what he can still offer the team.
Yeah, and I mean, it's the team that's behind, but he isn't, right? And the team's not behind by much. It's 1k. It's pretty much non-factor right now, but it feels like when Antonio is ahead, or when he's not behind, because last week we saw him fall behind a little bit, right? But if he's ever at a point of power, this team has so much direction and so much control of a game. So, you know, it looks like this series, at least, they're going to rely heavily on him to have those big games.
And they'll need it. As we mentioned already, round of 16 and round of 8, TDF have always beaten Jacuzzi Dogs, and they might be looking for a game 1 nice and early in this best of 5. The Baron has been engaged. It looks to be gone. Getting closer and closer to Smite Steal option. Explosive cast comes on out. It's too late. Antonio wasn't there. He's rocked up to the party a fraction too late. Master locks him in place with the ultimate. Keith inside the pit, has no flash. He's gone for the Protobot to try and disengage away. Grabs them all together. Life stealing up a tree. He's got the Baron. They wanted to do at least one of these buffs. And it's going to be Ragnarok that drifts his way into the mid lane and picks up the flow.
And now what do you lose and what do you get? So far, 1 mid turret, which is a pretty big pickup. Taking down Keith, another big kill. They're going to be able to deny some jungle, potentially even take away the blue buff. They're pinged the bot turret too. So it's kind of one of those games where at the moment, Jacuzzi Dogs have closed the gold lead just a little bit. But what do they get with this Baron? They still have so long and 4 members with it. Just one of those macro mistakes, I guess, if you will. Jacuzzi Dogs not really doing the things as a team. Wukong was half a reset away. Lucian was bot side. And they just decided to start up that Baron, and they did it very quickly, Skimmy.
Yeah, it's a great identification that, well, we can do this. The fact that, you know, you don't have perfect vision all the time, you will have to take some risks. But they said, well, if you see somebody on the opposite side of the map, that's all we need to know to start this one up nice and quickly. It just feels criminal once again, the fact that Ragnarok is so far ahead of this Kaiser. Yes, the Kaiser will get stronger at this point in the game, getting closer and closer to max level. You talk about scaling, but I mean, it is still a Lucian that has such a significant item advantage over you. Now, Elder to play for. Mountain Elder at just that. This will do so much for TDF if they can pick this one up. It might as well just end the game. Explosive cars knocked them back. Hero's entrance slammed them down. Looking for that pick. They found Voss. He's found the flash. He can't get to the Gromp. Can't get to the Golems, rather. But what he has found is a grey screen and a fountain.
It's so hard for it's so hard for the carries to play the game into that particular draft. They really need to be, I guess, 5-man strong. You know, particularly with the Gragas and Braum in front, because we're seeing... Oh!
We tried to steal it, Juice. He tried his luck one more time. He's going to fall on down into the afterlife. He goes. We've got an entry team up. Master and Vamos across the wall can just run at you. Much to your point, you're literally just making so hard for the carries to play. You have an item advantage, a level lead, but how do you step up so much pick potential?
Yeah, and it's the identification for TDF that to pull the trigger. You know, the composition's one thing, but you have to have the knowledge and the courage to make those engages work. And you know, they're all committing over a wall. They're all dashing onto one member, using the Camille ultimate, and it looks simple, but the coordination required, because again, they're going into a Jacuzzi Dogs comp that has so much disengage. You've got the Braum, the Twisted Fate gold cards, the Gragas body slam, as well as the ultimate. So they're making it stick and they're making it work. You feel like JD need to make a few more, I guess, adaptations on the fly here in this game if they're going to bring this one back, because you know they're down at the Dragon now, as well as a pretty substantial gold deficit.
And the riding begins to take place on the wall here. You've got that massive power spike, a Baron in 15 seconds, but now constant pressure flooding through the mid lane with the inhibitor picked up as a result. So now it gets just a fraction harder to leave the base, to push out these waves. Thankfully for them, it's not going to be a case of split pushing. I don't have to worry about a TP being used against them for a backdoor. This is a bit of a checkmate situation. It's now or never. If you don't win this Baron, you might just lose the game.
They do have a ward on it. They do have a pretty good ward in river there, as you can see. I think Antonio was one that got that, but it's getting cleared now, so... Oh.
For lots of members coming together, they've charmed out the clone, not the target they're after, but JD won't mind the culling used to zone them away in a choke point like this. I don't think either team would really mind, but I tell you what, TDF with their lead is going to be very happy to take fights like that all day of the week. They've actually had to send Gragas spot lane, and I don't know that Ragnarok is gone, but JD can't do much about this one. Braum on his own is looking to try and steal this one. Antonio jumps on in, looking for the smite, still not going to find it. Good CC coming together, bringing them down, locking them in place, and picking up those kills. 2 casualties so far. Forget the side lanes. Drawing up for this team fight. They're going to get wiped. There is the ace. It's that Snow with a triple. The Rampage. And now the game-winning play.
Yeah, and it's one of those desperation plays, right, where you're going and you have to contest that Baron, but very well set up there by Team Don't Feed, and you have to say, across the board, few hiccups. You know, Jacuzzi Dogs doing very well to get back into that one, but it was a good game. It was a good competitive game. I guess what we're expecting to see from these two teams who are so evenly matched, and it's so good to get off to a 1-0 start, especially, you know, when the nerves are there and you know you've got to run the gauntlet. So there'll be a lot of confidence coming out of that one for Team Don't Feed.
I'm sure it will be. As we mentioned before, they're a team that have beaten Jacuzzi Dogs historically, so they'll be feeling good about their chances so far. A strong win. Not many moments for them to be too worried about the state of the game as to how it could have really gotten away from them. We'll see here the scoreboard as a whole. MVP goes towards Vamos. He did the most damage in the game as the Ari. Got so fed so early on. A lot of pressure went his way. Burning Flash quite consistently having had to get face checked on a few occasions. But at the end there, that's Sano picking up all the kills, gets himself a triple kill. A rough start for him. But by the end, he was able to do just enough to try and match Ragnarok, who was able to pick up the second most valuable player.
Yeah, rough start indeed. I mean, Vamos was, for me, the one that I guess had that bridge, right? He was able to let Datsano farm get back into the game with Keith. And when Datsano was ready, when he had the items, he was able to take over in that last team fight like we saw. But just in terms of execution as a team, they really used their composition to a T. They had the Camille go in. They followed it up with Yanni's Galio. Off the back end, Vamos on flanks was just being a little bit of a pest, right? Making sure Ragnarok and Varsity couldn't play the game. landing the charms onto Antonio too, making his life very hard. So, I mean, in terms of just a cohesive unit, it was very good to watch. And if that's how you're starting your gauntlet run, if that's how you're starting the first game, then it's only going to get better and only going to be upwards from here. Now, Jacuzzi Dogs obviously did well to fight back into this game, as we're seeing across the board, some pretty good stats from them too. But look at Vamos's damage. I mean, that's 38k. That's crazy. Like that, no one's even close to him in this game.
That's just huge. I mean, that is unheard of, really, at this level when you're seeing teams go, you know, blow for blow as much as they did. But the fact he's able to put out that much damage, I mean, I think we saw a bit of a snippet individually when Turn It Off answered to him in the bot lane for the 1v1. One Orb of Deception went out and he was already chunked down to half HP. That's a tank. So it really does speak volumes to how strong this RE is. And I start to wonder, you know, what adaptations JD will make going into this next one, because as you quite rightly pointed out, it's one thing to have a draft, but then to understand it, your win conditions, to play it out to that effect was sublime. And I start to wonder, you know, what will JD adjust? Is it bans? Is it their picks? Is it their playstyle? I mean, playstyle is the hardest one of them all to really flex, but you know, you ban away a Dyna, Garen, and Seraphine, you are looking to try and remove a lot of that pick potential, but there's still so much available, as you can see TDF picked.
Yeah, and the other thing is, like, I don't think we've seen Vamos play much RE2. So, I mean, now that's another headache you have to deal with. But got the replay here. I mean, this was the first team fight where we really kind of got to see how well oiled they are as a team, right? Yeah, there's flashing health bars. Yeah, it's maybe a lot closer than they would like. But watch Keith here on the back end apprehends, you know, 3 people over the wall. And that's your ace right there. And this kind of sets the tone for the early game. They do a pretty good job here, Jacuzzi Dogs, right, in turning this one around. The Guardian Angel, for me, comes up trumps, because if he falls down here, you probably lose this, right, in terms of the 2v2. And then again, we probably see, you know, TDF just balloon out and take control of the game. But this is what Jacuzzi Dogs have in their locker. This is the top junglers that they pick for Antonio. And even here, this is what their draft does so well in terms of a front to back, being able to kite back, being able to disengage, using the Braum, using the Gragas, using your mobility on the Lucian and the stuns of the TF. But it kind of felt like, in terms of macro, they were just one step behind. They were just one step too late, Jacuzzi Dogs. And we're seeing this here in this team fight.
And I agree, because, you know, when it came to front-to-backs like this, you might be stronger in some parts, but they just weren't able to actually showcase it on multiple occasions. I mean, it's the fact that Ragnarok has to play it so supremely well, even just to try and survive, speaks volumes to me. I think you're looking at the lane assignments where Varsity is trying to play this Twisted Fate, gets caught multiple times against the Darius and the Camille. I mean, what can he really do in that situation? That's not enough. There's a Galio crashing on through to really cut off any kind of escape plan. I think we saw multiple trades take place in the early, maybe the first 10 minutes, but it reached a point in time when side laning became that much more strong, apparent, I suppose, that the Twisted Fate really lost a lot of value. And I'd wonder if that's an area they're going to look to try and tweak, because the Aria was just able to offer a little bit more come that stage of the game. But those were the highlights. I mean, it speaks to me that this should be a series that might not just be a perfect 3-0. I think we've definitely got a potential for this to go the distance to all 5 games. But we'll have to wait and see, because we've got a break coming up, and we'll see you back for game number 2.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the wait's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up. Level up.
All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Like you, I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and I lose. I can't pretend to like you. It's just never thought you were sitting next to me. I don't understand. It's just I never seen you smile. You wanna make out, give me a second. It's just you never talk, I never listen. When do we fall in love? Make up your mind, honey, 'cause I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. You need a friend. I can't help this time. I'm in trouble. It's your eyes, I can't seem to focus. It doesn't matter 'cause you live a lie. You want attention from every guy in the park. But when you call, give you my heart, you rip it out. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you.
You and I, we've been friends for a long time now. Always have a good time whenever we go out. But you've been calling me up all the time and sending me signs and giving me them eyes. And you've been saying that you found the one, texting me junk and you wanna talk, but you can't say why. I can't get there and you know.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my friend with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
What a strong start here to the opening series of the night as Team Don't Feed take game number one in their stride, Jews. And whilst it looked like there were a few moments where Jacuzzi Dogs could have brought it back individually, strong in particular areas. It wasn't enough as a collective to bring it through and to upset the result to be favored for them instead.
Yeah, and I mean, it really just came down to... I feel like it came down, a big part of it came down to the solo kill in the mid lane that really set the tempo for the game. Gave Vamos so much agency over the rest of the map, and I mean, 38k damage, like, you can't be giving away solo kills to the Ahri.
You certainly can't, because the Ahri, as you saw there, did pretty much more damage than anybody, maybe multiple members combined, quite honestly. 40,000 damage in the game. That I didn't even get to see how long the game lasted, what, 20 minutes perhaps? It's insane numbers for the length of what that game offered, but I do believe we have a bit of an announcement with the giveaway. It should be popping up on your screen in just a second. It's a pretty sick one because it's to celebrate here the ESL OCE finals. You can see it there. There's your link below. Be sure to join this giveaway because you like free stuff. Who doesn't? Absolutely. Get amongst it. ESL.gg/WR OCE finals comp. And be sure to look out for a secret code in Twitch chat for some extra entry chances. With that in mind, Juves, obviously these teams are also playing for some pretty sick prizes. A chance to win $5,000 for first place and a shot at going to international competitive play.
Yeah, I mean, why not take both? Why not take the money and take the international tournament? So, you know, and also the teams, you know, the better that you finish in the gauntlet, the better the prize money too, right? So, obviously, even if you don't make that international tournament, the prize money is still pretty nice. So, yeah, a lot to play for. And maybe I will keep open Twitch chat now and just keep my eye on chat so I can get an entry. I don't think there's any rules about us not being eligible, so perhaps we'll stay, you know, alt tab between casts, multitask, win some money, play some games, talk about it, and have fun with everybody watching at home. Game number 2, not too far away. We'll be able to jump into that pick and ban phase and see what JD can do to answer back in this best of 5 series. But it's going to be an exciting night. I mean, we sort of referenced at the top of the show, it's a gauntlet format, no lower, no upper bracket. It's all or nothing, right? Sort of 2 months worth of hard work here in the very first OCE Championships could come to a close here tonight, or you could be, you know, playing for what could be upwards of 7 to 8 hours on the go. Really high stress, intense action for you to qualify for the SCA champs. Here we go, Jacuzzi Dogs. They're going to start off here on the blue side, and we'll get to see what they can do. I don't believe it was that scoreline. I believe we do flip that one around, but we'll forget that for a second. We'll see what Jacuzzi Dogs can do. We'll give them the false sense of hope and say that they did get a win, but we can see what they do with first pick once again. I didn't pick that one up, so that's a good pick up from you, to be honest with you. Yeah, the reason being, I have my camera over it, so turn the camera off, and there we go. We can see the 1-0.
There we go, voila.
No. So we're seeing adaptations already in this draft, right? We're seeing the Camille being taken away. You know, the Galio being banned from TDF's side. They don't want to give that one away just in isolation, and looks like the Corki's going to be picked up.
It's easy as that, really. The fact that Seraphine and Corki were banned away before, those are now going to be replaced by Camille and the Galio ban, so Corki gets first picked here by JD. TDF wastes no time whatsoever denying that Wukong. We said it was going to be a highly contested pick. Kaiser locked in again here for Vets. No, I don't think bot lane was a problem as such. He certainly was able to output the damage and limit test when required. But JD said, well, we're going to ban away the Camille, we're going to lock in the Corki, and we're going to guarantee ourselves now to Seraphine. And I think the Seraphine, if they do go for another pick-heavy comp, offers so much. The Encore, with its extended range, its long CC, does so much.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, you expect to lose that lane, right? That's a no. They gracefully lost their bot lane until they kind of took over and outscaled. So no reason to change up any of their draft. I mean, they've even got relatively the same thing besides the Camille, because that one's been banned, but Wukong does a similar thing in terms of starting the fight, getting on the back line, and just doing a good old spinneroonie. So we'll have to see how that one you know, plays out when we get into game. But we're going back to Jarvan for Antonio. This just looks like their bread and butter. They've gone back to comfort. They've gone back to what they know works. The only kind of thing that we're not used to seeing, but judging by the target bans, it's a strong point for Poke, is the Seraphine.
It certainly is, and I mean, it's certainly going to be answered by some strong responses once again. It doesn't look like TDF have deviated too much from their original plan, a select few adjustments, but now you're saying it's not about the Ahri with the pick potential for the, you know, the individual damage. We're going to go for another mage. This time it's going to be the Orianna. It means that when we send this Wukong in, it's going to be so easy. I mean, you could have done the same with the Camille, the Galio perhaps, right? The fact is the Orianna Shockwave now is going to clump them up and say, well, if you want to group up, if you want to be a little bit more nimble with the likes of an Ezreal, shut us down with the Seraphine and so on, we're just going to group you all up together and make it a little bit easier. Now I'm getting flashbacks to a case of seeing Keith multiple man apprehends. You've got that over a shockwave. We might see a pentakill guillotine, and we're just writing this one off for a quick 309.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, all the tools there, and I feel like it's almost more of a wombo combo for TDF. Like, this composition has more obvious go buttons, so it's exciting to see. And I mean, it feels like these are kind of the two different playstyles in a sense, right? Yes, Jacuzzi Dogs have ways to force like the Jarvan, but it feels like they do want to disengage a little bit with the Gragas, with the Seraphine, the Ezreal kiting back, as well as the double 80 carries. So it's kind of like, how well can you disengage the engage of TDF?
Going to be a lot of micro moves here as to outplaying with individual ultimates and finding positioning to better respond to what was a crazy game number 1. TDF with the lead so far, as you can see here, 1-0 in this best of 5, but with the comfort picks of Antonio back to his coveted Jarvan, with Ragnarok playing the Ezreal that we've seen time and time again. Will that comfort be enough to bring them to a 1-1 scoreline?
Time will tell. Obviously, the Seraphine scaling is going to be a big factor in this game too, so I'm always excited to see a champion get picked up that was banned away in the first game, because it's banned for obvious reason, right? They're not happy dealing with it, or he's just a little bit too good on that champion. So I just want to, put a very big focus or put a big emphasis on Poke, because again, when he's on those enchanters, he's a very strong player for Jacuzzi Dogs. But this will be an easier lane for them, right? The Nami and the Kai'Sa are going to have a much easier time than playing into a Lucian Braum. So we'll have to see, I guess, how that influences the bot lane dynamic too. Maybe we won't see Yanni and that's a no fall behind like they did last game. So looks like it's going to be a little more even footing on the bot side of the map.
Yeah, very different matchup and a playstyle for them to contend with this time around. A lot more reliant on poke and skill shots to really connect, as opposed to the hard forced aggression that Lucian Braum can offer. Obviously, we sort of grazed over the idea of the Corki. Time and time again, we have seen it be the champion, the penultimate champion for guaranteeing dragons. We saw that Jacuzzi Dogs, apart from that one steal, didn't really put up much of a fight for those dragons, or whether or not that will offer them a fraction more contest potential. We can already see that Antonio's just going to, in their face, on vision, look to steal away this blue buff from them.
And they just get it. Easy as that. I feel like, one compliment, obviously that's a very good steal and collapse across the board from Jacuzzi Dogs. But the one compliment I want to give Team Don't Feed is that they actually don't fight that. Whereas a lot of teams that we've seen in previous weeks, in this tournament, they actually would fight that. They would just all in. And they'd either win or lose the game at 2 minutes for that blue buff. So as a team, I think they have really good discipline in knowing what they can give. Last game they gave double crap. And they were happy to just play from that deficit there. So losing the blue buff, it's not ideal, but it's also not worth losing the game over, and they weren't comfortable fighting it, so props to them.
Yeah, it's always refreshing to see the level of maturity coming out of these players when they realize that it's not all about the early game as such. Obviously, it props you up into a fantastic position, but we have seen early on in this competition, teams really looking to force over things quite early on and lose the game as a result of this one. It's a nice little flash away. The Cataclysm comes on through. The explosive cast will airball. It doesn't matter. There's potential there for Keith to try and answer back with a 1v2 guillotine, but the trade won't connect. And JD get first blood.
I thought he was a whisker away from landing that, getting that Darius Q off, getting some of that healing and potentially turning that around into a 1v2, but really nice gank there from Antonio, utilizing the Jarvan ultimate, having to burn both summoners, Keith, and as well as turn off. So there is an avenue, I guess, back for Master and Keith if they want to do that. But it's a good start for Jacuzzi Dogs. They deny the blue buff, and now they pick up first blood.
And Turnoff played this lane really well last time. Once again, he's in a position that he's up, and he's going to be the first to complete that Sunfire cape. We saw that whilst it's going to be a little bit hard for him to trade directly into the Darius, his contribution in terms of utility was second to none. We'll get to see what he does this time around, if they are going to follow the same sort of pattern of grouping up and splitting teams apart, because that first dragon has come about. Antonio looked to try and engage it, but realized his lane states aren't too preferable. Maybe he will just wrestle for mid lane control instead, wait out the cooldown. Antonio so desperately reliant on that Cataclysm, and maybe just waiting for that Guardian Angel, which you can't be too far away from.
Yeah, he's very close. But I mean, will he get time to go get that? Because they do have Corki package, and that does feel like that's your one way to win the game, or win the fight at least. And He still hasn't used it, but the flag and drag. So he's chunked a little bit, Antonio. This might be a good time to start the Dragon if you're TDF, right? If you're able to get, Jarvan down to half, potentially get him before he even, pulls the engage, might be a favorable fight for you, but he's deciding to start it. Feels like the package might be timing out soon.
Well, he can use the Chilling Smite, get some health back. I'm sure he's got a second charge available. Yes, he does. There is Honey Fruit and bot lane to pick up too, which I believe he's picking up now. So we'll be back up to full HP. He can regroup with the team and look to contest this once more.
Package is out though. So now if there's a time that you're going to fight, it has to be now. So it feels like Jacuzzi Dogs, whilst they can still win this. Oh, Shockwave.
That's a big Shockwave. Knocks up two. Antonio looking to try and run away from this one, waiting for his chance. That Cataclysm explosive cast, disengaging him away. Then he jumps on through. He looks to knock them up. The key finds him with the axe. He's bleeding. He's burning. He's going to fall on down. It is Ragnarok. That Arcane shifts forward aggressively in the bot lane of Jacuzzi Dogs pick up two. He's so low. He's running down Yanni. The Flux sidestep. The Mystic Shot doesn't connect. And what started with a great fight from TDF gets punished heavily by JD.
There was a little bit of disconnect for TDF, right? It was the Shockwave, then Master had to flash forward to re-engage with the Wukong ultimate, the Cyclone. So just across the board, in terms of kiting back, much cleaner from Jacuzzi Dogs. The Encore got a lot of value as well. So, I mean, we're just seeing the complete opposite in terms of compositions. And if you hesitate, it's that like little 1% or 2% that'll get that team fight over the line with how low those health bars were. So far so good if you're a Jacuzzi Dog fan.
Frustration when you see an opportunity like that, you can't capitalize on it and really send it home. Master no flash now. In the wrath of a very aggressive Antonio. Running straight towards him, the True Shot Barrage was burnt. Scouts out members, not going to actually lower their health bars too low here. Oh, that's the multi-man Shockwave onto 5. The tidal wave to follow things up with, and now it might just be Keith's playground. He's hit the ultimate, he hasn't found a reset, but they're going to turn attention back towards the Dragon. And Vamos, there's a reason why we speak so highly of him.
Yeah, Vamos just built different this game. I mean, that's a 5-man. Was that a 5-man or a 4-man Shockwave?
5-man Shockwave.
Yeah, I mean, what else can you say? If you don't win a team fight after a 5-man Shockwave, then that's just really unlucky. But I mean, Keith followed that up well too. He saw the Ezreal, used the Arcane Shift, knew the flash was down, so he flash apprehended, took down Ezreal, and I mean, that's half your damage gone, right? In an ideal sense, because you're playing a double 80 carry composition with the Corki and the Ezreal. They want to be throwing poke out, and I mean, you've taken him down, so it's just a straight 4v5 at that point, but Herald started. No Shockwave on Vamos this time.
Could be up a little bit too late, based on the pace that JD are burning this one down. They will trade it. It is, despite all that, still JD with a slight lead to talk about so far. There is the package available in base once again. Whether or not Varsity will pick that up anytime soon or just wait things out.
I totally appreciate there's a gold lead, but I've not seen an impact in the early game like this from an Oceania in a very long time. I mean, Vamos is making this game very, very hard. And yeah, I mean, the gold lead's nice. It's fantastic. You're up. You have the Herald as well as Jacuzzi Dogs. But I just take stock of what's happening on Rift at the moment. And it feels like the tempos with TDF in terms of the control they have over mid lane. That turret's almost going down. And in terms of just the strength of the Oceania and the shockwaves he's been able to land, it leaves a few questions to be asked.
I suppose it really is the the deceptive nature of the gold graph comparison, where you look at it and as a blanket statement will say, well, this team just feel to be stronger. I mean, you're seeing across the board now, trades being had. Bot lane is going to be fairly neutral for the most part, but yeah, primarily in this mid lane. Vamos, once again, very strong start, up ahead against his counterpart, nullifying really a lot of what this Corki could offer. And we're yet to really see an explode interaction with what the package could offer. I mean, that's just one command attack, explode that damage, he's down to half!
Yeah.
Oh, the all-in with the shockwave!
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, and the follow away with the auto attack. I mean, Vamos is just on another level.
No, he's a different beast today, and I mean, what do you do? What can you do when this is happening mid lane? Yeah, again, the gold lead's kind of in TDF's favor now, just purely through this mid lane situation. But this doesn't get better. Yeah, Corki scales for sure, but Corki can't lane into the Oceania now because the range from Vamos is just a little bit too much. Now, they are three-manning him here. I mean, look at that. He's taken down the turret. Antonio's close to lethal in that GA, and it is just not looking good. Deathcap,
How do you stop him? Because he's just gone back to base, pre-10 minutes, picked up a death cap, and we saw what it did on Yari. I mean, if he gets another massive shockwave, I mean, the game's as good as gone.
Look, in terms of shutting an Oceania down, it's not the hardest thing to do in the world when you have a Cataclysm, and you know that can be followed up by an Encore, potentially a Gragas. So in terms of kit, they have enough to kill Vamos, but at the moment, as his flash is up, he's close to unkillable. He's going to be able to dance around team fights, you know, command attack, put the ball down, zone for a shockwave too. So, I mean, he's here now.
Uh-oh. Look at his positioning. Blast Cone into the backline. Ragnarok in no man's land. Going to get run down here. Flashing away. Cyclone Shockwave knocked them up. Redemption comes crashing down. And it's going to be Yanni that picks up that kill. Now, how can JD answer back? Antonio runs in.
Oh.
But he might just die as well. The J popped underneath the turret. Poke's zoned away as well. Encore's already been burnt. Cataclysm is there. He comes out. The attack is there. That's what I'm looking for. Oh, the Acacia missiles. The range of that. He's flashed, but they still come with him. And TDF might be looking to put on a very quick Game 2 performance here.
Yeah, so if you've used the Kai'Sa Q, right, if that's already an animation, it doesn't matter how far away you are, that's always going to follow you. But I mean, it's just such a nice pickup. And I mean, Skimmy, Jacuzzi Dogs had such a good start to this game. And we were praising, you know, them. We were singing their praises. Fantastic. Well done. You guys have won the last few skirmishes, got him first blood. But I mean, I don't want to harp on it, but we did say it feels like when TDF win, it's the X factor. It's that point of difference. You know, Vamos often doing things like this in the mid lane. And I mean, it's such a substantial lead. It's more than 2,000 now in the mid lane. And these shockwaves are only going to get worse and worse. No GA on Antonio. And yeah, it's going to be a tough task.
I mean, you called it really, didn't you, when we said that, yeah, JD have a slight lead, but the tempo, the way the game was feeling was so much more in TDF's favor, and we're seeing it now. There is the proof. Multiple fights now where they are displaying their dominance and saying gold lead doesn't really amount for much when you've got mechanics like we do.
Yeah.
Lane assignments you have swapped once again. You know, the bot lane's been planted mids, and you're looking at a Baron, and you're looking at a game-ending play.
Well, if you don't have any... Oh, Oriana's dead, by the way. We missed that on the replay. So that's a good pickup. That is a good pickup. I was going to say, when you have the amount of tempo that Vamos has in the mid lane, you're first to side lanes. And then it becomes very hard for everyone else to play the game, as we saw. But, you know, they picked up the kill there onto Vamos. So whatever happened there, that was very good. Ezreal was dead too, so maybe a bit of a 1-for-1. But, you know, you take that. If you're trading your Ezreal for the Oriana, who's the most fed part of their composition, you got to be happy with that one.
Yeah, I wonder where that, how it all really transpired. Whether or not we do get ourselves a replay, we'll have to wait and see. But he has gone back to the bot lane now. They're going to try and answer to a wave that is very much stacked against him. Does not have the teleport. So if JD would look to try and force something topside now, it would be advantageous. But it looks like TDF are one step ahead. They've grouped up as 4. They're looking for Antonio, looking to try and lay down some vision. The flag and drag away. With missile will not connect. And just the read on the game state, it's pretty beautiful here.
Oh, here we go.
Do you want this trouble? Instinct Cataclysm, he's locked in place. Shockwave onto 2, it's low! That's Snow Killer Instinct's in, looking to find a trade back. They found one.
Oh, the cast.
Can't get the other though. Varsity's so low and... Oh, it's close. Jacuzzi Dogs picking up scraps.
Yeah, and I mean, that is like best case scenario for Jacuzzi Dogs, right? The fact that they're able to pull the trigger, they're the ones starting that fight. They actually find Vamos. And I mean, Vamos is still able, if he gets the shockwave off, at least on one carry, it feels like the fight is just still winnable, even with him going down. That's how strong he is at the moment. And he's even just gone base to pick up another item.
Just rubbing salt on the wounds really at this point.
Yeah.
You can have some stay-in, you can have lifesteal, it doesn't actually matter. He's got the Morellos now, and these shockwaves are already doing pretty much 50% in one go. It's going to be very hard to recover from this point onwards. And whilst the Baron has been alive for a few seconds, I mean, TDF aren't in any rush. They know that there's desperation that needs to come from JD, hence why we're seeing JD rushing towards this Oriana, really trying to force Vamos, but they're saying you can be drawn to the silver light that is this fed Oriana. We're just going to get so much more accomplished elsewhere in the map. They've been sieging, they've been grouping, they've been finding picks, denying vision. It's it's a game that you might say congratulations Oriana's dead, but TDF as a whole, all putting on a carry performance.
Yeah, agree. And I mean, you know, there's still, again, is that factor of, are we able to one-shot the Oriana? And that just feels like it's the win con of the team right now. But the longer that Vamos bridges the gap for his team, the stronger Kai'Sa's going to get. So all of a sudden, right, you forget about the Oriana, but Kai'Sa's already at 3 items. Kai'Sa's already got that gold lead now. So I mean, in terms of the draft and where you scale and I guess where you're going to have most success, that bridge has just already been been crossed.
Oracles comes out, no vision now here for TDF into the Dragon Pit. Looking for Antonio.
Oh, okay, early flash.
Someone respect shown, really, isn't it?
But this feels like the one team fight that Jacuzzi Dogs need to win. And if they don't win this fight here, with the package being available as well as the Guardian Angel, then, you know, you start to kind of question how do they even get back into this game. So we need to keep our eyes on Ragnarok, Varsity, but more importantly, what Antonio and Poke do with the key ultimates.
I mean, look off screen, Juves. I mean, they're sieging onto this turret so much that they're zoning away Varsity, looking to try and bait him as low as possible, try and time out that package once again.
Yeah.
They put a fair amount of damage into that tier 2. Only 1 plate remains. And I mean, JD are just so paranoid right now about where they decide to group up, where they want to make that last stand. Because I feel like the Cataclysm could, in a sense, be a bit of a bait if they decide to follow up. I mean, once again, that's 1 command attack. And Vamos is holding off 4 people on his own.
Yeah, but and the package is gone too. So it feels like Jacuzzi Dogs are a little bit gun shy, right? They're not pulling the trigger when they have these key cooldowns. Like, the package is so big in the context of this game. And I mean, the macro that I'm seeing from TDF too, just quietly, is actually fantastic. They're not tunneling on the Dragon. You want the Dragon? We'll take mid. You know, and that's your tier 2 going down. That's 1 more turret before you can even end the game. So they actually may just have to give this, or Antonio may have to play for the steal, but he loses his GA even if he gets the steal.
Barrage goes on out. Can they steal this one away? They have. They've stolen it away again. The 2nd game in a row. The encore. Massive trouble to 3 members. Can they find anything afterwards to keep? He hits the ultimate. He doesn't find the kill. He flashes away, but he will fall on down. Beautiful bubble on the tail end there. Locked in Antonio. GA does get popped early. And he used to going to get died or down, surrounded by 3. That's Sano once again limit testing the barrier. Keeping him clutched and alive. Flashing health bar, but he will survive. JD pick up the Dragon, but they will lose 3.
It's very lucky that this fight took place bot side of the map because they'd lose the Baron. But of course, Jacuzzi Dog do get the Dragon, and that's the important thing in the context of this game. They do steal it with the Gragas, I believe. So that's a pretty big pickup. But I mean, Ragnarok's doing a very good job here. You know, Poke as well as Varsity, just staying safe on the back end. But I mean, Vamos is just walking forward. He's just walking past Antonio, ignoring him. And the one kind of, I guess, saving grace there too is that Vamos went ooh. I feel like if Vamos did not go out of mana, he actually picks up at least Poke after that too. So still touching distance, still close. We're seeing how close some of these fights can be. And what you're hoping for if you're Jacuzzi Dogs right now is this Seraphine just gets a few more items. Ezreal gets up a few more items, the Corki gets maybe 1 more, and then you can start to see how their composition will become online. But current state, if Vamos stays untouched, he has the flash available, it is going to be very, very hard. And Antonio might be in trouble here. No.
Certainly could be, but he has a fair bit of mobility. Having picked up the crab, the movement speed is there for him. So, I mean, what have JD really gained for this? They've gained a bit of life steal. 8% physical vamp as well as magical, so they've got themselves a bit of sustain now in these team fights, if that's going to be enough to try and swing the balance in their favor. Down by 4,000 gold. Vamos, as you said, had no mana, and he might not really care if you've got life steal, because he can just kill you in 1 rotation of the cooldowns. But the ultimate from the Seraphine, we're seeing why the pick is so strong, right? The fact that he was able to lock in place so many members that it was as close as it seemed.
Yeah. I mean, Poke is one of the better Enchanter players that we have. I mean, you know, every time he picks these Enchanters, he has these deathless games or close to, and it's a pretty volatile composition to be playing this champion into. But in terms of positioning, in terms of who he's enabling, like he's doing a very good job. And again, it's funny to say, but it feels like he's a very big part of the win condition, right, on the Seraphine.
Well, will the adaptation, the pick that was banned away in Game 1, coming into Game 2 now, be enough to try and bring this game back from the brink? It's a similar situation to what we saw 2 dragons conceded, the 3rd picked up, and the Elder all to play for. But the Baron has been taunting both teams now for 10 minutes. Can they pick it up? That's a no will lead the charge. TDF are just shredding it down. It's already down to 4,000. Close to smite range. Keith's not even here. They don't even need him in a 4v5. They're going to take this fight. He doesn't have the teleport. They're going to run away. Oh, 3-man shockwave and instant double kill Vamos. Vamos will be the MVP in this game. Daxano wants a piece of the pie. Jumps in. Forces the zone use fast again.
Well.
Turn it off. Will die. 4v5 juice. They are winning it all. He's got a quadra. Somebody help this man get the penta.
Oh, wow. Here we go.
Antonio is teasing him. But this Oriana is out of this world.
He's out of his mind. I mean, you don't even need to know. We don't even need to go to post-game graphics to see how big this Oriana was. We don't need to see anything. With backup shot, he's the MVP. What a performance that is out of Vamos. Obviously, a little bit of he had a supporting cast that definitely helped him. And you have to be happy if you're a TDF fan or a TDF player even. When you just press, when you take stock of what's happening in the mid lane and you see that, you know your job's done. I just got to survive. That's it. Like, Vamos is going to 1v9 this game.
Yeah, and it's sort of to our point, right, about how the bot lane, there was shifts made there to try and favor Jacuzzi Dogs again to get either a laning advantage or a team fight advantage. And they're saying, oh, I don't mind. I'll play the Kaiser. I'll just do my job, farm up a treat, do whatever I can. Because I've got this mid laner here. Look at the amount of accolades he's picked up. The most kills, the most gold, quadra kills, most damage. MVP for the 2nd game in a row.
Yeah, and I mean, this one was non-negotiable, right? Maybe last game you could have negotiated somewhere else, but I really do feel like, you know, Vamos just had complete control of the Rift. Whatever was going to happen had to be through him. And whether that was him dying, which he didn't do much of, or him picking up kills on roams, it was all through him. That shockwave at the back end on that Baron was just unreal. He killed two members, and, you know, they probably didn't even expect that themselves, right? But not every day an Oriana that's this fair just drops the shockwave on you and cleans the whole team fight. Now, my other question, Skimmy, is what do you do if you're Jacuzzi Dogs? Because that's 2 games in a row. He did it on the Ari. He's done it on the Oriana. Do you just ban 3 mid laners?
Well, this is what I'm curious about. Is it a case of banning champions? Does he have a champion pool limit? Or is it a case of just playing champions where you don't actually have to lane into him? Because we saw Twisted Fate. He tried to lane, but he wasn't able to side lane or use the Destiny too proactively to find kills elsewhere for his team to pop off and then, you know, be strong as a result. 45k? I mean, that's the 2nd game. He's hit plus 40k damage. Something has to give. Is it literally a case of playing Assassin and gank other lanes, avoid Vamos at all costs? Because I'm losing hope. This guy has come up to play and says, we might be coming in here as the 3rd seed, but we want to take it all.
I mean, just quick math. Has he done more damage than the whole team combined of Jacuzzi Dogs? Anyway, maybe quick math for another day.
I think he has,
yeah, I think he has. I mean, there's not much to say. Like, you need to find a way to not bleed mid lane the way that you've been bleeding. You know, and whether that, like, to be honest, for me, Corky's a champion that doesn't necessarily need to lane, right? Like, you pick up that package, you go to the dragon fight, even from a little bit of a deficit, you're still impactful. But I didn't think of one instance in that game where they were able to use the Corky package to either start a fight, finish a fight, or participate in a fight. The packages always fizzled out, and that was because Vamos had so much control in this game. I mean, maybe they opted for the Galio if it's not banned, and they take that one away and just look to play side lanes. But, you know, obviously, the glaringly obvious thing that they need to fix is this mid lane. Because, again, if you have a similar game like this, and maybe not even a similar game, the rest of the crew from Team Don't Feed are too good to let this one slip as well. So we're going to head into highlights and see kind of how this one played out and how this all started. 2-0 start here for Jacuzzi Dogs, and I mean, it looks so good from here. Yeah, Keith picks up a kill. He does fall down as well on the back end, and I mean, that's a no does his best job to return, but your 4-1 start, really expecting to close this one and finish it, but nice to see. I mean,
they're just praying for a trade here, aren't they? They're really hoping that they can get somebody under turret. They locked in place 1. Every single time these spells are being buffered so much that when the flash comes out, it's too late. It's too delayed. The kill's still going to connect. Multiple trades.
That's
like
the replay we missed.
Yeah, well, there was. I mean, the redemption, the ignite, so not a bad trade, all things considered. It didn't really change the outcome of the game as a whole, though. I mean, we even missed this shockwave across the wall where Varsity didn't actually even jump into the fight. He was zoned away, and whilst Vamos had no mana, this really was as close as it got for JD in this game. After this, you're thinking they're going to have to really pull some magic out here. And I'm sure we'll see in a second that all-important Baron where they run away. It's a 4v5. You can see Keith down bot side. We've got to go. Three-man Shockwave on the tail end. Have it distort. And Vamos just said, boys, we're getting a 3-0. We're not losing a game to this team.
Yeah, and I mean, it is looking like it, right? At this point, you got to call a spade a spade. When your mid lane is picking up quadra kills at 19 minutes and honestly getting denied a penta, which was hilarious, you have to say it is looking like it's going to be one of those games. I mean, what can Jacuzzi Dogs do? How's their mentality? Do they think that they can come back from this one?
Well, I suppose mentality is really going to play a big part of things here, because we talked about it at the top of the show. Once again, TDF have always beaten Jacuzzi Dogs. They just seem to stylistically match up into them very, very well. And we wonder, would it be a case of switching up the macro sense, the game style, or will we just see 3 bans targeted towards Vamos? We're going to find out shortly as we go to a break and get ready for game number 3.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the light, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? We fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up. Level up.
All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? We fall and we get up. It's time, get up. When you found me like that, I was doing not bad, didn't care about you. I was high as fuck, wasn't looking for love or anything new. It ain't funny, little devil in this yes, think you got me, yeah. You're so naughty, I feel something leaping into my body. Cause you shut me on the high, can't get over it. In the other part, I recover it. Another what you done, you made me fall too fast.
Yeah. Let's talk. Look, ayo, we rose from the dust to the sun. They claiming that we the one, never one-on-one. Teamwork till we done. Sent on a mission, we got ambition. Never scared, we won't run. Never one and done. Some sit back and some like to hunt. I pick my teammates up when they fall. And if I ball, we all ball. Crashing balls, crossovers and all. Just call us the balls. Don't fear nothing, call us galore. Serving them all. We outside, we barely indoors. Because we gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had none. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab none.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Welcome back. Here we go for game number 3 in this series. I'm Skimmy, this is Jubes, and we have just seen 2 very dominant performances by TDF. Primarily in the mid lane, Vamos, he's just built different, really. I mean, there's no other way to put it. This guy is cracked.
He's not coming here to play games. Well, he is coming here to play games because he's technically playing, but I mean, that guy's just, built different in the mid lane. I mean, he did more damage than the whole roster of Jacuzzi Dogs. So, I mean, at a certain point, you can think about pick ban, you can think about fixing it, but I mean, it ultimately just comes down to an execution thing, right? If you're getting out DPS like that, then I don't think any champion's going to kind of fix that for you.
Yeah, because I mean, we touched on it briefly. Would it be a case of just banning away 3 champions to him in particular? We've looked at some of the bans that have been utilized by Jacuzzi Dog so far. It has been Diana and Garen as staples. The flex has been between the Seraphine and the Camille. Is it a case now of saying, well, we don't really mind this Darius Gragas top lane matchup? That seems kind of self-sufficient. Give him the Garen, it's an option. Ban as much as we can towards him in the mid lane and try and find us the best case scenario. Because we saw the Corki. It is, quote-unquote, a bit of an overpowered pick. It looked very weak in comparison in that game, though.
Well, I think, if I'm being completely honest, the Ahri is like the lesser of the 2 evils, right? The Oceania just has too much of a teamfight presence to be able to give that one away again. And then, sure. I mean, you can start to kind of go down the list, right? What's too much of an impact? What has too much of a teamfight influence? Because the Ahri, the game was relatively close. It was neck and neck. You know, at the end of the game, sure, in terms of stats, he did do 38,000 damage, which was a ridiculous amount anyway. But the teamfight still felt winnable. But when you had the Oceania, nothing felt winnable.
Yeah, that game was anything but sort of the same standard that we saw in game 1. I wonder, I mean, the Oceania, surely it has to be a ban. We're going to open up our account here once again. Jacuzzi Dogs are going to still stick to this blue side first pick priority. Then it will be locked in. And I kind of respect what TDF have done as well, right? They're going to try and remove as much, you know, in the way of variance that could be frustrating to deal with. The likes of a Yasuo, the likes of a Ziggs, either the Galio or the Corki. Anything that can be strong, a bit of a nullifier, right? Anything that can take some scrappy trades or look to try and, you know, outplay you if you just think that you aren't as good. They're going to stick quite rigidly with what they felt was the bans for game number 2. And I do wonder if TDF feel any pressure to say, well, we need to lock in this Oceania. I don't think so. I feel like they have really the world at their ocean. I mean, the world at their disposal. They can really do whatever they want in terms of this pick ban phase. The real pressure is on JD to find something strong to answer back with.
I mean, you're 2-0 up, so you can afford a few mistakes. I thought maybe they would take the Oceania because it has the safer of the 2 lanes, but they're happy to run it back with the Corki. I wonder if Team Don't Feed are just going to run it back with the Oceania. There is no rush to pick the Oceania here just because of the, you know, the fact that, well, I guess they could put Corki in the... If they really wanted to, they could put Corki bot lane, draft Oriana in mid lane if they don't take it here, TDF, and just kind of deny the safe mids away from Vamos. But then, I mean, you're forcing him to pick a volatile pick, so we'll have to see what happens. Nami and Kai'Sa being picked up as blinds is interesting, right? Still have the Thresh available, which we've seen picked a couple times. Still have some aggressive, engage bot lane. So very comfortable, confident taking that one away.
But I think they're very content though with their bot lane, right? They're very content saying we'll play anything because, we don't have to necessarily win our matchup. We know what we can do and contribute to the team fight. We just play our lane even. We then rock up, we group up the rest of our team. They're playing well individually, and then we just contribute so much more. I'm seeing so much change this time around, right? Another unique jungler here for Antonio. He's gone for the Lee Sin, almost like trying to say, I dare you to pick the Oriana because I can now just place you, right? With the Dragon's Rage, lock you in place. We're going to then steal away the RE2, so that Corki will now be a bot laner. They have tried to call their bluff and say, lock in Oriana in that first rotation. He doesn't care, says, you can steal my champions. I will lock it in at 5th pick. I'm just that good at it. JD, rightfully so, have had to make a lot of adaptations, and they've said, you know what, stylistically, we're just going to play for split push and pick. They've locked themselves in with the Fiora and a strong 4-man too.
I don't mind what they've done in terms of draft, right? They've just kind of thrown the book out the window and said, what we drafted in the first 2 games hasn't worked. If we're going to fall, we'll fall on our sword and we'll just try something completely different. So they've opted in for the Fiora. Yep. They've opted in for a few skill checks here and there. They've taken the Thresh now. Obviously, the Thresh is only as good as the player that's playing it. You need to land those hooks, or you will get poked out of that lane quite heavily. But I mean, it says a lot. That's it. This is the last game that we have. If we lose, so let's go out swinging. If they lose, of course. Not saying that they're going to lose this one, but I mean, the possibility is there.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it sort of makes a bit more sense now why the bans themselves didn't change, because they said, well, we're just going to deny you. We're going to try and call your bluff with this early Corki pick and see if you're going to fall victim to it. TDF answers the call and says, well, we don't really mind. We'll just play whatever we want. We're very comfortable with our current state of play, the picks that we're using, and it's up to you to make the difference. JD, do or die situation for them, because TDF have match point.
I'm surprised he's opted in for the Ahri. I feel like that's, you got to be on point to be playing that one. But it does feel like once Varsity gets out of lane, he's able to, put in some work, have an honest shift. But the problem has just been making out of that lane. So time will tell. But we'll have our eyeballs fixated on this mid lane, that's for sure, because it feels like such a pivotal part at the moment.
Plenty of chances, you'd have to say, though. Across the board here for JD to try and skill check you. Obviously then with the Fiora, the Riposte, trying to interrupt a whole bunch of the burst that Keith can present his way. The Vitals could be absolutely huge and shutting down. Certainly can see a bit of a 1v2 take place if Turnerov is filling the moods. Obviously mid lane and bot lane too. There's plenty of CC for Antonio to show his attention and find some early kills with. It really does seem to be, once again, where he finds the most of his strength. So get to see how this game does get off.
Nothing significant, but Vamos definitely getting the better of the trades there in the mid lane already. So having to use the fruit very early on in that lane, level 2, level 3. Ahri already in for a little bit of what I would say maybe rough start. Normally I wouldn't say rough start, but just kind of how the game played out in the early game.
Oh, a 2-man bubble. Nice, real big pickup there, and that just means that JD's bot lane is just going to take a very heavy trade as well. They got the honey fruit, but only one member can pick that one up.
And it sounds funny to say this, because Thresh does counter Nami lanes, because if you land the hook, then you're able to... You really are... Oh, bit of a gank.
Antonio.
Just a chunk, yeah.
Oh, he's looking for this one.
Has Ignite.
So close.
Yeah.
Iconic Wave was... only moments away from coming up. And it's the beauty of Lee Sin, right? The safeguard, you can just jump anywhere. No need to rely on a ward, so he can be a little bit more passive with his engages.
That's one of those kind of get-out-of-jail-free ganks. Not saying that it was needed, but definitely putting a lot of pressure on Vamos now. It felt like he had a little bit of control of that lane, and all of a sudden he's within lethal range now of Varsity. Varsity has opted in for the barrier, though, not the Ignite, which is an important kind of, I guess, factor when we're talking about lethal.
Oh, very good sidestep. I mean, Vamos may have just been dead there in a full sweep. Might have been very close. Ignite might have been the difference. But he's, once again, showing his proficiency in this mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, he's feeling himself mechanically tonight, right? He's just... That's a skill check. I mean, if you're walking... Quite simply, if you're walking up like that and you don't really have a fear for your life, then you know, why not? You've had some big performances in the early game, in 2 games, so I'd be feeling myself too. I'd be going for the skill checks. Why not? He's still up gold too, anyway.
Yeah. But you know what I like, Juves? I like the confidence, right, from Varsity to continue to make these plays, to try and do something with this, to say, look, you know, we're down, we need a bit of a heroic moment to get ourselves back into the series. We are going to take some risk. I think there's nothing worse than, you know, seeing a team 2-0 down and playing rather deflated, almost like concluding that this game with a fresh slate is already over from the onset.
Oh, 100% agree. That's why, you know, we love the flip of the script from them, you know, opting in for these aggressive lanes, ones where they can really win them, or ones where they can really set up a strong early game. And we're already seeing mid lane going a lot better. You know, he's actually, Varsity's getting the better end of these trades now, so you'd have to be happy with that if you're a Jacuzzi Dogs fan. And Dragon is spawning, so we'll see what they decide to do. Are they going to bring in Fiora to the fight? You do feel like, in terms of a 5v5, the combination that Team Don't Feed have, they're going to fare very well in the 5v5, and Jacuzzi Dogs would like a little more time to get stronger.
And I agree. I think, I mean, as the series has shown us already, TDF have been very keen to pick up these early Dragons and push their momentum with it. I don't think JD, I mean, they might look to try and sneak it away with the Lee Sin on its own, but I wouldn't be too surprised if just these two stick around, try and cause them a few headaches, and just buy a little bit more time for the likes to turn it off to complete that first item, be a bit of a menace in the side lane, hit the teleport enchant as well, and then say, all right, you know, you've really pushed us with this macro, put us in these positions where we can't really contest. Now we've got lots of threats, right? We've got ourselves a strong 4-man, the Lantern, the Hook, the Kick, the Steal, the package as well. And I think TDF, as they've shown once again, have just said, well, we'll wait for that package to expire and really prevent any kind of flip of the script.
But you do wonder why they're not forcing with the package, right? This is the 3rd game in a row now where we haven't really seen them try to make plays. Ooh. Cheeky. But yeah, we haven't seen them try to make plays off it. Because it feels like when this package goes down, it's just going to be a straight force from TDF. That's what they've done every single game. Now, Master is looking for a reset, so potentially he stayed. Yeah, he's going to do the Wolf Camp and then maybe look for the Dragon if it times out by then. Maybe a little bit gun shy, Skimmy.
Well, it does feel like it. I mean, take stock of the vision right now. It's all around the entrance into that bot lane. Very concerned about a rotation that Master could utilize. All the vision for TDF instead, though, is on this Dragon. It is going to be cleared out now. Nice work there by Varsity, but the package, I dare say, it may have just expired once more. 2 different players now rocking the option. Maybe just not feeling the confidence to say we've got to go, and this is where you start to, you know, really get an insight into the mental of, well, we need to take risks, we need to try and win, but at the same time, you know, what if we flip this game, we just lose with a player that might necessarily not have the biggest consequence in the overall theme of things.
And Fiora is not even coming to this play, by the looks of it. So it's just going to be a Herald trade, but I think they're too late, Skinny. I think they're going to be able to make it for the contest as well, if that's something they identify, but it looks like they've identified it, or it is going down quite quickly. Never mind. That's a good trade. It's a good trade when you have the side lane, you know, the superior side laner. Yeah. So in this case, when you have turn off on the Fiora, you're happy having that Rift Herald because, you know, that one charge could turn into 2 turrets. Or, you know, that one charge is enough to get Fiora to a tipping point where she's able to just win the 1v1 in isolation. You need to send multiple members, and then kind of Summoner's Rift is your oyster.
Yeah, I think whilst we can be really critical of their lack of use of the package for what it can offer, as you quite rightly say, it's really good that, you know, they don't want to group up with the Fiora, they play towards the Fiora side, they pick up the Herald, they're not going to get that traded across, and that offers what they really want, siege, macro control, so turn it off isn't going to be too gun-shy individually. Looking to try and do a bit of a world tour on this Gragas, tap all those vitals, but realises, hang on a minute, I'm going to get ganked, explosive class to flash forward, the damage on towards him, not enough, Honey Fruit is there. Got 4 members strong, they are going to zone him away and at least pick up 1 plate.
Yeah, good job surviving there on the Fiora. Burnt his flash, so next time around he has to play the lane or the side lane a little bit. Ooh. Yeah, Shockwave. This is, I mean, he might even just 1v2 here.
Oh no, a 2-man Shockwave. They've locked it in place. A flash away! And the Ignite Ragnarok just lives. A flash forward from Master. Guarantees that there will be a trade. The TP jungler coming in clutch right now. Redemption drops from the sky. TDF going to try and top him up. And oh my gosh, Vamos might die. but when you got a jungler like this, you might just 1v3. Oh no! He's forced the flash away from Varsity. That's a beautiful trade back.
Yeah, very good trade back. And I mean, Vamos is just out here 1v2ing the bot lane, in the bot lane, and he's able to basically kill Ragnarok, right? Like, he's a whisker away from dying. And, wait, if Keith hit that ultimate, he picks up the solo
I mean, if he hit
kill.
that ultimate, he may have just 1v2'd as well. That's so low! Put it off! He needs life steal! He managed just to get to the minion and survive. And, I mean, from top to bottom, we have seen so many close moments that really could have turned this fight, or this game, into a different series.
Yeah, it feels like this game's so close to exploding, Skimmy. It's really at boiling point. And I mean, both teams have the advantages where kind of we thought we would see them, right? In the instance of this Gragas into the Fiora's ahead. You know, Wukong's ahead of the Lee Sin. Whilst Antonio hasn't had a bad game, he's got 0 kill participation to his name. He's been a pretty big influence in picking up that top turret, right? And then, you know, you top that off with the fact that Vamos is in the lead as well. Now, not as big as he has been in previous games, but he's still very strong and very well on the way to his cap. Again, 1v2ing, look at him.
This time the shotgun hits absolutely nothing, and they're going to punish him effectively. JD looking for this one, locks in place with a Cyclone. There's the tidal wave to coming through. The killing spree picked up by Masters Wukong. He's always in the right place at the right time to trade back and answer back, and just like that, he's got 3 kills to his name.
Yeah, he's turning into a little bit of a problem, Master. Oh, you hate to see that. You really do.
That is really not a pretty picture.
No. No. I mean, he's so much invested into the Fiora, right? And then your Fiora's gotten plates, your Fiora's gotten a turret, your Fiora's gotten a few resources. She's obviously been ganked too, but I mean, now she's behind the Gragas. And I mean, what do you take? Do you take an even Fiora or an even Gragas? Because, you know, my money's on the Gragas, especially when Dragon's about to spawn. No package available either for Ragnarok. It does feel like this next team fight against Skimmy, probably the picture we've been painting all series, but this next team fight is going to be the key. You know, are they going to contest this dragon? Answer probably yes. And, you know, how so? Because thought he was gonna, that's what I was waiting for.
Yeah. I was holding my breath as well. Lantern will go out there to give them a bit of division, temporarily at least. There is no ward in the pit. I don't see Fiora grouping up, but this one has teleport, but I can't see them really wanting to force this one. Looking to try and go for the steal. Antonio jumps in, they're not going to be successful. Once again, there's the shockwave, the GA pot once more. They found the kills. Keith isn't there. It is a 4v4. Varsty's locked in mid lane, watching his team crumble around him. That's a no. Picks up a double kill, and TDF get the gold lead once again.
I tell you what, I don't know what Vamos had for breakfast, but get me some of that when I play some Wild Rift games, because he's been fantastic. I mean, there hasn't been one game where he's not just excelled in. I mean, look at the goal difference in the mid lane now. We're going to get the replay here. So Antonio goes in for the steal, secured by the Kai'Sa. I mean, master on this Wukong, multi-man knock-up onto the back line. And that's a no, just, you know, goes on in as Kai'Sa does, finds backline access and just cleans up on this Kai'Sa too. So, I mean, might even be another solo kill here, Skimmy. Oh, misdirects
nice dash away. Yeah, good dash away. Calls Keith's bluff, and the knockback works against him ultimately. I think, you know, Turn It Off does have that TP as we mentioned, but I think he'd rather pick up that second item complete, go down bot side, utilize that advantage and play away from the Baron, draw Keith's attention down there and say, it's a 5v4, it's now or never.
Yeah, and I mean, that's kind of the aim of the Fiora, right? Like, that's the whole point. You just need to draw as much attention as possible. Maybe you're not going to have the prettiest KDA, maybe you're going to die a few times, but at least give your team the opportunity to potentially start this Baron, then use the Ahri to make a pick. Because Ahri is yet to have, you know, a kill or an assist to his name, much like, you know, the top side of the map. But I mean, flash from Antonio.
Just zoned away from that turret, isn't he? And this is going to mean that a second turret is picked up here by TDF to even the books. It is going to be Turn It Off 1v1 into Vamos in that bot lane. Now, this is where things could get quite exciting. Turn It Off, a key component of making JD's comp work here. Vamos has been the stellar MVP of the series so far. If there were to be an upset, it is now Turn It Off's chance to try and turn this series around.
You know, with Vamos having the Ignite, I don't think there's any way that Turn It Off can win the 1v1. You know, it does have the Blade of the Rune King now, does have the 2 items, but, you know, Oriana's well on her way to 3, and I feel like that's just going to be a little bit too much.
Yeah.
Even that's a no at this point, getting a little bit confident, I will say, in the mid lane. Like the strength of this Kai'Sa. Charm misses, and I mean, you have to hit those charms. Ahri is so charm reliant. You know, you want to get the Q2 off of Ahri, Ahri's orb, so you can actually get the true damage. I mean, if you're only hitting Q1, then not great.
Yeah, it's not enough to really scare the opposition, as much as we've seen so far. Donop has actually opted to complete the Blade of the Rune King, so no Styrex, no GA, just pure raw tank shred and damage.
Yep.
We'll have a little bit of tenacity and magic resist with the Merc Treads, but certainly still could be the recipient of a whole lot of damage unless that riposte finds its mark.
And for me, this has almost been a pivotal factor of the series, or the series in a nutshell, is that you can lose team fights with a package, right? Like, it happens. But
yeah,
we've never even seen them try. We haven't seen in any of the games a package that's really, we've said, oh yeah, you know what? That was a good try. They used the package, you know, they forced the team fight on their own terms, on their own conditions, and they ended up losing. So it almost feels like a bittersweet. Whereas Team Don't Feed haven't given them that chance, but Jacuzzi Dogs haven't really opted in for it either.
Well, is it third time lucky? Yeah, I mean, it's the same in terms of gold lead for TDF, but is it third time lucky in that Jacuzzi Dogs can once again steal that third Drake? They've done it time and time again. They've lost the early portions, but they've always managed to try and steal this one away, delay their Elder from becoming too strong if acquired.
Ooh,
really hunting for these picks, but they just can't find it.
That was just one command attack or dissonance onto Ahri. He's half health, and I mean Ragnarok's half health. The Oriana's just, yeah, goalkeeping.
Skill shots go out. The shockwave across the wall. One combo before, and an ultimate to secure it. Another one to force the Guardian Angel. Is he going to get outside of Timber range? Oh, the bubble! He can't click the Lantern. Vamos with the double. The Dragon's been picked up. You zone underneath the turret, and then that's an O says, I want a 1v2 between two turrets. There's an auto. There's a flash. My team will back me up. It has been a team. Oh! The Void Missile! The no-scope. And JD as a whole, it has been such a team gap on display tonight.
Yeah, I mean, that is just picture perfect there again. Broken record, but Vamos just zoned both carries in that instance of that fight, right? Made them walk around the wrong way. Then kills Ragnarok, who's the strongest member on the side of Jacuzzi Dogs, before he's able to even participate in the team fight. I'm pretty sure he did no damage, or next to none, because, you know, he just got picked off on the over the wall. And then he denies Lee Sin entry into the pit. I mean, what else do you want Vamos to do? Like, look at this. He may even just win the 1v1 here. If he had more mana, I dare say he'd go for it.
Yeah.
He is.
He can just face check all day. Doesn't need to worry about wards. It's a waste of time.
Just go for it.
The command attack will show him everything he needs. He's got a Baron buff. He has a 2k lead over you, respectively. And this Fiora, no assist, no kill participation, has to start doing something now.
Yeah, it does feel a little bit like now or never, hey. You know, we're going to have to start to see the Fiora win the side lane. Or at least win a 1v1. Or at least bring members there so you can take an uneven fight, because current game state is not looking good.
I haven't really been pressured as such to draw the resources down there, but I don't think that's because, you know, the team really need to. He hasn't really looked to try and force those 1v1s, has been quite shy individually. And as a result, TDF said, well, you know, if that is your win con to play split push, then we're just going to win elsewhere on the map. The 4-man is doing work right now. The redemption is there. The dash away. Master picks it up for free. It's as easy as that.
Yeah.
It is the beginning of the end.
Package. This is the one.
Will we see a package used this time to find a kill? They have to. They have to, Juves.
Okay. Ooh. Kick. Nice.
Okay, they've locked in place one. That's an O is dead. He had no chance to use that flash. Locked in place. Locked inside the base for a second there. They have lost 2 inhibs. A flash. A flay backwards. An instant zone use. A shockwave onto Basti. An auto attack and an explosive cast. It's a cherry on top. The numbers advantage in TDF's favor. They've taken all 3 inhibitors. The next is the only thing left standing. And on the night, TDF is too strong. Superior individually across the board. They'll get the perfect 3-0.
Yep, they've taken all 3 inhibitors, they've taken all 3 games, and they are going to progress. Congratulations to Team Don't Feed. It's not job done, it's not job over, but it is a reason to celebrate, right? You're moving that little bit deeper. You're getting excited now. You're starting to think, is it a possibility? How is the run looking? You know, what do we have to do next? Potentially some more nerves on the table now, but I mean, across the board, just a really good team performance. Wow. But yeah, I mean, man's got MVP again, and you know what I would love to see, which we will see, but his damage. He's topped the damage. He's topped every statistic possible, and I mean, no one on the team died from TDF aside from the Kaiser. Obviously, we can forget about Vamos's too, because it feels like he's really pushing limits each time to do damage, right? And so, you know, you're gonna die a couple times to maximize the damage output, but I don't look at Jacuzzi Dog's comp and items and where they are in this game and say, you know, it was a competitive one, because you have to say that game 3 was probably the quickest, easiest, and far from closest.
Yeah, and I think that's really what happens in a Game 3 series when you are so down and out, that you are taking a risk, you are flipping what you can in terms of, okay, different style, different way to try and play out this game, because we're not winning the 1v1 in these lanes. We're not able to try and match them toe-to-toe in that regard. So we need to try and do something a little bit different. But the fact is, you know, they didn't really get a chance to explode in to contest those dragons. The one highlight had to be the fact that they played towards that Herald, and they were able to try and get a bit of gold in towards Turn It Off his pocket, but we never really saw the Fiora be that much of a nuisance where it was threatening inhibitors, where it was backdooring, where it was forcing 3 members to come towards it, which is what a split pushing comp is hoping to achieve. And I think at that point in the game, it's a bit of a sad ending to their run here, as Jacuzzi Dogs will bow out. They came into this one as the 4th seed in the top 4, but up against Team Don't Feed, they were just a little bit too good on the night with a perfect 3-0. And that's a team now that you have to really start to take a little bit seriously, in that if they can actually win this entire thing, because if you look back to the round of 8, they qualified as the 2nd seed. They've dominated when it came through the round of 16 as well. They've certainly mentioned that teams like Wealth by God should be the favorite, but you're just looking at the damage sheet once again, and the fact that Vamos can get these champions, get MVP game 1, 2, and 3. I would be, if I was the other players right now left in this tournament, I'd be watching him and saying, what's the answer?
Well, it feels like Oriana's off the table for him now. It feels like, you know, he's not going to get to play that one anymore. And I mean, you look at 26k damage, and, you know, we've seen higher damage numbers, but this was an early game. Like, this wasn't a game where he was able to just sit there and pump out numbers and make his stats look pretty. They still look pretty, don't get me wrong, but, I mean, you know, he's double the damage of the next closest member on Jacuzzi Dogs, and that's a very big performance. Even Master having a very good game on this Wukong as well, really enabling the Oriana pick. And then across the board, I mean, Keith on the tank Gragas did the same amount as the Kaiser, so it just feels like there's such a strong team heading into next game.
And it's really hard, right, to really identify what area of the map you would target. I mean, the fact that there's respect shown towards Keith, even as a top lane bruiser to ban away his Garen, he's still going to build a tank. He doesn't mind. He's just there to fulfill a role, and that is, I'll shut down your split push, your group up, your ultimates, whatever it may be, because I've got strong, reliable lanes elsewhere to play around. And this is really what we mentioned about Master's impact, right? 2 games of the Wukong, he's run the enchantment of a teleport. He says, well, I can gank one lane, TP to another, and pick up the fact that you are gonna, you know, with blinker lights on, target Vamos. You know, he rocked up to bot lane and just in an instant picked up triple.
And even here, I mean, he's getting the multi-man cyclone, which enables the shockwave, right? So obviously, you know, it looks good for Vamos, but it was set up for him, and what a setup it was. But here was just the Vamos show on this shockwave over the wall here, and then he denies the Lee Sin entry into the pit as well. Don't mind if you do. Follow that up by a picture-perfect bubble.
Beautiful bubble.
And I mean, yeah. And it is only a 2k lead here, but this is really the beginning of the end, because they do get the Baron off this, and, you know, it feels like once you have the Baron and you have the range advantage, all Oriana's got to do is put a ball underneath that turret, and you can't walk up to wave clear or clear. And, you know, 17
it felt like a
minutes
bit of a magnet, didn't it? It was almost like, you know, a moth to the flame. JD was just attracted to shockwaves time and time again. I mean, we saw earlier in the series a 5-man shockwave. I mean, it says it all. It's such a strong champion, but, you know, the player himself, far too impressive.
I mean, shockwaves do look good, right? even when you're on the receiving end, sometimes you just got to, nod your head up and down and say, well, that was a good shockwave. We shouldn't have clumped up. And I feel like, that's probably what they're going to go to sleep thinking, Jacuzzi Dogs tonight. If only we didn't clump up for those shockwaves, potentially we'd still be in this one. But, this is where we are. And, Azure Esports got to watch this. So I wonder if they've done their homework, if they've maybe even pivoted from what their plan initially was, because I personally wasn't expecting to see a performance like this. And what a segue to go into the MVP. I wonder who the MVP could be.
Oh, I mean, if it's anybody else but this one man, I'm sure we're going to see that. I think he has been absolutely scammed. Let's bring up that MVP for the performance of this series. Of course, it had to be Vamos. The Oceania, far too good. 43k damage. That damage really is illegal. At this point of the series, at this point of the competition, when you on your own are doing 5 members worth on the opposition sides, you should be getting the MVP.
Well, it's important to note too, there's not really a big skill disparity between these two teams. I mean, they all finished on the same amount of wins, or the same amount of points rather. So for you to just come out and gap a series like that, where they're meant to be kind of your competitor, they're meant to be the next, I guess, next in line, right? And you've just kind of said, nah, that it's not even close, because that's what he said. It's not even close. There's a big diffy in the midi, and we'll have to see, if that is going to be the same thing heading into next game, because this is a well-deserved MVP, but not time to celebrate.
Not time to celebrate just yet, obviously, for them. They've still got work to do in this gauntlet, this best-of-5 run all the way through to the grand finals later on tonight. So they're going to be taking the moments now to rest up and get themselves mentally ready for what could be a very long night of Wild Rift action for them. But that is a team now to keep your eyes focused on, opening up the bracket here, coming in as the 3rd seed and showing that there is such a big disparity despite us being locked at the same point level. We have got the head-to-head, and for good reasons too. We're going to jump to a quick break, and when we return, it's our second best-of-5 of the night.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Seeing the stars reminds me of you. You left me with scars, but I know that one day you'll see it through. You give me air to breathe, you give me light to see. When things are out of reach, you bring them back to me, back to me. You see it through, you see it through, eh. You see it through, you see it through. Talking to myself and I can't focus. Yeah, I'm broken. The door is closing. Wanna be a part of something more than this. I've lost control of it. I've lost control. You give me air to breathe. You give me light to see. Oh.
I've been with you for as long as I can remember, and you stood by me and held up my head. But it's getting hard to say that I am not a pretender. No, I don't wanna leave any words unsaid. Now I think that you hate me, and I'm driving you crazy. Wish I could say forever, but maybe we're better when we're not together. I know that we have to let it go. I can see your eyes close, and I feel like we're drowning. I know that we have to let it go. Can you see my eyes close? And I feel like we're drowning in it. That we're drowning in it. That we're drowning in it. Love, calm down. Take a little time to think about us. It's just not the same anymore. Baby, I know we loved, we fought and now we lost, but I'll never forget you. Now I think that you hate me, and I'm driving you crazy. Wish I could say forever, but maybe we're better when we're not together. I know that we have to let it go. I can see your eyes close, and I feel like we're drowning. I know that we have to let it go. Can you see my eyes close? And I feel like we're drowning in it. That we're drowning in it. That we're drowning in
I'm so sorry that I wasn't really there for me. Cause nobody else is showing any empathy. Rudely awakened, quite undertaken. Did I do something wrong? Life isn't easy, why did you leave me here with my thoughts alone? I don't wanna wake up messed up, cause I can't spend another day like this. Another type of caked up breakup, where I've been finding any way to my fix. But I know I need you now, cause I don't wanna be around. No, I don't wanna wake up messed up. There's gotta be another way past this. I'm so sorry that I didn't go to therapy. Thinking everybody, even you, an enemy. Rudely awakened, quite undertaken. Did not do nothing wrong. Life isn't easy. Why did you leave me here to get drunk alone? And I don't wanna wake up messed up, cause I can't spend another day like this. Another type of caked up breakup, where I've been finding any way to my fix. But I know I need you now, cause I don't wanna be around. No, I don't wanna wake up messed up. There's gotta be another way past this. If I am so wrong and so gone, miserable, won't you stick around just for some be visible? But you don't, no, you don't care. Leave me to suffer, erase all the doubt. Pouring Jack in my mouth, and a love with enough of the pain and the drugs to be present for now. But I'm right now. I don't wanna wake up messed up, cause I can't spend another day like this. Another type of caked up breakup, where I've been finding any way to my fix. But I know I need you now, cause I
pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. It's just I never thought you were sitting next to me. I don't understand. It's just I never seen you smile. You wanna make out, give me a second. It's just you never talk, I never listen. When do we fall in love? Make up your mind, honey, 'cause I can't pretend to like you.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the light, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the wait's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
And welcome back here for match number 2 of the night as we round things out here for the top 4 and the OCE Wild Rift playoffs. My name is Skimmy and I'm joined alongside here by Juice to break down all the action here tonight. And there was a lot of action in our first match of the night, but it was a very clean, easy 3-0 sweep for them to take.
Yeah, I mean, it was backwards and forwards. There was a lot of fighting. Last game was a different composition of choice, more of a side laning threat, but you know they still got the job done. And it was just a really solid team performance. And I mean, you know, if you're Azure Esports and you're sitting back watching that game, maybe you think you have that one in the bag, but you know, time will tell because they looked very good in that first series. And we're gonna take a look at the brackets quickly, Skimmy, just to have a breakdown. Who's with us, who's not with us anymore. Obviously, Jacuzzi Dogs falling down 3-0 to Team Don't Feed. You know, match 2 that we have coming up is going to be Azure Esports versus Team Don't Feed. And this one is set to be an absolute barn burner.
Certainly should be, because these teams have met before in the past, and it has been very close once again. You start to wonder who will have the edge. We have seen Azure Esports take on Jacuzzi Dogs. That wasn't our series last week, where it went all the way to 3 games, but something to note, as I'm sure we'll break down in a second, is some of the individual players and how they might stylistically match up into what was a very strong start here for TDS. So let's bring up those 2 teams, break them down on a per team and per player basis, and sort of see what we are dealing with, because Azure Esports, you know, picked up, known as Gamer Koala Club, originally picked up by an organization. The faith was shown towards them. They should be a team to keep on your radar. And it wasn't all rosy red for them to begin with, right? They came into that top 8 as the 8th finals seed, not the strongest positioning, but they've really proved their strength and their determination later on as this tournament has gone forward. Godfather in the top lane there, really standout player, especially on the Galio. May just be the best Galio in the league so far. I swear in the jungle, multiple performances on the likes of the Ramist as well. Lornia, a proficient assassin player. We saw him play 1 game of the action, then the likes of the Zeds and the Akali as well, so keep an eye out for him. Yuti, you can't forget this one. Yuti, a phenomenal AD carry player. Zayas springs to mind instantly when I think of him. And Pop, much like the name, is popping off most of the time, making the rest of his team look so damn good.
Yeah, and I think we also, for Lornia, missed the Katarina too. I believe he's the Katarina guy, and we did see one of those ones early. And polarizing from his opponent, right? You know, Lornia, for me, does his best work on the Assassins, not necessarily the Control Mages. So we may just see a consistent battle of Assassin versus Control Mages today, and we're excited to see these 2 play out. Obviously, the same team from last game. Keith in the top lane, Master Jungle, Vamos, the Madman in the mid lane. That's a no, and Yanni in the bot side of the map. And I mean, as I was just touching on, pretty stock standard Wild Rift, right? In terms of tank top, engage, CC heavy jungler, Vamos on that control mage that is just going to pump numbers. And then, that's an Oceania will pop their head into the mid game and start to take over when they need to. But, that's completely different from how, Azure Esports operate. Assassin in the mid lane, generally Xayah, UT on Xayah if he can get his hands on that. But we're more importantly used to seeing UT come out of lane with a lead, right? Not necessarily slow bleed, then take over. So this is where I think that these two styles will clash, and it will make for fireworks.
And I think it's almost beautiful in the sense that the composition we literally just saw played by the Jacuzzi Dogs with the Fiora split push is what we saw Azure hard falls 3 times in a row, right? They had the Galio, the Evelyn, the bodyguards, if you will, of a composition of saying, well, if you are looking to try and roam and take down this field, and we've got answers for you. They had a very strong 4-man, and whilst we saw a bit of a more reserved side in our first match of the night, this is a team that is very keen to pull the plug whenever they get a chance. Always on the foot on the accelerator. Go, go, go. Fiora is actually putting in work on the side lane so much that it is drawing the attention there and is not afraid to actually group up with the team. So I wonder if that is going to be a stylistic matchup we'll see. Based on the form that we saw come out of TDF is, okay, let's just play the split push. Let's see how they answer into this and then maybe a more evenly matched sequence of events, or if they're going to say, you know what, forget that. We're just going to, try and outlane them. Assassins in the mid lanes, pop off in the bot lane and say, you can have your fun on the Orianna. We're either going to ban it or let you have it, beat you with it and say that you might be the MVP, but we're better.
And I would love to see that first game. Just go out, go into the series swinging, right? Just opt in for your assassin versus control mage matchup, if he's going to have that. Because worst case scenario, you lose game 1, whatever, we can go back, we can change some bans, we can change a few things, right? But I mean, what if you win? If you win, then that's a headache you don't even need to worry about anymore, and you can cross that bridge when you need to deal with it if they do decide to ban away Lornia's assassins, because it does feel like every week that we've seen him, he has been a very big focus in the draft, right? It has been those Katarina bans, it has been the Akali bans at times. I mean, it's even been the Zed bans at times too, so it is going to be a telling, I guess, tale to see what they open the series with, because, the thing about TDF is they don't necessarily get all the time in the world to prepare for this game, right? You have that 10-minute break. You don't want to look past the opponent that you've had to verse previously, which was the Jacuzzi Dogs, but now they've just got to get used to something completely new, different beast.
I'm sure you had an idea of what you wanted to ban if you were to progress in this tournament, but obviously the game itself being really in the belly of the beast and sort of watching it evolve and transpire is going to tell you far more information than what a game could have done previously. So the bans are going to come out. As for Azure Esports, they are going to start on the blue side here. They are going to ban pretty much exactly what we saw targeted against TDF at the start of this night. So no real surprise there, but it is interesting to note that TDF are going to respond back with that very strong Evelyn ban and also the Galio too. I like that in particular because it does mean UT can get pretty much whatever he wants, because usually he's getting focused in the ban.
And he's just opted in for the first pick, Kai'Sa. Obviously, very safe, very strong pick at the moment. We're really yet to see a Kai'Sa get punished tonight. It did fall down a little bit into the Lucian Braum lane, which we thought they would have a very tough time into. But, no, was down, 2k, I think, at max. Still came to the team fight, still did Kai'Sa things. It is the only 80 carry that we have at the moment, in the meta that can reliably dive backline, as kind of a secondary bit of a engage. But, what's important here, team don't feed, haven't changed. If it's not broke, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They got the Orianna, they got the Darius. I mean, that's worked for them all night. 3-0 at the moment. Why would you change?
And it was a question mark as to whether or not now throwing a ban away from Keith would mean that he'd lock in this Garen that we've seen time and time again. But just saying, well, I don't think you need to really throw bans towards me, because I'm just going to cycle through a core few champions. It will be the Darius, it will be the Gragas. It offers utility, it allows me to fill a role in lane and out. And TDF are really throwing down the gauntlet. You can steal away our Kai'Sa, so we're just going to take the vein and say that we've got global pressure, we've got pop-up potential, and it could be a bit of a 1v5 angle.
I don't mind the Pantheon pick here too, because it's going to help bridge that gap of what should be a relatively weak early game, right? Lornia's got the Zed. That's going to be quite volatile into the Orianna. You have the Vayne bot lane, so you need something that really bridges that gap. And it looks like it'll be the Pantheon, it'll be the Darius. And, it may even be Vamos with how early, how well he's been playing his early lanes. But obviously, team don't feed, have some pretty strong scaling. The Rakan scales quite well into the games as well. And the Rakan lane is a little bit of a soft counter into the Braum. You have so much mobility that it's really hard to proc those Winter's Bites. I mean, I'm excited across the board. I think both drafts are what we thought we would see coming into this one.
Yeah, and it's big adaptations really that TDF have thrown their way, so much so that they themselves are now saying, okay, we've got to try and throw some different picks into the mix ourselves, right? They're going to stick to the core 2 in the start, but then flex things out and say, we've got a Pantheon, we've got a Rakan. Those can serve, you know, really multiple members on that silver platter to say that you can pick him off, you can shockwave this target, we can kill that one there, and we want to sort of like dissuade the pressure that Azure put together because they've got themselves that split push, they've got themselves, they've got themselves the split apart with the Gragas Barrel, obviously, they've got themselves the Zed. We knew that Lornia is this very aggressive assassin player, so I'm really keen to see how that plays into the Orianna, as we said as well. But the Rammus, I mean, this really does feel like a nice swear pick, a signature pick from him where it's, sure, pick the AD, I'll just hit the turtle shell and you'll do nothing to me.
I mean, the beauty about Vayne, though, is the true damage that comes on through. So no matter how much armor you have on that Rammus, you're still going to take damage just through the silver bolt. So, I mean, yeah, the pick in itself makes a lot of sense, but I don't think they'll have trouble getting through the Rammus. You know, the concern for me, if I had one, is that, you know, the Orianna might find it a little bit tough to operate into the Zed paired with the Rammus. I feel like a lot of the ganks are going to go to mid lane early and potentially help Zed get ahead and start to snowball.
Well, here we go, Jubes. It's our semi-final, our second matchup of the night here in the top 4 OCE Wild Rift playoffs. Azure Esports coming in for their first matchup of the night up against a very informed TDF that have already got the perfect trio to start.
And we'll see if they come out of the gate swinging too. We'll see if TDF are, you know, pretty like what we would call warmed up, right? Match fit.
What a statement it really would, though, be if Lornia can get, you know, either the solo kill or a one lane, not necessarily even the one game. I mean, obviously that would be a beauty as well, but the fact that you can start to get into your opposition's head and say, sure, you locked that champion, it looked so good previously, but I found the respect. I'm better, I'm a bigger challenge. Show me a bit more respect in terms of what your composition is to try and deal with me instead.
If I'm not mistaken too, I believe we've seen, I believe that we've actually seen Lornia drop like double-digit kills on Zed, if I'm not mistaken, very early on into the tournament.
Yeah, I can't remember the game. I think it was about 12 kills. He had a standout performance on it. They've just ganked mids. I swear Rox up for his first contribution to the game. A flash, a taunt, a knock up, a kill. And just like that, mid lane will be the focus. And Lornia with the first blood gold.
And that's exactly what we thought we would see, right? We touched on that heading into the game. You know, we thought maybe the Rammus pick is just something that's going to make Orianna's life impossible because you really want to push the advantage that you have as an Orianna with, you know, Zed being not level 6. You really do bully the lane because of your range advantage. But I mean, Rammus can just equalize that because now there's no flash, there's no barrier, and she has to play safe. And then once Zed hits, you know, that level 5, gets that ultimate, it's going to be trouble.
Yeah. The cost was high, but the outcome was very much desirable, wasn't it? The fact that both summoners were burned in the mid lane. Lornia will still have that slight advantage, though, with the Shadow Clone to try and dash away in or out. With the Death Mark, as you highlight, it's always a threat, a gap close, and just so much damage. Things like this can happen. Another turret dive. There is the Death Mark. Cycle through and get another kill. He's going to get the 1-for-1 trade. That is the saving grace if you're a TDF fan. But he's going to lose a wave and lose a lot of pressure on this first turret.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to be happy if you get the 1-for-1 though, right? Because that is an absolute disaster. So the fact that he's able to trade back is okay. But I mean, if we just look at the gold lead at the moment, right, that's a pretty substantial one this early on into the game if you're playing the Zed, because Zed's like one of those champions, you know, that we talk about, really needs to snowball, really needs the game to go his way in the early game. And I mean, you know, if there's one thing we've seen from Lornia, he is able to close out, he is able to carry on this Zed. So, I mean, so far so good.
It's phenomenal how the team identify that we have an assassin that needs to get ahead, needs to win lane, can't be a passive farmer to then group up and find fights or success then, but they play around him, allow him to be unlocked, and then the rest of the team can, put their attention elsewhere. So much so now that, Godfather is sacrificing his own lane, so I believe it might just be getting frozen against him, so even he's now hungry for a collapse on mid.
And I mean, it really feels like that Azure Esports had the benefit of watching last series, and they've come up with a plan. It says, you know what, let's not let Vamos get away with anything. Let's make him pay for whatever he decides to do on the map, and that's happening so far already. We've already seen Godfather pop his head into the mid lane, try and influence with a gank. We've seen the gank happen in the mid lane twice from the Rammus. So yeah, I mean, rough times. Free Dragon as well.
Well, when you've got a point of strength in the mid lane like such, nice and sturdy, 4 members collapse on the Dragon, they're going to take that one for free. The question is, though, can they run across to this Herald and steal that one? I mean, Explosive Cast is there by vital time, waiting for that smite reset. It's going to come across, second charge is there. Death Mark, so much damage to the Shadow Clone spinning around. Not enough to find that killing blow, but the pressure is on.
I mean, if you're TDF, you're happy with that, right? The Zed uses the Death Mark, doesn't pick up a kill. You get the Herald. So all in all, you've got to be happy with that trade because you force Azure Esports to collapse as well. And, you know, for all the resources that were burnt in even the Rammus Flash, they weren't able to pick anything up. And really good trade there. And again, Team Don't Feed, striking us as that team that don't force fights for unnecessary objectives. If they don't want the Dragon, they won't fight for it. They'll find something else to get on the map, and that's what they've done so far, and that's why they've been successful today.
Certainly have been. Extracted that value, found another point of the map that they can now play towards to try and close the deficit. Obviously very early days here, only 5 minutes in, but there is a strong sense of this game won't go as easy as they've already experienced here tonight. The Cerritos Grudge already complete here for Lornia, making his combo that much more devastating now. But item spikes across the board, really. You're looking at the Pantheon and the Vayne to be huge factors to talk about, waiting obviously for that first Grand Skyfall to make its impact. Just waiting for a
and that's what I'm
keen
keen about. That's what I'm keen to see because the Pantheon actually, once you get that ultimate, it allows you to cheat tempo a little bit. You can sit in your jungle and farm, and you can be two places at once, right? In essence, and so you may even just see counter gank in the mid lane here. I don't think the Pantheon was spotted as we're seeing the Oriana walk up.
It's really the beauty of the champion, isn't it? The fact that you don't necessarily actually need to do anything, but just the mere threat of being out of vision. They can't play aggressive. They just don't know where you are.
Yeah, sniffing out that gank there. He's not going to let that happen to him a third time, is he? Feel like Vamos has really hit the respect button in this game now. You know, he got a bit carried away, had a bit of an easier time against the Jacuzzi dogs, and now he's really paying for it. He's paying for his own success. If he didn't have such a good game, I feel like the focus wouldn't be there.
He's suffering from success, you might say.
Literally, yeah. Sometimes people fail up, not him.
Well, it hasn't been too explosive in the laning phase. To be
Condemn's
expected here in the bot lane. It is a Vayne. Lornia is sitting on vision. They know exactly what's happening. They're still going to look to try and pick up this Gromp. It's going to get stolen away. A dash away. A Skyfall that overextends. Ramish jumping into the turret. Going to get locked underneath the turret. A beautiful pickup. Glacial Fissure is there. Lornia overextended and condemned into the wall. That's beautiful there from that Snow. He's going to fall on down in the end, though. The Death Mark.
Chocky.
The bleed! The triple shockwave. But Vamos isn't as strong as he would have hoped. And with no team to back him up, it's merely a visual spectacle.
So what is that? That's a 2-for-1. So beneficial trade there for Azure Esports. But on the back end, the Vayne did pick up a kill too, right? So we need to take stock of that because you don't want this Vayne to get accelerated. He has picked up the Zhonya's now too as the AD carry, and looks like there's going to be fireworks for this next Dragon.
Certainly should be such a strong objective to pick up, especially when you're in the driving seat. Really allows you to close things out with so much extra power that just can't be acquired elsewise. And I get to see what the cost is, because a few summoners had to be burnt. That Snow has nothing to his name right now. Both heals were burnt too from the supports.
Yep.
And, you know, just the impact of these two junglers being so aggressive, so keen to get to a space anytime, anywhere, making these laners have to respect a lot more than they did before.
Nice little Herald in the mid lane, actually. Forced the decision. Forced them to either start the Dragon or come to the mid lane. They've decided to go mid, and
It's the collapse on towards Vamos. Once again, a triple shockwave. But I don't care. They'll take out the Pantheon. Now you've got no smite, down for 20 seconds. Sure, the Herald connected. The turret survived, though. And back to Dragon they go.
Yeah, they don't have the same sting, these shockwaves, right? Because he's not as ahead as he was in all the other games. As the Zed goes in, is he dead?
I think she's dead.
Has slain the dragon.
Barely.
Well, he might be dead now. Oh!
How is he surviving? How is he surviving? In the end, it takes the jungler to not only guarantee the Dragon, but to ultimate into mid lane and show the boys Hard to get it done. A two-man quick, Mr. Chum is there. A lot of CC overlapping so far. Keith looking for max stacks on the bleed. Going for Godfather. Where's the honey fruit? He can't find any. And he's going to fall on down. The ticking damage is too much to answer. And ultimately, they will lose 2 for that pick on Vamos.
And that does feel like a little bit of a nameplate difference there, right? You know, do they dive that deep? Do they make that play if it's not Vamos, if they did not see what he did last game? And it's just a very good follow-up from TDF, right? Master on the Pantheon again, being able to cheat that tempo, but nice roam down from Keith, nice roam from the bot lane of the Vayne and the Rakan. Whilst, you know, I was going to say it's still a gold lead for Azure Esports, but it's actually swung the way of Team Don't Feed because they've managed to pick up the mid lane turret as well.
What a game we have right now. All about rotations, the quickness of executing upon a kill before the opposition can answer back. So many resources really on either side to try and force that hand. But then it really is this sort of calculated game of chess of if you make this move, then we've certainly got something to bite back with. And at the 10-minute mark, I don't really think we have a foregone conclusion as to really who has the outright lead.
No, we don't. It's just going to come down to execution, right? If they are able to kill the Oceania or kill the Vayne, kill one of these priority targets, potentially without even using Lornia's ultimate. Wait.
Lornia stuck between 2 turrets right now. Oh, the Tom is beautiful! He went for the death mark. He tried to take one down, but Yanni a little bit too clean on this Rakan. And whilst they've lost their turret, they have taken out the Zeds. And it just continues to be this high-level game of chess of making trades for trade.
And I'm glad that you've said that. I'm glad that you've highlighted Yanni. Because for me, Yanni on this Rakan has had such a good game so far. And Rakan's one of those anomalies that we're not used to seeing at the moment, right? We haven't really seen it drafted. It is very good into the blind Brahms. But I mean, he's just the quickness upon quickness upon quickness that he's had in this game. He's been able to deny Lornia in multiple occasions. He's been able to deny I Swear on multiple occasions. And it feels like he's going to be key to actually closing this game out.
Certainly has a big weight on his shoulders to pop off consistently, identify what the major threats are and who they're focusing, and if that's really the right time to make the play. Certainly Azure aren't short of options as to how they want to play fights out, especially if they do all group up in a 5-man situation. How will that affect things? Nice explosive barrel could really make life a little bit difficult here for Yanni to identify how to play things. We'll get to see though. This is Azure Esports grouping up as a team once more. They are the proactive team looking to siege. They've stolen away the honey fruit too. Vamos is locked inside the bot lane, so it will be a 5v4 fight with a breakout after this one. And Lornia just waiting outside of vision, but he has been spotted now.
This does feel volatile though because the Baron is up. Oriana is bot side. They've identified that. It will be a 50-50 still though. Pantheon can ulti into the pit.
It's going to come out now. Is it too little too late? Yes it is. This is gone.
Yeah. I mean, something we're not used to seeing, right? We kind of labeled Team Don't Feed as the macro team. You know, they're the ones that made those smart decisions and good calls. But Azure Esports being very decisive. They saw Vamos bot side. They said, no, you can't go bot side for free. Yeah, you did pick up a little bit of a gold lead in doing so, but we've taken the Baron buff. And, you know, this is the 3rd Dragon skimmy. So potentially they even just get the 3rd drag as well with this Baron buff.
We'll see what they do. Would love to see them siege. Beautiful flash from Vamos. Had to respect that one. Lornia does have teleport jubes, so whilst it's a 1-4 split right now, he can group up at any time and say, we're winning the lanes, we're answering back for what you did greedily beforehand. We're going to guarantee ourselves 3 dragon stacks to our name. He's peeling away now. There is the teleport in. The dragon has been engaged. Will they go for the fight? A taunt, a glacial fissure, a knockup. The explosive barrel knocking them back. Moss the focus. It's going to fall on down. The Pantheon can do little to nothing here. Lornia's sitting on a double. He's removed the Oriana. There's the triple. Give him the quads. The guillotine comes down. It does nothing. Beauty's dead, but who cares? 1 Baron buff removed. The dragon is the bait. They've got the ace. Go topside and get yourself an inhibitor.
Yeah, I wonder if they can end with this Baron buff, Skimmy. I mean, did they have double cannon in that wave? Will they be able to kill this quick enough? It is 12 seconds. It's going to be tight. I don't think they have enough to end the game, but they will be able to pick up this turret if they want to. But you have to say, Skimmy, maybe the dragon would be better than this. They do have the Zed the Z threat to end the game. So no, the fact that they're able to get that and base in time, that's the correct decision.
Yeah, it's a phenomenal position to really be in now because you're playing opposite to the map. There's not really much they can do right back to this one. Just look at this team fight. That cask, as you say, really for me does it all.
And you think that's an O might actually end up kiting this one out and getting enough space so that Keith can influence this team fight. But I mean, it really is just numbers advantage because if Keith is there, you know, maybe he's able to turn that one around on this Darius. But all of a sudden, you know, it's 4,000 gold lead. But the gold lead, more importantly, is where you want it. It's where you need it. You know, the Kaiser is ahead. The Z is ahead. And then I believe... I can't remember who else was ahead, but they're the main two. They're the main two. Even
well,
the
really ahead
now
as the whole team.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you know, you picked up the inhibitor, you've got yourself 3 dragons, you've put yourself in a position where it's very hard to lose from now, and it feels like Azure are a team that once they sniff out a lead, they really put the pinch on you, right? They really look to try and close things out. They're not going to afford TDF any time to try and split push or farm up waves greedily. They identify, okay, Oriana's bot, instant snap decision, we're doing Baron.
Look, the one thing I will say though, Skimmy, is that when I see a Rakana and an Oriana, I'm always optimistic. I'm always optimistic that the perfect quickness into a shockwave can turn a game. But yeah, like you said, the decisiveness from them, it does feel like they're going to be too decisive to close this one out.
Getting caught on side waves. Grand Skyfall comes on through. Godfather.
Ramus.
A rock and a half face. Oh, the shockwave hits nothing. It's a disaster. Glacial Fissure once again knocks people up. Godfather manages to disengage your way across the wall. Keith can do nothing but swing the axe around and hope that the bleed is there. Members are fragile. Members are low. Lunia will fall. And it is Vamos that picks up an all-important shutdown.
I feel like, you know, if that shockwave hits, that's not a clean ace, but that's close to it. You feel like more members would fall there, and you know, we're seeing Vamos maybe suffering in this game from the pressure that Azure Esports have put on him, and it does feel like a decent strategy. It does feel like they've done their homework and they really benefited from watching earlier game.
Azure Esports 16 minutes into this one, up for a 3k lead. Double the amount of turrets picked up. Always pressure in the top side, and now the Baron has respawned. They can take all the time in the world they want now. They have the teleport advantage. The opposition don't. They could split push, force their hand to answer to bot lane if they wanted, or they might just do what they're doing here. Begin the Baron dance.
Baron dance is always a good one because it really does make the game explode, and Godfather's so tanky right now.
He's so tanky. He's down to 50. Burns the flash nice and early. Master jumps in. Shockwave onto 2. Doesn't really do too much though. There's the knockback onto 1. Yanni dead. He hit the quickness, but it's a quick death in the end. Lunia rocks up with a nice TP. Wave crashing bot side. He's going to jump in, jump out, bait them around. Look to get a kill. Falls on down. Master gets it, secures it with a flash. And UT in the mid lane, grouped up with 3, gets himself a killing spree.
I mean, that's a 2 for 2, but you have to say the members that fell down for Azure Esports are far more valuable than the Rakan and the Darius, right? That's your Ramus and your Lornia and your Zed, rather, not your Lornia, that's fallen down. And I mean, this is more time for this Vayne to farm, more time for this Oriana to farm. So, you know, 2 for 2, not the greatest trade when you're Azure Esports and you have the Assassin in the mid lane and you have, to be honest, control over the game. They just need to get to that Baron. Do that dance just a little bit cleaner, because on the back it was Godfather who got engaged on, and he thought he was a little bit tankier than he was. Like, I thought he was too, but he also has a Leandrus to his name, so he's not complete tank.
It's a tank with a sprinkling of damage, you'd have to say. He certainly felt the pressure of it. I think his job really is land a decisive barrel, lock in place the key target, hit the Randuins, and laugh in the face of that Tano, who has now just picked up the Guardian Angel, sitting on a 4-item spike. He's hoping that the rest of his team can live long enough for those Silver Bolts to find their rotations. I mean, they're just completely zoned away. This jungle, it just doesn't belong to them.
Yes, oh, that
apprehend.
Got the Zed.
Death Mark cycling onto so many members right there. The Glacial Visual's good. The explosive cast once again. Jeez, instantly popped. Godfather in zone. He's going to sit on top of that body, wait for you to respawn. Body slam, you're dead and gone. Concussive blows across the wall, who cares? Blue team, Azure Esports, no one has fallen on down and they picked up a triple.
And this does look like it's going to be game here, Skimmy. What a team fight coming out of them. Or is it?
Wow.
The Oceania just did a little bit too much in clearing those minions, but they will lose the dragon, it looks like. And, you know, what a team fight that was from the Azure Esports. You know, had the Braum door up, soaking a lot of the damage there. Yudi just dancing around that team fight. Oceania being a nuisance, and I feel like the front line's just a little bit too strong at the moment. You know, they aren't able to get through that Gragas, aren't able to get through that Rammus, and it is going to be even harder now with this dragon that goes over to them.
4 stacks, 4 dragons, an Ocean Dragon at just that. It's an Elder. They have so much Vamp right now. I don't think there's a world in which you can actually kill anybody right now. I mean, you're jumping in, and very, very difficult to try and shred them through. Sure, you can get some grievous wounds, but it's really going to do minimal amounts of work at this point in the game. Master has opted for this much more assassin-esque style jungle play. Wasn't the most aggressive in the early game to try and match, I swear, on this Rammus. And it feels like the window in which this Pantheon can pop off has certainly passed.
Yeah, it does feel like that, doesn't it? I mean, we were really hoping that we'd see more of an influence from this Pantheon in the early game. And, you know, that ship does feel like it's sailed. So, you know, maybe he just opts in for that little bit of peel. Maybe he can do a little bit of damage to Yudi before he falls on down. You know, Pantheon is still a good tool to sit in a team fight and soak a little bit of damage, but maybe not enough, and Baron might just be it.
They're that confident they can leave Lornia to the side lanes. Grand Sky forwards, do or die. Can they steal it? They can! Team don't feed. When we're critical of Aster, he comes in and he gets it done. The Shockwave, whilst beautiful onto 4, it's not enough to take out Pop, who was literally on 1% leading with a flashing health bar. I swear jumps in 1v4 himself and says, look, this is what junglers can do. And he'll go to the afterlife, just like Master will.
I mean, what a game we have on our hands, and this is only the first game of this series, so 21 minutes in, Baron being stolen, I mean, it's just too close to call, because the last team fight that Azure Esports won was just clean, decisive, and thought they may be able to end the game, but the game just feels back from the brink. I mean, look at the gold difference in the mid lane. Obviously, big gold difference in the AD carry position. Yudi's so far ahead, and I think that's a big problem, but we'll see the steal coming on through here. Wow, perfect timing. Absolutely perfect timing there. And the Shockwave even, oh wow.
I mean, that really is, and we say it a lot, don't we, Jeeves, but it serves its purpose. You know, that really is as good as it gets, and it certainly was what they needed to try and buy themselves some much-needed time. I mean, you've bought a composition which is all about hyper carries. You talk about the Vayne, same could be said there for the Orianna. You need time, and now you're one item away from getting a complete build on both those champions. It's that might have just been what saves this game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, in terms of just where the minion waves are now, I can't remember a time that we've seen Team Don't Feed this far down the map, and you know, they're even getting 2 lanes of pressure, and it feels like the tides are turning in this game. Still a gold lead for Azure Esports. Yudi still that ever-present threat, but the Orianna is online now. The Darius is still there, and we'll have to keep our eyes on, I guess, you know, who's going to fare better in these fights. Is it going to be Yudi? Is he going to be able to find backline access with the Kai'Sa ultimate? Or is it going to be a big Shockwave?
Well, the power of Baron, certainly prevalent here. It's managed to take down one turret in the mid lane. Done a fair bit of work with the Empower Cannon as well into the second turret, working its way on towards that inhibitor. There is the death mark once again. Luna gets locked in place. They've taken out Yana. He's dead. He can't pop that quickness now. They need it. They absolutely do. They might just lose the team fight as a result of this one. You've got Baron, but we're just better is what Azure Esports are shouting at the top of the lungs right here. Godfather lives. The apprehend is there, but he's got the lifesteal. He's got so much of that vamp that he can literally live to tell the tale. Nobody dies. A flawless ace. And surely now, Juves, Azure Esports can end this game.
Yeah, we were talking about how close this game was and how close these next few team fights might be, but they just said, nah, you know, it's not even that close. I mean, it's 3k gold lead, and that's about it, but it's not close, trust us. We're going to end the game in a decisive way. Really nice engage coming out of the Rammus. And to be honest with you, Skimmy, you know, all the flashy plays that came out of Lornia, all the flashy plays that came out of Yudi, yeah, I start to question this Rammus pick. I mean, this Rammus was a very big problem. A very big problem. Time and time again finding those engages. And even on the ace there, I feel like he forced all of the flashes, hit multiple members, and ultimately helped his team clean up that fight.
Yeah, and it starts to beg the question, right? You know, how do you really target this team? Because we have seen time and time again that Azure Esports have their AD carry and their jungler banned out. But in this case, UT had the pick of the litter, could choose anything he wanted. First pick the Kaiser, says we can ban my Evelyn, I'm just going to lock in this Rammus, and that really was the catalyst, the driving force that got Lordy into a situation where he was putting Vamos behind in lane and ultimately not in a position where the Shockwaves, despite hitting 3 or 4 people consistently, doing enough to close out the match. Funnily enough, though, he will do the most damage in this game and he will get himself one of the accolades as the second most valuable player, a night for him to be so proud of individually, but Azure Esports, as a collective, will give them their first defeat of the night.
And it feels like that in terms of a draft, Azure Esports were able to do what the Jacuzzi Dogs weren't. And I feel like that Team Don't Feed don't necessarily have a draft that is best suited to them, right? Oh my goodness, 41,000. But I mean, Yuri on the other end of that, 32,000 on a short range 80 carry. He was going to get less opportunities to do damage than the Oceania, right? Oceania puts a ball out, can pull a shockwave, can do whatever, but Yudi actually has to go in there. And so, you know, for him, that's a huge performance. Lornia, you know, I mean, across the board, really, it's just an Azure Esports diff, right? In the sense that it's all relatively close in terms of the damage department. And I think as a team, you're very happy with that whole performance because those team fights, once it got to the mid game, it wasn't even really close. It was close because the Baron hiccup.
Oh, man, yeah, for sure. And there was that one blip on the radar, but I suppose you can look at the breakdown of damage on its own, but the team fights as well. I mean, very heavily Azure Esports favoured. There was really that moment at the end where you see them siege and perhaps pull up a bit of an upset here with the 6-item spike of a vein, but mid lane was the focus. Yusuf Rammus was a problem. It went into the side lanes. They had the TP advantage, and once you've got one inhibitor, I mean, it really was the writing on the wall that how do you answer us? Because we are always going to do this Baron dance on you. We are always going to force you into situations like this where you're hoping that the shockwave can connect. There's one that airballs, and time again, you were saying, Jubes, if that lands, maybe, just maybe, the mid game could have gone better.
Yeah, maybe, and I mean, you know, we could even say maybe if Keith gets there, it's a little bit better too, but yeah, you have to say, even these fights here on the back end, let's have a look what happens here. The Darius flashing forward, you start to think this is the fight where we're going to see the tides turn. But Yudi just does so well. I mean, you'd have to say, in terms of the tournament, he's really made a name for himself to be one of the best ADCs that we have in this region. The way that he's able to just get in the back end of team fights, really clean them up, and obviously this is the hiccup, I think. You're right, I think the game was almost as good as done, but they're still coming on through. The shockwave. But after that, I mean, these team fights aren't even really close. Like, the shockwave just hits 2 members, none of them really important. And just the way I think Azure Esports and what they do really well as a team is that they create chaos in fights. They're the only team that does this, and that's why they can play Assassins. They have like 2 or 3 fights happening at once. It's like Lornia and someone fighting someone. And then another 3 fights. They're so chaotic, but it's calculated aggressiveness, right? And I think that's why they make it work. And it's not like versing any other team. So it does take some time to get used to. Now, can you get used to it in time because you have 2 games left?
Yeah, it's not a conventional front-to-back by any means. It's not your classic split push of a 1-4 breakdown. It's a case of, I don't know, pick a partner, pick a pair, and say, 2v2, we're holding hands, we're going to win together, and we, you know, split apart the strength that TDF have put together. Well, let's see if they can bring it back here. That's their first defeat of the night as Azure Esports open up their round 2 with a win. We'll be back after this quick break.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
we've been friends for a long time now. Always have a good time whenever we go out. But you've been calling me up all the time and sending me signs and giving me them eyes. And you've been saying that you found the one, texting me junk and you wanna talk, but you can't say why. I can't get there and you know I've tried. You know I don't wanna waste your time. City lights, I'm looking in your eyes, but I can't say why. It doesn't feel right to call you mine. You know I don't wanna waste your time. I can't get there and you know I've tried, but I can't say why. Feeling lost like I just wanna time back time. I'm choked up, tell me how do I say this right? Cause you've been calling me up all the time and sending me signs and giving me them eyes. And you've been saying that you found the one, texting me drunk and you wanna talk, but you can't say why. I can't get there and you know I've tried. You know I don't wanna waste your time. City lights, I'm looking in your eyes, but I can't say why. Doesn't feel right to call you mine. You know I don't wanna waste your time. I can't get there and you know I've tried, but I can't say why. But I can't say why. I can't get there and you know I've tried. You know I don't wanna waste your time. City lights, I'm looking in your eyes, but I can't say why. Doesn't feel right to call you mine. You know I don't wanna waste your time. I can't get there and you know I've tried, but I can't say why. But I can't say
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Welcome back here for game number 2. It's our semi-final as Azure Esports got off with a flying start here, Jubes. And let's talk about that series a little bit more as we get ourselves ready for game number 2 in that pick and ban phase. What do we like? What do we not? What do we want to see maybe change as a result? You highlighted as Rammus being a key pick. I think we were quite critical of the Pantheon having an ability to snowball early, but never really finding the moment to truly shine.
Look, it could be a little bit down to Master just being a little more active, looking for things a little bit more than he did. I feel like that was maybe his quieter game than we've seen from him tonight. But I think more importantly, just providing a little bit of protection for Vamos. I don't think necessarily the Oriana into Z was a problem. It just came down to the jungle matchup. Rammus has that guaranteed CC. Rammus has that, that flash taunt. It's almost a guaranteed kill, right? So, yeah, maybe that's some tweaks. We'll have to see how they saw it. Obviously, they know better than we do, so we'll have to wait and see.
We'll see what does actually change in the pick and ban phase as we do get ready for it. But in the meantime, quick shout out once again for our little giveaway that we are doing here for the playoffs week. A top 4 OCE finals, a chance to win yourself some prizes in the mix of things. Just go to the link down below. As you can see there, esl.gg/WR OCE finals comp. Now, you got yourselves a few different entries just from signing up to the newsletter, for following alongside on, say, Twitter, but also you can get yourself 5 extra entries if you then utilize the unique code shown in Twitch chat as well. So don't miss out. Chance to get yourself some goodies along the way as you celebrate and enjoy the night alongside us here for finding our very first OCE Wild Rift champion. With that in mind, Juice, so we sort of talk about maybe the jungle presence being a little bit more proactive in that regard, not so much the champions themselves. Did you like the bans that TDF went for, the Evelynn, Galio, and Alistair? Do you think that was the right direction to go towards, banning away what has been so strong for Azure in the past?
Yeah, because I think if you don't ban the Evelynn, then they get their assassin threat anyway, and it's a little bit of a damage shift up. So, Rammus does do a little bit of magic damage here and there, right? So that's kind of a nice breakup between yourself and the Zed. However, you give them the Evelynn and the Zed, whilst you run the problem of having too many assassins, I dare say they're going to get stuff done in the early game so that it doesn't matter. They're just a team who thrives from chaos. They're a team that does really well with the assassin drafts. And again, we haven't seen anything like it, so I do think Azure Esports are very hard to come up against. I mean, they're a team that made that Cinderella run, right? They came in at 8th place, but all of a sudden they're taking games off some of the better teams in the tournament now. So obviously they're one of the better teams, but I think, what makes them so hard to figure out is the way that they play the game. It's what they prioritize as a team, and at the moment, no one's been able to really figure them out.
Well, Team Don't Fear they're going to try, because it's the first time tonight they've had to flip sides and actually go for first pick priority. So what does that mean? Obviously, the bans are going to have to change. You said the Rammus was too strong. Gone. I swear is going to receive the brunt of the focus this time around. The Evelynn has to go too. I'm curious, what will that third ban be? I would bet it's the Galio once more, because that feels like a strong pick, but it is going to revert to UT priority. They are going to ban the Kaiser, and that surprises me.
Well, I like to see it. Game 1, they lost. And to be honest with you, again, if it wasn't for that Baron stool, if it wasn't for that Baron stool, they did lose quite convincingly. So they just decided, we're not going to run the risk of it happening again. We'll just ban these out, and we'll see how we go in Game 2. So it's very clear, very concise, and very decisive from Team Don't Feed in the draft.
Well, that's the reason why they didn't ban it, because they're going to lock it in as their first pick. That's the beauty of blue side, no surprises. Azure Esports are going to respond back with the Brom and say very early, pick whatever you want. You could go for an Enchanter, because we're going to guarantee ourselves a very aggressive bot lane. So go for the Nami, go for the Lulu, the Seraphine. We don't care, because we're just going to be looking to be as aggressive as possible and nullify what some of those weaknesses could be.
Oh, the Vi. Interesting pick up there. Obviously makes a lot of sense. Has a lot of synergy with the Galio. You think of it as the Camille, I guess, if you were even the Jarvan, but it's far more reliable in the sense that it's just an R button, it's point and click, and you go. But this is the one. Yeah, this is the one that I wanted to kind of keep our eye on.
Is he going to lock it in?
It's been banned.
Does he lock it in blind?
Never really had a choice. Yeah.
Wow. Okay, well, we've got ourselves a Katarina in Game 2.
He's never had a choice. He's never had the option. I think the one time it was left open, he picked it, right? And now every other game, they did win that game, by the way. And then every other game, it's been banned away from him. So he's obviously a very proficient Katarina player. Now, do Team Don't Feed have an answer? Because they had to have seen this one coming. Galio, obviously a very good pickup into that Katarina. You have so much CC to be able to deny her. And they also have the Ari now. So Katarina, in terms of trading pattern, is all linear, right? Like when she dashes on you, she's going to be in the same spot. So that charm is going to be pivotal in helping you in the 1v1, but more importantly, what you can do in team fights. Jeez, look at this draft from Azure Esports. I thought, if they locked in the Aurelia there, they're just going guns blazing. They do not care at all. But they've decided for a little bit of a front line.
Well, I was curious if it was just going to be a case of we've won Game 1, let's just play all the mechanical matchups and outplay you that much further to say that we want you to mental boom. You can't beat us In one regard, we are going to continue to play to our stylistic strength, which is just taking skill checks, taking little skirmishes, breaking apart the pack of 5 into 2-2-1, and seeing really what happens from there. But they have said, okay, we're going to go for the Garen as our 5th and final pick. We feel like the silence is going to be strong enough. We feel like the spin to win is going to be guaranteed. It's a tank, it's a shredder, it does a whole bunch of work. Are you convinced there's enough CC, though, to answer the Katarina? Because we have seen time and time again, Katarina needing bans or picks against it specifically. Sure, you got a taunt from the Galio. There is the knock up, the ultimate from the Vi. The same could be said for the Gragas. I mean, when we're going through systematically, there is CC, but is it easy to execute, or do you fall into the victim of holding it specifically for that champion and then falling victim elsewhere?
A little bit of both, right? You got to be smart with it. If you're the one that's looking for the engage, a lot of the time you just engage onto the Katarina, right? Then she has to use her first bit of the mobility to dash on out. Then she can look for the re-engage. But then, you lose a lot of your kit, use a lot of your damage. So I think a majority of what needs to be used on Katarina really swings on how this early game goes, right? If she's able to snowball, then obviously you need to wait and you need to use everything on her. If she does fall behind, if we do see a little bit of pressure from Master maybe going to the mid lane, then potentially you don't even need to worry, right? Katarina just maybe at a point where it's a little bit of too big of a hill to climb. But this center Galio lane's one that I'm keen on seeing how this one plays out, because this is the second time we've seen Senna in this tournament, and we did see Senna and Nasus, but now we're seeing a Senna Galio into this Lucian Braum, which is a very aggressive lane.
And it's the same team. Once again, it was TDF that showed us the fasting Senna Nasus bot lane, so they should be no doubt well versed as to how to play this one out. Pretty much very flexible, isn't it, who you pair with the Senna? Anybody that's tanky, anybody that can farm quite effectively to scale into things and be a menace later on. So let's see what it means, because already Vamos once again is feeling the pressure. Take the nameplates off because he is going to get camped.
Yeah, that's not good. That is not good, burning your flash this early on the Ahri. Because now Jarvan, all he has to do is get the red, clear his topside jungle, and he can just repeat gank mid. I mean, he doesn't even need to land the flag and drag, right? Just flash, auto attack, red buff. Katarina's going to jump on forward, and you're in a little bit of trouble. So Vamos going to need a little bit of assistance to bridge the gap to get to level 5 and have the mobility of that Ahri, but...
Okay, I'm seeing a bit of damage coming out right down to Godfather. So much so that even when the fight looked to be dissipated, he actually flashes away. So Godfather, bit hot and heavy on the trigger to make sure that he wasn't going to get caught for an early first blood. And now there's 2 lanes where ganks could be quite ripe for the taking.
I thought we may even look for a double crab angle, but the priority from the Lucian Braum is just a little bit too much. I mean, Godfather feels like he's playing with a little bit of danger here, because I feel like if Keith wants to be a little more aggressive with this, if he knows where the Jarvan is, which he should now, then he can play for the solo bolo in top side. I mean, even ask for Vi to come down. It is the center farming, by the way.
Interesting. So we aren't going to go for the fasting variation. We are just going to go for an AD carry. Would make a little bit more sense. I don't really spring to mind a Galio being the likes of, a Tan Kench or a Wukong, even the Nasus that we've seen. It was refreshing.
Here's the repeat.
Vamos. Oh! Drag. Oh, good charm. He's just dead. Fantastic there from Vamos. Read the play and outplayed to get first blood.
And sometimes you can, your game plan can be your own worst enemy, right? You tunnel so hard on focusing the guy, the one that you think is going to carry the game, that you just end up falling to your own.
Ooh, nice barrier.
Yeah, nice barrier there. But yeah, you end up just falling to your own kind of aggression, if you will. There's the fruit there. Is he going to pick that one up or just try and survive?
I think Godfather's going to deny it. Oh, he's flashed for the fruit. Did he get it? I think he did.
He didn't get.
I think
he didn't get all of it though.
And yeah, both are going to walk away from that play 20% better off. And that was close.
I'm breaking free so the fans can follow.
I think though, it was just really good, halving from Master more so than anything, respecting the fact that these lanes can be targeted, that Vamos was going to be focused again. Get Lunia online, he's playing an assassin. Why would the plan deviate from that? So Master in the area, had the ultimate available, and that charm, pixel perfect, within turret range, guaranteeing that the kill could not be flashed away from.
Yeah, he was there, he had a sniff, he had an inkling, he knew that there was going to be a repeat going into mid lane, but unfortunately the repeat gank wasn't there before the Ahri got that little bit of mobility with the ultimate, right? So although you burnt her flash in the early game, she's just so mobile as a champion that you really can't afford to make those plays. And Dragon being started here, might be our first 5v5. Gragas coming down too, Garen there as well. Might be too
TDF
late.
contest for this one. Are they going to look for it? I mean, they've got CC. The Dawning Shadow comes across. It's not going to be picked up. It's guaranteed here by Azure Esports. There's the Assault and Battery across the wall, knocking things up on towards Pop. He's going to fall on down to the Explosive Cars. The Glacial Fissure goes out. A two-man taunt here from the Uni support. And Galio is going to get silenced. Will manage to flash away. But the judgment comes through. Spin to win is the aim of the game. And I'm seeing it now between two carries. A Garen, a Katarina, and a Senna locked underneath turret. They can't do much against this. It's a triple kill for Lornia. He won't find it in lane, but in the first team fight, he's huge.
And I guess we're seeing exactly why he doesn't get his hands on this Katarina. And I mean, you know, if we're going to be critical of our team who 3-0 Jacuzzi Dogs, which his team don't feed, I mean, that was just such a disjointed fight from them. It looked good initially, but if we get a replay, that Sano did not participate. He actually was on the opposite side of that river compared to the rest of his team. So he didn't even get an auto attack in, so it was just a pure 4v5. And then to top that off, majority of the cooldowns went over to killing Pop. The Vi ultimate, the Gragas ultimate, and everything in between. So they had no key abilities to kill members that actually were the ones that needed to die. So just in terms of execution, Azure Esports hit the nail on the head. As we get the replay here.
Trying to back
Like,
the
look
replay
at
here.
Senna.
I mean, all the attention initially goes on towards Pop, right? Senna is chilling, but the focus.
Yeah, I mean, Pop goes down, sure. I mean, that's the most valued death of a Braum I've ever seen in my life. And, you know, that's an Oceania now. This is the first time he's been able to do anything. And, I mean, he doesn't actually get to do anything. He just dies.
How do Azure Esports keep getting away with playing assassins and always getting them fed early? It just seems criminal. There's a instant Cataclysm into another Death Float, and, well, that really is your bread and butter combo. Talk about a strong mid-jungle. You're locked in place with nowhere to run, and the Death Lotus will kill you.
Indeed, indeed, and that's just the very good timing on the Ari ultimate to know that that's on cooldown. They're able to just really punish that one, and, you know, they're looking, Azure Esports out of the gate, they're looking like the real deal at the moment.
Certainly putting the pressure on and saying it's not going to be as easy of a game for you to passively scale up into the Swan to pick up those items, to sit in the side lanes and not feel the burden. You're looking at Vision. It's very defensive right now from TDF. They are terrified of their own jungle, face checking any bush, contesting any buff, guaranteeing any of their camp clears, and the river as a result will then belong to Azure Esports, which just continues to make it so much easier for them to control these objectives as well.
Yeah, and I mean, the Katarina is just going to be key in that, right? Because she's so strong. I mean, she's 1.2k ahead. It just feels like wherever she is and whatever skirmish she decides to participate in is just a guaranteed loss. So even here, I mean, Keith getting 1v2'd, having to flash away. Lornia and I swear are rotating up as well. It's just a unit. Look at him. Even Garen's coming to that play, right? He doesn't need to be bot side. So they just have numbers advantage at the moment, and they have complete control and tempo of the Rift.
And it must be so frustrating right now for TDF because they have a lot of CC at their disposal, but they're not in a point of either pressure or power to really utilize it. So, I mean, sure, you can talk about, oh, he's locked in a charm, there's a follow-up, but it's the damage that needs to really guarantee something happens within that short window that isn't really going to be found at this stage. And, well, another dragon soon to spawn, 20 seconds for a mountain to pick up. Azure Esports are finding the strength in a strong bot lane with a fed Katarina and a Garen, which is just flanking on the side and saying, Keith, if you don't want to pick it, it's been banned away against you. I'm going to show you how to play
it. Yeah, I'll show you how to play it. Yep. And he is, isn't he, at the moment?
Certainly is. Up by 1,000. Very strong so far. And has rushed that Gargle Stone Plate as well.
I was about to say, look at the front line with the Gargle Stone Plates.
Yeah. I mean, you get Cataclysm, they pop that, as long as 3 members are targeted, you're not taking them down.
He didn't even get a charge, Kimmy. He did not get a charge, and they're posturing up for their second dragon now. And I mean, is it even contestable? Because the Gragas has just been left topside. So do they just look for the steal? Is it just going to be as simple as a few abilities that go over?
It has to be a steal.
Yeah.
Yeah. They tried. They hit the flash to try and make it happen, and that will be the only payoff. I guess now the question is, what can they find topside with leaving Keith up there? Because the Herald, a common play, right, when the Dragon is being looked at, maybe a little bit too early.
Oh.
And now they are going to look to try and find themselves a fight after this one. I swear, with no GA, has made the most crazy play I've ever seen. Cataclysm underneath the turret and says, I don't want to worry about this one. I'll die for this one as long as Lunia gets fed. He's picked himself up another double kill. He is dominating. And whilst Keith picks up the turret top side, you've lost members mid, and you've lost that turret too.
Yeah, the mid turret's more important than the top turret every day of the week, and Godfather won't mind about that charm. He actually just pops the laugh, the thumbs up. He says, you don't have enough damage, Vamos. And I mean, Lunia, for me, is just, on this Katarina, he's just a little bit of a demon, isn't he? I mean, how do you stop this guy? It's just a Katarina, lets himself get counterpicked, and he's still having the performance that he's having. It is only a 3 to 4k gold lead, but it feels like that 3 or 4k is on the Katarina, and they just don't have the tools to stop him at the moment.
Especially if he's this strong. It's going to be so hard to try and predict the movement with all those shun pos. A bit easier when the Katarina's in a bit of a more neutral state to calculate where to go. But I do wonder if the Assault and Battery is even enough at this stage to try and lock him in place and get that kill. Look at all the Mercury treads that are being picked up here. They are terrified by the amount of CC that Azure have and just the pain that they can deliver with them.
You do, yeah, but I'm doing the numbers right in terms of the CC, but is it just a Braum stun? Like, the Jarvan ultimate isn't gonna do. Mertreads won't do anything.
No.
The Garen silence is one member. Like, it's not really gonna do anything. So I mean, it feels like it's just for the Braum, which again I don't know if there's much value in that.
We don't want to be locked in place by the passive. And hang on a minute. Wow. Okay, Godfather. Okay, that's what happens when your Galio gets banned. You're angered. We've seen it.
Yep.
Meanwhile, off-screen topside, they're just doing Baron, because why not?
Wow.
They're going to force themselves in even 4v4. Garen's not there, but they won't seem to mind, because they're going to look to still take this fight as the Dawning Shadow comes out from that to know. As a disengage, nobody low enough to get lethal, but the Baron at least has been stopped.
I think TDF has done a pretty good job to stop that Baron, right? They do have one member fall down. Oh no, they have no one fall down there, rather. Sorry, Vamos was dead from bot side of the map. So they're able to stop the Baron, but they still lose top turret. They still lose gold, and there's still a net gain for Azure Esports. And Azure just done a really good job to force the pick there, to force them to contest, rather. You know, they're the ones that say, you know, we're not going to commit to this Baron. We'll turn, and we'll burn a few cooldowns from you if you don't mind. Like, look at them. They're not starting the Baron.
No. They're very keen just to make TDF, you know, force that first move, try and get some vision, spot out where they are. But they know that they're in no great pressure to do anything. They know that TDF are terrified right now. Main state's being looked at once again. Azure Esports up 3 turrets to 1. The charms continue to come through here in the mid lane. Godfather not deterred by this whatsoever, almost taunting them by walking into 3 and saying, what are you going to do?
He's having a good time. He knows that they're up quite a bit. He's feeling strong. He's feeling his strength. He's solo killed Ari, and you know, that's a big cooldown gone before the dragon. And you know, maybe they don't even go for the dragon. Maybe they go for the Baron, because you know that's Ari in a nutshell. Like, you don't have that mobility. You can't find those picks. You lose that little bit of damage, and you know, look, the dragon, have the cloud.
Yeah, we don't care. I mean, like, it's there for the taking. Godfather 1v5, just swinging the sword around, doing so much damage right now with the Black Cleaver, reducing all their armor, tanking up a storm. The heroic entrance comes on down, trying to split apart the fight. But as soon as Yanni goes in, he flashes right back out. The ultimate comes crashing down. He's trying to taunt them. He's trying to lock them in place. Lunia, look at his health bar. It's blinking. Yeah. He survived. He has survived. Double summon has popped, but he has lived. And that's the all-important talking point here. Amongst all the chaos, only 2 people fall on down. But that was really as close as it comes with a 4k lead.
Yeah, I mean, you have to say, TDF do a very good job to kite back there on the center, on the Ari, and play that, you know, as well as front to back as can be. But you do have to say, Azure Esports probably forcing a little bit too much there. The Jarvan uses the flag and drag as well as the Cataclysm to gap close. So there's no real follow-up, right? There's no instantaneous follow-up. So Lunia has to burn a lot of cooldowns to get there on the flank. And it's just a composition where, you know, once you've lost those cooldowns and you have no more lockdown, it is a lot easier for TDF to play the game. So I think they just need to be a little more disciplined, play around the objective a little better, and then they can find those favorable fights. But, you know, regardless, it was well kited out, and it was a 1-for-1.
Murder taunting off, pick up that dragon, we'll go for the Baron. What does that mean now? Because they just really can't answer this Garen. They've picked him up, but he's still 4-1-5. Triple tank items. Obviously can't forget the stone plate too. In situations like that where he can just spin around, he really is immune to damage. Now, this is a good identification. TDF has spotted that. He has to answer the top lane passively, pushing straight away on towards this dragon, deny a very early soul point. But will Azure contest? I doubt they would. No need to.
Yeah, it's only a cloud too, right? You know, that's not necessarily the one that you want to be risking everything for, because if your jungler falls down there, if anyone falls down there, potentially you end up losing the Baron. So, nice calculated decision there from Azure Esports, and it feels like that's now been the key thing that we've seen from these teams that progress further into the tournament, into the gauntlet run, is that the discipline factor.
Lornia on the flank, looking for something, jumps in with one Shumpo, picks up the blade, spins again. Really seizing the moment, as that's not the ideal charm or the ideal cataclysm. It locks in place one. The Glacial Fissure comes out as well. A lot of ultimates for very little gain so far, but I swear it is the focus. He's going to fall on down, burn the flash, but it does absolutely nothing. 4 members of Azure Esports locked in place. The galley comes crashing down, and he might just fall down after this one, Jubes. They're very low once again. Mid lane, a bit of a deja vu, but Azure Esports will be happy they came out ahead 2-1.
Yeah, but it's a 2-1, and so it is favourable for the side of Azure Esports, but they can't find the engage that they want. Lornia still has ultimate. He wasn't able to get a Katarina ultimate. Their most fed member wasn't able to participate in the fight because Master used the Assault and Battery to lock him down. Had a little bit of follow-up CC too from the Galio, don't mind if you do. And then it was just like, yeah, Master knows he's dying every team fight, right? But he also knows that his job is to keep Lornia out. And he's done that. They still lose 2 members though. That's the important thing here. So in terms of strength, Azure Esports still coming out better for wear, but you can see how close that these team fights are. If there's a little more mis-execution, you know, if Lornia falls on down, if someone else falls on down instead, potentially TDF start to turn this game around. But obviously still in the driving seat as Azure Esports. It just feels like now they're getting a little bit restless. They're not playing around those objectives. They're just forcing in a lane, which is always going to benefit the team that are trying to stop their assassin.
Certainly I'll try to force a numbers advantage so they can guarantee the Baron a little bit more safely compared to what we saw in Game 1, where the Baron really was a 50-50, and they certainly got ahead of themselves in terms of, there's no way they steal this one from us. But that is sort of the beauty of having a Katarina comp. You want multiple threats from other directions, forcing out CC that it can't be held, and much to my question at the top of this draft, right, you know, do you feel that you have enough to it? Well, if Master is just going to, you know, Rambo in every single time to make sure that Lornia has no fun, then it's only going to work so much. It is 7-0, or 7-0-3, I should say, as a Katarina, so very strong. And if you're still taking 2-for-1s, as you know, as we can see, you are going to be happy because once the Katarina can fully participate, it's going to be so much more devastating.
Baron being started here, and you know, you have to say this probably favors Team Don't Feed, because then Katarina can't find the angles that she wants.
Oh,
this might be it,
3-man locks in place. Spirit Rush to try and run away from this one here. Essential's going to knock them all up, trying to interrupt themselves. That Death Lotus looking for the pick. So far onto Lornia, gone golden, shumboed away, back to the safety of his backline. A big knock-up, follow things up with that. They found the first kill. Keith's gone, Yanni's flashing, he's low. Same can be said though for Jarvan. He's going to fall on down. No, he's going to survive. He is going to survive. The trade takes place though. Master's picked up the kill. He's got the shutdown. All importantly, the first death of the game. He's found a double kill. Master has not died this time around. And that is huge, given still how big the lead is for Azure.
Yeah, for me, the MVP of these team fights, obviously the bot lane coming up clutch, but Master's just doing such a cool job. He has really identified how to win this game. He even goes into the team fight, participates, gets off a few auto attacks, but he still has the presence of mind to hold the Vi ultimate for Katarina, who's actually over the blue buff wall, posing such a threat for Senna. So Master, for me, if we do get a replay, creates so much space for his team that they're able to play that front to back, and you're seeing they're just able to kite it out. All they're doing is kiting it out. They do not have enough lockdown as Esports, what it feels like, to win this team fight.
Well, here is the buff that you don't want to sacrifice. You can give away the Cloud Drake. But that is a Elder Ocean for a soul point, for a game-winning play. That sustain is going to be crucial for either side now, coming out ahead and breaking apart what is still a very strong lead. Let's run it back with the replay here. It gets into a bit of a choke spot like this, and you're starting to think, okay, can TDF bring it back? And Well, the answer is yes.
The re-engage here is the killer. I mean, UT, I think he saw his name light up there and he thought, you know, this is my big montage play, but maybe a little bit of a misclick there. High pressure situation. 0-0-11 on the Lucian too, by the way. Could you imagine if he had a few kills?
Just the life of an AD carry, isn't it? You're a support. You're just a minion shredder. You might have the most gold in the game, or close to it. I suppose Garen is slightly ahead, but you might have the most gold in the game. It just doesn't matter.
It's actually unreal to me too that they're actually getting through Garen. I mean, he's not dying, but he's getting low enough so that they can actually progress with the team fight, push them off whatever objective they're fighting for. So, I mean, in terms of just team fight prowess, it feels like Team Don't Feed have really... That's the only reason that they're still in this game, just purely off team fight prowess.
We are starting to see, though, all those complementing CC effects start to take effect. Whilst the conversation was before, they're down damage, that it's not going to be able to really matter. It's been reserved now for the Katarina. The rest of the team going to really look to pick up the pieces and ideally, as you say, UT find himself a killer in this game. I swear, hunting for that ideal Cataclysm. And have to be a little bit more careful now about how they start up this one. It is going to be the almighty Dragon Dance. It's going to break away from the Dragon Pit into bot lane. Lornia is just dead. He's going to come out of stasis and run away. No, the assault on battery guarantees it again, time and time again. This is TDF's recipe for success. Now, Godfather, 1v4 in the backline, spinning around, hoping that he can try and take somebody low. The Stone Plate is out. He's surviving on 20%. There is the grievous wounds, but he's managed to find that killing blow. That's what they needed, and that's what they'll find. They've taken out 3. They've lost the Katarina 4. Maybe the blinkers are just too heavy on the mid lane focus. Oh, and he might just die on the back end of this one, diving far too deep.
Yeah.
But a tricky shutdown's picked up, and now they can go back to the Dragon.
You have to say, that's very questionable there, right? Obviously, maybe I thought even a contest as a 2v3 on this Dragon, but it looks like they're going to give this one away. So, good team fight win there from Azure Esports. Lornia did his job. In essence, he traded 1-for-1 for Vamos. Actually, hold that.
This is careful, this is risky. I'd like to see a culling come out here right now to guarantee it. It isn't going to be stolen away. Guarantee. Would have been a tall order. No smite steal, but certainly have a lot of damage across the wall that could have been used. I swear, though, steady on the finger, guarantees it for his team.
Yeah, so in that particular fight there, UT was able to just completely free hit. He had the pop. He had the Braum, which is pop, just kiting him out with him. They were able to take down Master uninterrupted, and they actually couldn't get through Godfather. I mean, Godfather and I swear sat in that fight for so long. Double Stone Plate. They were able to just soak so much damage. And to be honest with you, Skimmy, I mean, Lornia had a fantastic performance on this Katarina, but I feel like the later and later that this game's gone, I'm seeing less and less of an impact from this cat. Partially due to the composition that TDF have. They're able to use the Galio ultimate to deny a lot of Katarina's openings, as well as the Vive Assault and Battery, which is just point and click CC. So it is tough for him, but it feels like, they did draft around this Katarina quite well, despite how ahead she was in the early game.
So where's the risk you take with a champion like this? And no doubt we'll be hoping that the fight can break out in a fashion in which CC has burnt a slim window that can be identified to truly pop off. But the heavy lifting is being found elsewhere now. I mean, you're looking at a tank, as you've repeated, 7, 2, and 9 is this Garen. UD finally has found his first kill of the game. They're not short of options elsewhere to look towards to rely upon. I mean, that's a 4K difference between Keith and Godfather. It's absolutely monumental. I mean, he's full build. There's nothing more that he needs.
Yeah, I mean, when's the last time that we've seen a Garen this fed or this strong? I mean, I don't think we've ever seen a full build Garen, at least this tournament, right? So he's going to be tough to kill. I don't even know if they have enough to kill him, to be honest with you. Here we go.
Players, Cataclysm, not the one they're looking for. Slightly out of range here for the culling, but it's going to come across out regardless. There is the Dawning Shadow. Big damage, bit of shielding, mitigation is there. I swear the focus right now getting lower, 20% is there. Looking to try and lock the members in place. Vi is dead, the assault battery was used, but Katarina is still living. Lornia has flash. The turret is going to fall on down. 3 members that do live here for TDF. Oh, are doing whatever they can to pick up the kill and mount their defense. They've sniped Lornia, who burnt the flash, who got a little bit too greedy there for a kill underneath the inhibitor. And he won't receive this Baron buff.
Yeah, he actually flashed forward there, and I mean, who knows? Maybe the Baron buff doesn't even go down here because it is going to be contested. The center is ramping up. The center is online. I swear, is a little bit low for contest.
That's another so low in the back line. Gragas is just killed. Yeah, Yudi's gone. They have to disengage away from this one. Can they actually keep the Baron leash alive? They can. Now this is important. What can they do here? Because Kiefer's low. Godfather just flashes in with the ult. Guarantees it. Sidesteps the charm. In comes Pop. Knock up the Glacial Fissure. There's your GA gone now. Vamos across the wall. Sidesteps the orb. And they're happy with that. They earned the GA. They've reset the Baron. They can reset and respawn.
I think we didn't give enough props because it was a little bit hard to see to Keith there. That Gragas cask actually knocking Yuti into the Baron pit, which then solidified the kill and ultimately saved that play and saved that Baron. As we're seeing, the teleport picked up there by Vi. Might be looking for a bit of a teleport angle. But I mean, it's just chaotic, Skimmy. There's so much to break down. I mean, from Lornia's flash over aggression to that Baron take to getting outplayed with the cast, but also then burning Senna's GA. I mean, it's so much to break down. We really don't have enough time because it is just going to be a rinse and repeat over towards that Baron buff.
Yeah, and there is no inhibitor downed already, right, to rely upon for that sustained pressure. Now, what is worth noting, quickly checking in with the minimap, is TDF's bot lane is very crippled. Very low to falling on down. But it is a risk if Azure would have looked to try and play towards that one. Now, Godfather has gone there. He won't have the TP. Master does. Now, keep that in mind, because there is no jungle. He's TPing now. It's too little too late. It's gone. What on earth is Master doing on bot lane? They've lost the Baron, but now can they win the team fight? It's a 4v4 to start with. Yanni's dead. No chance he's the ultimate. Katarina has all the world to play around now. No assault on battery. It beats Juice. No problem at all. Godfather on his own, zones the rotation, will dive them under this turret. I don't care. Switch the aggro, ult me. I'll just spin my way out, switch to somebody else, and Katarina is back in business. They've got 5 Baron buffs. They've taken down 4, and they will get their first inhibitor, and I guarantee they're going to end this game now.
Yeah, this is game Skimmy, and I mean, what a team fight coming out of there from Lornia, finally getting the chance to dash around, hop around, use Katarina to the maximum potential. And I mean, what a resilient performance, though, from Team Don't Feed to be able to bring this one back and make it a real competitive game. You know, it is 2-0, but I feel like we've got a series on our hands. You know, they're not rolling over, they're not dying, but we're well on the way for a 3-0 as well. So, some questions to be asked. I mean, I don't have the answers for you. I don't.
We don't have the answers just yet, but we do have some players that can show us what it could all be about. It is Godfather that picks up the MVP. I'm not surprised in the least. It's so much work this game. A real force to be reckoned with. And well-deserved in this game here. Obviously, that's a no. Is the recipient there for second most valuable player? Put in a considerable amount of work to be a pest, but ultimately felt like a bit of a second support in this game. Didn't really match the damage that was offered. I mean, it's a 6k discrepancy between him and the Lucian. And if we look at the accolades there, Lucian really did it all. I mean, it's no surprise when UT gets a champion that he can pop off on. And whilst he had, a 0-0-12 scoreline at one point, he did get the liberty of a bit of a backseat to chill, let the rest of the team pop off. But when called upon, was there to pick up the pieces when the CC was too much.
Yeah, UT, I mean, again, we're seeing why we kind of touted him one of the better 80 carries of the tournament. The way he was dancing around team fights. Yeah, he had 12 assists, but you know, it comes down to that auto attack, really. We could be seeing him at 12-0 and the game would have been a wash. But, you know, unfortunately, sometimes that happens. That is Wild Rift. And, I mean, that's a no you touched on, right? A little bit of a supportive cast, but I have to give props to him. It is so hard to play the center into a Jarvan, into a Katarina, and only die once, especially with how far ahead they were. I think that he positioned extremely well, kited back extremely well, and I feel like he just didn't have he didn't have a support cast. I mean, 34k on that center, building sort of, you know, off bruiser tank items is a fantastic performance, but Yudi with the 44k, big standout there. And I mean, even across the board, like Godfather to do 36 is unreal. I mean, he didn't have damage items, but he was just in the team fight. He never left. They couldn't kill him.
And it's crazy
to
think, get rid of him. Right? When you hit the stone plate, you are reducing your damage at the effect of saying that I'm going to become stronger and more durable, but he's still pumping numbers like this. He soaked up 41,000 damage and pretty much mirrored that with his damage output too. Phenomenal performance from him. And, you know, I think this now makes it a little bit more exciting as to where the bans shift. Now, I think for TDF, I'm sure they'll stick to the same in terms of ban away the Rammus, ban away the Eve. I'm still question marking what that third ban will be, because I don't know if Kaiser is necessarily what they need. I think for Azure, though, they're quite content with the likes of, Banaway, Camille, Dino, Wukong. Limit the impact that Master can have, because it feels like in the first 2 games, Juves, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like, I swear, he's just been jungle gapping.
Oh, 100%, and that's exactly how I feel. I mean, but then does it come down to a champion problem, or more just the way you're playing? More just a playstyle thing? As we look at the highlights here, this kind of felt like the beginning of the end. All right, triple kill on Oceania, Katarina, we've seen enough, but they did a very good job to find windows like this where they were able to trade back and trade, not this replay rather, sorry, but here where they're able to fight back, and the game looks as good as done, but they just stuck with it and stuck in it. The health bars are flashing. Galio looks like he's about to fall down, but that's a no for me. And Vamos are just MVPs in kiting this one out, right? Like, have a look here. They pick up the kill and it looks good.
That's a good jungle player, isn't it, right? The fact that Yudi's in trouble, hits the stopwatch and says, please help. I swear jumps in, says, I'll dive for it. You can flash away, save yourself for a rainy day. And I mean, we're seeing these hard falls fights. That might be an area that TDF can look to try and bully them on, because I feel like Azure are very blood hungry. They're very keen to fight. Maybe at times, against their will when they really shouldn't be. They've got themselves a lead. They just need to play a little bit more standard. But they're not a team that are afraid to shy away, right? They're very keen to do plays like this, just turret dive, just get in your face and get in your head perhaps too. But it's been working. It has been working so far. They've got themselves a 2-0 position in this best of 5 and are looking to be well on track to featuring in the grand finals.
And I think sometimes Azure Esports are kind of the best of them is also the worst of them, in the sense that they play these assassin-heavy compositions with not much wave clear, or to end the game is harder than it would be like with a shockwave from an Oceania, right? Like, they need to find the perfect Katarina flank. They need to find this, and that's what makes them what they are. That's what makes them hard to verse, but that's also sometimes what keeps the other team in the game. So we'll have to see if they're able to bring this one back, or if they're able to close this one out, rather.
Well, let's see. Let's jump to a quick break and get ourselves ready for game number 3.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the wait's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Sarah, I hurt myself today trying to make the pain go away. Sarah, I want to fade away, be with the stars in outer space. You come and you go. You take me high, you take me low. But I don't know how to do this on my own anymore. Oh no, now it's my leave for the melancholy. Couldn't fill a hole inside me. Damned if I do, damned if I don't. Now it's Xannies till I know my psyche. Cocaine just to feel my heartbeat. Nothing to lose, nothing to gain. Sarah,
I lost myself today trying to find ways to make you stay. Sarah, I want to go away, close my eyes, never wake up again. You come and you go, you take me high, you take me low, but I don't know how to do this on my own anymore. Oh no, now it's Molly for the melancholy. Cody, fill a hole inside me. Damned if I do, damned if I don't. Now it's Xannies till I know my psyche. Cocaine just to feel my heartbeat. Nothing to lose, nothing to gain. Sarah.
Look into your eyes.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
And welcome back for our third game of the night. Let's see what happens here, Juice, because we have now got a team, Azure Esports, working themselves into the semi-finals and saying, all right, well, you got the perfect 3-0, and we're this close now to doing the exact same back to you. Did you see a situation like this taking place, or do you just think, really, from what we've seen at the drafts and the execution, stylistically, Azure Esports just match up a little bit better into this team?
I did not think that we would see a series so far this one-sided. And I mean that with the most respect, because the games have been competitive, but I thought we might see like 1-1, you know, 2-1, 2-2. I thought this would honestly go to 5 games, and it still might. The reverse sweep could be on the cards. But, I mean, the problem that Lornia is creating, just with his champion pool and what he's able to play, seems like a little bit too much. I swear, obviously, you know, having a bit too much of an impact in these games as well. And he's showed us, you know, quite a few champion picks, right? You've taken away the Ramos, that's fine. I'll play the Jarvan. And he's just a really, really aggressive, engaged threat. Vamos, obviously another player who's been suffering, right? He hasn't been able to get off to the same success that he was in the previous series. Now, in saying all of that, he's still putting the damage out, right? When we looked at the end of graph damage, he's still able to do that. Obviously, a quality player like himself will always end up putting numbers out. But I mean, he's not able to dictate tempo, influence the rest of the map like he was in the other series. They really do just have him on lockdown, and they kind of live or die by Vamos at the moment.
And it's crazy to think, right, that we are seeing him have such a roughest series in comparison to the start of the night, but still able to pump out the damage like 41k as we saw before, right? So it's testament to really the caliber of him individually. But I do start to wonder what sort of changes can be made. We mentioned going into that break that it sort of felt like a bit of a jungle gap where Master was being out-tempo, maybe opting for more of a clear as opposed to the ganking. I swear he's clearly like, putting his body on the line saying, I'll die as long as Lornia gets ahead, I'm happy. So let's see what happens going into this one. They have flipped the sides around once again. Azure Esports get themselves that first pick priority. And let's see what Team Don't Feed stick to with their bans. They went for the Ramus last game. They then banned the Evelyn. No surprise there, but our question mark goes over this third ban. Is it still the Kaiser, or do you decide to try and ban something else instead, like one of the Assassins?
I mean, the tough part about this is that the Kaiser game was crazy. So it's like, in terms of recency bias, like, yeah, maybe leave Kaiser open. But if we go back to the actual game, I mean, he was a menace. So then what do? I mean, it's one of those situations where you've got to leave something open. Something has to be open. And I mean, this is why I don't like to focus on draft too much at times, because there's inevitably going to be something open that they're going to excel on. But what is it going to be? Because UD feels like he's the pop-off player, the pop-off performer. Again, Lornia is the guy with the Assassins that bridges that early game. And I mean, if UD gets the 4-5 items, he's going to take over. He's going to do more damage than any AD carry in the league. So it's tough. I don't know. And I mean, they've got the Jarvan already. So I swear, it feels like he's off to another good game. And I mean, we haven't even started, but
yeah. I mean, it's a strong champion, right? That has a clear objective in mind. Early ganks. This is not a camp clearing, full clear jungler, right? By any means. It's a case of, you can get red buff, and if you wanted to, really take that risk, hit the level 2 gank. Would have seen, more surprising things in this tournament, but let's see what the response is. TDF opening up straight away with the Gragas. No surprise. I mean, they could have gone for the Garen. It's been left up again. The Lulu, a very strong ability to try and protect the key target if they are going to get dived. So I do quite like that. But you are just giving Azure so much strength. Giving away the Galio. Godfather is going to be so happy to have that in his hands once more. And the Brom, I mean, we saw Pop just doing so much work with all the stunts.
Yeah, and I mean, if I just look at the first 3 from Azure Esports composition, it just screams to me that it's just a comp that's going to enable UT and enable Lornia, and it is quite scary. It could be Godfather on the Galio, it might be Lornia on the Galio, but I dare say, with the way that they've been playing and operating, it's going to be a double carry threat of these 2 particular players. Now, Vayne for me is actually a good pick in this game because she's able to dance around team fights, and well, there you go. There you go.
They are literally running it back with the exact same composition and said, well, you've just given us Galio, so...
They didn't have the Galio, right? Yeah.
You just, in a way, they're basically saying you've made life even easier for us now. Look how well I did on the Garen, your champion, and now I'm going to play my best champion that I've got multiple MVPs under. So the matchup, it looks like to me that TDF have stuck to the game plans of, anticipating that a Katarina could have come out there. They have locked themselves in the Vi. So I do like that, but it feels like they've got themselves a little bit more damage right now. It's not the case of waiting for the center. It is the Vayne. They're running it back once again like game number 1. But is it a case of what game 1 lacked? Not being aggressive enough in the early game to give the Vayne time to scale and be effective.
But I mean, they're opting for double scaling, right? Like they have Corki now as well. So they have Corki and Vayne, but they have the Lulu that will facilitate the Vayne. I feel like, if you got Vayne on Vayne's lonesome, it is going to be hard to dance around those team fights. Doesn't matter who you are. But if you can offer a little bit more support, offer a little bit more utility, then we can really see the Vayne take over. Also, Vayne is very good into the Jarvan, into the Galio. It's going to do a lot of damage, particularly true damage into those champions. So, I mean, I think it's a better draft, a better put together draft. And I guess, time will tell, right? Is it going to be Lornia on this Katarina that gets supremely ahead? Because if we think about it, there's not a whole bunch of CC pre-6 to stop Lornia, It's a 1v1 into a Corki, so, I mean, we'll have to see how this lane plays out. Lornia will know better than us.
Well, it certainly feels like, Juves, TDF as a whole, they've run things back with a very similar composition, but a lot more damage. They're certainly not shy of CC once again to try and keep this Katarina in check. As for Azure, one slight adjustment, and it's on your screen right here. Get rid of the Garen. Lock in this Galio, and as we've seen, he may just be the best Galio in OCE so far. It's game number 3, Azure Esports on match point. Do or die here for TDF.
Do or die indeed. And we really hope I really hope we don't see 2 3-0s in a row, right? We want to get the most games possible. These teams in particular they've been fantastic to watch. I mean, it is a 2-0, but again, I have to reiterate that it hasn't been a 2-0 blowout by any means. They've been pretty long games in terms of Wild Rift standards, so we're hoping for much of the same in this one. You do feel, though, the later that this game goes, the better that Team Don't Feed's composition is going to fare.
Well, so far, it does feel like I Swear is ahead on things. He's gone Red Raptors Blue into top Crab. And that has been matched in a slightly different fashion here by Master, at least guaranteeing one Crab on the bottom side of the map. But he is going to then rotate to his own blue. So no major difference, perhaps a point of conflict, but they are going to avoid attention just so early on. It is worth noting that where Jabin is right now, around his blue buff, there was a ward placed. So if Vamos is paying attention, he should know that this gank mid is going to take place. You can see a Valkyrie very early on. Is the gank going to still take a foul? I don't know if it will. I'm looking at health bars. I don't see them moving, but
No.
Yeah, good ward.
A little bit of a chunk. Good vision that's been placed down there by TDF, keeping Vamos safe. And, you know, after the first 2 games, yes, I know that he's the point of focus, and so far so good for him. Obviously, burning the Valkyrie too, you just have to burn it sometimes when the Katarina jumps on you. She does have access to the ultimate now, so does the Jarvan, and look at this already.
Back. Yeah, another Valkyrie away, and it's just each time, it might not be a kill, but it's just another chunk, 20% taken again. He's going to be recalling a vision. Can he cancel it? He can, so that's nice. But this lane state doesn't get much easier for him.
No, and it's not a kill, but it's a little advantage that goes across to Lornia, because he was down a little bit, not a significant amount by any means, but obviously just the nature of playing a melee range champ into a range champion, you're going to suffer that little bit in the early game. And you know, in saying all that, Vamos didn't have to burn flash, he did not have to burn barrier, so again, not the end of the world.
First little bit of impact there from Master as he popped his head into top lane, looking to try and take down Godfather, who was low, but also as the gap closer to disengage away to safety. No problem with that one. I suppose, what does this really mean in the context of things? Well, so far we can see a slight lead in the bot lane, picked up here from UT, able to pick up a little bit more CS really. No real main threat of being ganked. But as far as early games go, pretty stock standard. All eyes go towards these first objectives, and if we will see a contest, or it will be another 1-for-1 trade.
Dragon feels like, again, it's going to be that point of or something to fight over. I don't believe that Vamos has the... He doesn't have the package, does he? No, that's still in base, so maybe they could have gone over to contest that one, but it looks like the Herald is the trade that they want, and maybe they prefer, you know, having that influx of gold with the earlier scaling composition, right? With the one that has more strength this early into the game, so maybe they just want to get tempo going, get things moving, take down some turrets, get some gold, and they're dropping it already.
Yeah, and I don't actually mind this. I mean, if you think about it, they've got a comp that wants to skirmish. You want to unlock this Galio from the lane as quickly as possible. So, I mean, instant summon after acquiring it, topside, an explosive cast, which knocks them back, as well as the Herald too, which is kind of funny. There's the culling, zone them away, and whilst the headbutt has connected, the attacks afterwards will guarantee that the first turret falls on down. And now the follow-up! There's the 3-man Cataclysm, 2 flashes away. The hero's entrance on top of them all, and first blood picked up by Godfather.
Look at the execution, and I mean, Lornia, he's not done. What? Hang on a minute.
Flag and drag, he got no flash this time, he might just die for this one! They've died successfully!
Wow.
No woman! It's pixel perfect, it's as clean as it comes. And Azure Esports really sending a message, get the dragon, we've got your base.
What a start to the game that was, and I mean, like we said, this team is just so aggressive. Assassin picks in the mid lane. I swear, on the enabling jungler, the one that can actually get stuff done, give him the tools. And I mean, they use the Galio. That's picture perfect, Skimmy. You're not going to find better Wild Rift than that, to be honest with you. They pick up first turret, they get 3 kills, and they're well on the way. They are well on the way. Obviously, TDF still have that scaling in the Corki, in the Vayne Lulu. But I mean, what a way to start.
What a way to start indeed. You've laid down the gauntlet. You're staring down the barrel of the gun and being told, you could get knocked out here if you don't win this game. You've got scaling, but is it too greedy? Does scaling always win an OCE? We're not too sure.
But I don't even necessarily know if that comes down. Oh, sorry. I think the mic cut out for me.
Go for it, mate.
I was going to say, I don't even necessarily know if it comes down to the scaling, right? I mean, you can have the earliest game composition you like, but in terms of the way that they rotated their bot lane top to that play, that was just the supreme display of macro than anything. I don't think it matters what champion you have there. The way that they flipped the map to utilize that Rift Herald and then execute on that turret dive was just was fantastic to watch.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely one of the cleanest plays we've seen in recent times, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And what a time to display it. I mean, this is time where you need that consistency, that level of form, that something extra to take your team and your chances across that finishing line and into the grand finals. I mean, Azure Esports have certainly looked at TDF and said, okay, you've had a very strong start to the playoffs here. We've identified where we need to go, what the draft needs to look like, and who needs to receive the majority of these resources. And it almost feels criminal that the recipe hasn't really been respected, that it is going to be, you know, that classic 2-buff gank mid lane, that classic bait out the flash and sort of rinse and repeat, that it just continues to work.
And while it's been working, like, is it, you know, the interesting thing, if they do win this series and progress to the grand final, is it going to be just a specific team don't feed strategy, right? Are we going to see the exact same thing? That's what's going to be interesting to me. Obviously, you know, still a lot of game to be played. They are only up 2k. So that's that's nothing to write home about. There's still going to be dragons that need to be fought over, and then we'll see all the pieces of Team Don't Feed come together. You know, how valuable is this Lulu pick going to be into the composition, right? You have the polymorph, you can deny Katarina for a very long time, the wild growth to keep Vayne alive, or Vamos alive, right? And I mean, Master, the way that he played last game on the bye, is going to be able to be a big team fight influence as well.
Well, you can feel that the collapsed turret topside now is just making it so easy for Godfather to be an influence. Doesn't have to reveal himself, but as soon as they know that he's off the map, they have to be concerned about where could he be, what might be the next play. Corki has path towards topside, but the dragon is spawning now, so respawn timers, the tempo would favor Azure here. They are all deploying at the same time in the same area. Are they going to trade things again? It looks to be that they're just going to try and crash in these waves, be a little bit greedy with it, but they're actually double backing on it. They decided, you know what, forget it. Give them the second dragon. We need to acquire as much as we can and give it to the likes of a Corki and a Vayne.
Look, I could understand, you know, I could understand giving that one away because, I mean, you do have that, I guess, sense of we outscale. But I mean, also, you don't want to be giving away too many dragons, right? Because, you know, the Ocean one in particular is a very strong dragon. So I wonder, you know, at what point are they going to feel strong enough to fight? At what point do they actually contest? Because if you just keep trading objectives, trading farm, I mean, you're not going to close that gold lead. It's going to remain the same. So is there a specific item we're looking at for them to, you know, really hit before they say, yeah, let's fight?
I wouldn't mind seeing that to no fight now. He's very strong. Balloon King and the Wit's End can certainly chase anybody down if given half an opportunity. But it's going to be, you know, another tough game for that to play. We're sort of critical of sort of how the Senna could actually do more in game number 2, based on the fact that you have, you know, the Braum, the Garen, the Jarvan all coming towards you. You will have the tumble. There's going to be a slight difference here for the mobility factor, but you're going to have to really be playing out of your skin to make the pick work and sort of not be that initial pick down. Yeah,
definitely. But, you know, in saying that too, he has all the tools now, right? Before, you know, we were saying, you know, maybe he didn't have the tools. Like he was Senna, playing Senna on his own.
Yeah.
And, you know, Senna, traditionally speaking, isn't the hyper carry that Vayne is, right? Senna's not going to shred the tanks the way that Vayne does. So, I mean, again, it's all within touching distance, and no one is blown out of the water by any means. So if there's ever a game for That's-A-No to step up in, and you know, does he have the quality to do so? He definitely does, but it is going to come down to execution and what Team Don't Feed can, you know, set up for each other.
Well, they are grouping up as a team. Quite concerned with the wombo combo threat that Azure have at their disposal. As a result, these lanes are going to once again get pushed against them. No teleport advantages either side here. We get to really see the package used at all. I mean, I don't even think it's been picked up. It's just been left in base, waiting for that moment to truly pop off with. I mean, I'm sure we'll get an indication as to when they really want to fight once it is locked in place. Vamos is the target. Oh, Godfather jumps in. A nice condemn locked into the wall. And it's Vamos that picks up that kill. And that might have been the invitation they needed. Just a little bit of greed from Azure in this series to say, okay, now's our time.
Yeah, a little bit of lack of discipline, right? I think that's what we'll put it down to, because at the end of the day, as a Galio, what are you going to get from, you know, split pushing that deep? What's your game plan there? Because it doesn't feel like, even if you kill the Corki, yeah, it's a little bit of gold injected into your pockets, but it's not going to make or break it. However, you know, with a composition like TDF that's volatile, that needs gold to really ramp up, I mean, that does them a world of good, right? You know, especially going over towards their Corki. I mean, even all the Vayne. You can pick your poison. Which one do you want to have the gold?
I don't think you really mind at this point in the game, as long as they do get that. And you can see that both the Vayne and the Corki right now are sitting pretty in terms of where they're at, item-wise. Halfway into dangerous territory, where you start to wonder, am I just going to get one shot here? And that was our concern, was the fact that they've had so much more damage to a comp that continues to have this amount of CC.
I mean, if they get to 3 items apiece, right, the Vayne and the Corki, let's say they get to 3 items, nothing's happened, game's stable, maybe you lose another dragon, right? Let's say worst case scenario. I mean, you're happy as a Team Don't Feed fan, right? Like that is something you'll take. If you said before the game, you know, with this draft we'll only be 2k behind at 3 items. I mean, I think you're happy.
Yeah, I think you are, for sure. I mean, there's no reason not to be. And I suppose now we start to ask, okay, is this the time they decide, let's group up, the package has been acquired, red buff is there on Natsuno, the dragon has spawned. They win a fight here, and they may be away and laughing, and actually a gold lead themselves.
This does look like a hard fight for Azure.
Oh, Cataclysm, Hero's Entrance, flashing away and dashing too. The dragon is still engaged, the culling comes on through, there is the knock-up, there's the wild growth onto Vayne, Natsuno with the red buff doing what? If she can. Oh, Zonya's G8. Dragon snuck away. Smite secures it. Tumbles, but stuns. The concussive blows. What a champion Brom is, and what a champion roster they have to make it so easy to apply that stun. That was the invitation for TDF back into this game. Oh, the flash Hex Tech and the taunt too. Almost just lived, decisively all the skill shots, but he forgot about the Katarina, and he's gonna fall on down. So close, Juice. So close. But it was a perfect ace.
I think it ultimately just comes down to execution there, Skimmy. I mean, the Jarvan, I swear, getting 3 or 4 members in that Cataclysm, having the Galio ultimate come down, having multiple members needing to burn cooldowns to get out of that. They need to get out of dodge. And then if that wasn't enough, you know, they did a good job to disengage. You thought maybe Vayne's going to take over that team fight. Then Lornia's just gone the long con, the flank around blue buff, and he's able to assassinate 2 members at once, and it's just a little bit too clean. I mean, as we see here, right, you know, it looks good, it looks okay, but then oh wait, Lornia, yeah, okay, Lornia's there now, and that's a cheeky Doublé picked up on the back end, and Yudi just flashing on over, securing that kill, and here's the ace. Again, it is just as simple as execution, right? It just feels like they're one step ahead, but ultimately what it feels like is that I swear he's just one step ahead, and they trust every decision that he makes this game. You know, whenever he goes they go.
And they're following it, aren't they? Absolutely. They're saying, you know, we believe, and as you quite rightly pointed out, they flashed away. I think they were desperately trying to find where the Katarina was, so much so they may have been holding back some of the CC, but when it was used, then Lornia presents himself and says, did you forget about me? And by that point, they have nothing left. And I mean, that was the game in such a neutral state where it really could have been picked up from TDF, but I feel like now a far harder hill to climb, and they are now getting close to being 10,000 gold down.
Yeah, I mean, your draft doesn't really have any wave clear too, right? You know, Corki's the wave, all the wave clear that you have against Baron minions. Sure, maybe able to clear 1 wave, but when you start playing 2 with the Galio, who's able to cheat, I mean, look at this. Like, he's just out damaging Corki from range. I mean, so much value.
It's crazy. It is crazy. Mid tower falls. Super's now spawn, and with a Baron still there for a few minutes. I mean, this is a team that are looking to try and take more than just one. Explosive cask is nice. They've locked in place Pop. Nice Glacial Fissure knocks him up as he jumps away. Everybody locks in place right now. The redemption comes on down. I don't think they're going to be finding it. Team Don't Feed. You've given the man Galio. He's going to get a triple. He's going to fall for it, but he won't mind. Galio should be allowed to play like that. That's a no. Tumbling, hoping, gets a double, and at least holds them off.
It holds them off, but I mean, at what cost? Because you're 2 inhibitors down now, and you're... I mean, the dragon's spawning shortly, and it is just becoming a very, very, very steep hill to climb. And I mean, if you don't mind, I'll farm your whole jungle too. And I mean, that's a no for me. Played that team fight pretty well. He ends up saving the game ultimately with how he played that. And in terms of execution, we can harp on it and harp on it and harp on it, but it really is just that clean. The Galio ultimate coming down off the Jarvan, and you know, if you're watching this game, you know, and you think that Azure Esports are going to take this one out 3-0, I mean, is it what, do you ban Katarina? Do you ban the Jarvan? Do you ban the Galio? What are we banning? I mean, we'll get the replay here. Like, look at this. It's just perfect chain of CC, and then look at Katarina cleaning up on the back end. And I mean, That's a No does a very good job there to kite that one out, but it's just a little bit too late.
They're ruthless in their nature, aren't they? I mean, they're disengaging away, they're taking your jungle, they're clearing out waves. They're basically saying, there's no way back into this game for you. And now it's an Elder Infernal, and I don't think it gets any better, really, to try and close things out here in the game 3.
No, it doesn't. And Vamos had to burn Flash. Katarina just jumped on forward, and Flash being burnt. And look at this. If he wants it, yeah, and you know he wants it. You know he wants it. They didn't want the dragon. They just want the fight.
I mean, they were just basically saying, hey, I'm flagging dragging in. Are you going to burn anything? I mean, are you scared of what could happen? But no, good restraint shown there by TDF. They're going to respect it and say, we're going straight to Baron. Now, let's keep tabs on how quickly this one falls on down, because the Elder is already gone. That's a whole bunch of flat damage picked up here from Azure, as if they needed it already. The Baron is low. It's going to be guaranteed. Permanent buff versus a buff that only lasts a couple of minutes.
Yeah, but look, when you're 10k down, I think you take the trade that you can get. So in terms of, you know, taking what they can get, that's a decent enough trade for Team Don't Feed. You know, at least you're better off getting one of them and then not losing both. So it'll be a little bit of a last stand. You know, maybe Azure Esports will wait out this Baron buff. There's no real pressure or agency on them to end the game. Yeah, you know, you could say that they make the argument that they get outscaled, but I mean, you're 10k ahead. There's no danger of that happening anytime soon. You know, you're nowhere near even getting full builds across the board. So yeah, it's looking like one of those games, Skimmy, unfortunately, if you're a TDF fan, but obviously not over yet. Still have that package, still have that last stand, still have those Baron minions, and we'll see what the game plan is here for Azure Esports to close on out. There is on the way pings into River, but I mean, what do? Are they going to opt in for just straight down mid, or are they going to opt in for playing the side lane?
Well, TDF have to do something right now, and they are staying as a 5-man pack, pushing at mid, going in top, realizing that these are the lanes that need all the focus so far. Bot lane is passively pushing against them, and Azure Esports can just hide in the shadows. They can just play ping pong with them. They don't need to do anything right now. I mean, they've got the buff under no time constraints of their own to deal with it. I don't think they're going to feel too threatened that Team Don't Feed can get some, you know, some free experience, some free gold to catch up. Maybe there's a risk involved that now you've got 4 items complete on those 2 major carries. But it has been the execution, as you've said so many times before. And they can all in bot side and say, the supers, I mean, they'll play the game for us.
They will, but the Baron minions will help you stop a lot of that, right? And that's why I think the Baron was actually a decent enough trade, because actually the gold lead is closing a little bit. It was 10k, now it's only 7k, so that's a 3k swing just from picking up that Baron. Obviously, you know, the unfortunate thing is that the Baron will inevitably time out, whereas the Elder won't. But you have the package now, and you know, you've got to be optimistic. This is the last stand, the last hurrah. Have you generated enough gold on your Vayne, on your Corki to be able to win this next team fight?
Well, there are 2 Guardian Angels available, Lornia and I Swear, the 2 main engaged threats, lining up quite nicely together. Mid is pushing on its own. And as a result, Azure Esports just going to take their time with bot lane. There's no need to. Inhibitors falling in low. There's the GA pop nice and early. Here is the entrance, landing on through inside the base. There's the Cataclysm looking to try and find themselves that kill. They haven't found Lornia just yet. He's burnt the Ignite. He is still living. He's very to actually snag a kill him towards Master. The gold difference, too much to overcome here, Juves. Azure Esports 2-0 in the series, looking to make it 3-0, looking to get justice for Jacuzzi dogs and showcase that, look, between the 3 of us, it's all so close, but there is a gap for a reason.
There is a little bit of a gap, and I mean, that's a 3-0. Obviously, commiserations to Team Don't Feed. They put up some amicable performances, and you really do feel like the 3-0 kind of doesn't do justice just to how close this series was. You know, I think Game 3 maybe was the lesser of the the 3 games that we had in terms of how close it was. But 1 and 2, I feel like, it could have gone either way. Azure Esports obviously closing it out, and we talked about sometimes the problems that Azure Esports have in their draft is their composition is really volatile. And that can be hard to close games out like that. And I mean, we're seeing that time and time again. They get the leads with these assassins, but it is just a little bit slower to close out because the turtling happens and you have less range and you need to play around these neutral objectives. But I mean, I'm excited for this grand final game. I think it's going to be a banger, and we've seen enough to really say it's going to be a close one.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Wealth by God right now, you've watched 2 series really go against each other, and you're starting to wonder, okay, exactly where is the power disparity between these teams? How big is the gap? Is it a canyon, or is it just, a very small lead? Well, there you go, 16 kills to 4. A very dominant Game 3 performance here from Azure Esports as they close out the series and book their tickets through to the grand finals. Godfather once again gets MVP. And if you give him this Galio, he is going to take it. I mean, it is criminal how good some of these players are on these pocket picks and sort of the respect that needs to be shown towards them.
I mean, but then, we make arguments that there's got to be respect across the board because it feels like Lornia is too good at Katarina. And then he played Zed, and it felt like he was too good at Zed. Udis had Lucian, he's too good at Lucian, but then Kaisi is too good, right? And I mean, this is just why their teams are where they are. Yeah, but this is why that's where they are. I mean, it feels like, these what we're going to see as Azure Esports and Wealth by God, they're the 2 best teams that we have, obviously, being 1 and 2 in the grand final now. And, I think Team Don't Feed were a close third, even though it was a 3-0.
Yeah, I mean, you can see there, second most valuable player in the second game in a row there is that Sano. He played the Vayne, he had the full item build, all 6 items, right? He did the most damage in the game, and I mean, that's really what you want to see coming out of a Vayne. But I mean, they took a risk in the draft. They decided to flip things in the mid lane there for Vamos, take him off the Ari and the Oriana, nearly link those 2 up together. Went for the Corki, but I felt like in a way that they sort of kind of lacked that engage as a result, right? You're wondering maybe a Twisted Fate or anything to try and target these side lanes where Azure were able to be so aggressive and just beat you to the punch. It felt like that is what was missing. It was very close, though. I mean, this wasn't the dominant 40k lead ahead of you. You are looking at a very close between the 2 hard carries on Team Don't Feed. But on the flip side, and you mentioned it a few times during the cast, right, the fact that Galio was able to keep toe-to-toe with him.
Yeah, I mean, the Galio was ultimately just the MVP in terms of... he did get the MVP, quite literally, in the game. But in terms of just being able to generate so much side pressure, but then also come to the group, it's just a cheat. It's just a hack. And when you pair that with the Jarvan, I mean, there's just free backline access. And obviously, there's no surprise Godfather gets the MVP, but also the composition is kind of built around him having success, right? Like, there's so many tools and enabling factors that really just let him have those pop-off performances. So, I mean, I think this might be the one team where we time and time again actually just say, that their top lane is MVP, right? I mean, usually we're talking about like, the Keiths and whatnot, that do jobs. They do jobs, and then in the mid lane or AD carry positions, they really have the pop-off performances. But Godfather says, nah, you know what? This is how it's done, lads. This is how it's done, because that's 2 games in a row now where we've really just seen him have some pog-off moments.
And I think this is really going to set things up for a very exciting grand finals, because we talk about lane dominance, we talk about players to watch, and going into that one, it's certainly going to be a lot to break down and dissect. This, for me, what a beautiful identification, first of all. Let's grab the Herald, instantly summon up, unlock the Galio, and maybe just do the best turret dive we've seen here so far.
Oh, that was so clean. That was squeaky clean. I couldn't believe the macro that we saw out of the team here. And I mean, this is the team fight. It was so tense. It was neck and neck. But I mean, in terms of execution, again, look at this. They're just so hard to beat in these mid-game skirmishes. It's a clean ace, right? At 13 minutes in with only a 2k lead. And then here, right, that's a no, has a little bit of a pop-off, saves the game. But even here, GA gets burnt so early in this fight. I thought, this might be the turnaround here from Team Don't Feed, but they just find a way to get it done time and time again. Yudi with the Lucian passive kill into Zhonya's. Just a really good display of mechanics. And I feel like we saw everything this game, everything we needed to see. We saw some very good macro to start the game off, and we saw some solid micro to finish it off for what is now going to be an absolute banger of a finals.
Yeah, and it just seems to be that the juggling of target focus is sublime, right? They're buying time to sub members in and out, almost like a wrestling match. Somebody's loader out of breath. He comes in, he picks up the slack and says, okay, focus me instead now. And it just bought so much time for them to always be low, but always just inch out as much damage as possible to try and get themselves that lead, and ultimately the perfect 3-0 scoreline. Now, this is a team that you're starting to wonder, okay, where do they excel at? Because you look at their competition, we talk about Wealth by God, Carnage in the top lane, formidable 1v2er, right? Like, he does it all in the top lane, so I think him up into Godfather is going to be phenomenal to watch. The jungle matchup, we saw Barga, he's already played Tryndamere, for instance.
Yeah.
Not afraid to do, weird and wonderful things. William Jai, I mean, he's played a lot of Oriana as well. Who can forget that game in the mid lane where he went like 0-15, right? I support Oriana, the next game just drops like 8 kills. And in the bot lane, I mean, we've seen that M-Gods and Goldhammer will play stuff like, Draven and Thresh. They're going to be very keen to try and punish you. So before we get too far ahead of ourselves, Juves, I mean, that is certainly a grand final fit for the title of what we should be excited for. But I do believe we should have an MVP ready to show for this series alone. So let's bring it up and see who it was. Because, I mean, you look at the series, UT got 1, Godfather got 2, and it will be him.
I mean, look at that. The kill participation, the damage, the everything. This man did it all. And what a game from him. But he did it on the Garen and he did it on the Galio. So obviously he gets player of the match for this particular game. But I feel like you can make the argument across the series he was player of the match in almost all 3, which is a sight to behold. Especially coming from a top laner. Again, not something that we're used to seeing. We're not used to seeing these kind of quote-unquote high-impact top laners, right? Usually it's just, hey, do your job, and our AD carries will do it. Do your job, and our mid laners will do it. But he's really showed us a side of, I guess, another way to play the game.
Yeah. He's certainly not afraid to, get his hands dirty and, build full tank, but still pump out considerable damage and draw a threat towards them. And it's phenomenal that you can have that much impact as a top laner. Usually a role that you sort of leave resigned to do its own thing, leave them on a line and say, have fun, go farm, maybe TP every so often, but, just draw pressure, let all the, the glitz and the glam go towards your mid laners or your AD carry, but certainly a strong laner for Azure Esports to play around. And, it's really sort of set this up for what should be the most phenomenal best of 5 to close out things. So that's what we're going to a break for. Don't go anywhere, because after the break, it's the grand final. Who will be the OCE champion? We'll find out soon.
Who will it be?
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner. So head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the wait's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up. Level up.
All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Of your soul, and I recognize every single line, every single roadblock. We got 2 hearts that beat in time, and the towers looking down all night, blocking out the sun that we need. Maybe we can change our stripes and colors. You're the only one I see. And I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night. And I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night. Sleep through the sunrise. my past and I count the numbers of the dreams that I left behind. I don't even care now that I've discovered a new kind of peace of mind. Up above us, looking down on us, there's an angel I know. We don't need to worry or discuss much. It's time for me to hit the road. Take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night, sleep through the sunrise. Stay up all night, and I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night, sleep through the sunrise.
Up, 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 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck. We stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand, just the motion of your hands. Travel like lands, it's just enough, oh yeah. Just for you, I'm just a man. Just an ocean in the wind. We ain't gotta make plans. Fair enough, it's fair enough, oh yeah. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. Like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. And I know it feels like a light years in the making. Up, 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 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck. Oh no, we stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand, just the motion of your hand. Travel like land, just your hype man. Just the one, just a believer. I don't care, I see you loading up my mind. Place me on the sidewalk. Fair enough, oh yeah. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. Like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, tryna be weightless, yeah. And I know it feels like light years in the making. Up, 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 1,000 miles of luck, yeah. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck, oh no. We stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just just the sand, just the motion of your hand, just the dust, just the sand, yeah. Travel like traveling, just the dust, yeah, just the sand. Yeah, yeah, just the dust, just the sand, just the dust, just the sand. Always you and me, trying to be weightless, like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, trying to be weightless. And I know it feels like years in the making. Oh, thousand miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up. Thousand miles of luck, yeah, yeah. We stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Wish we could learn how to love our mistakes, straight from the jump and away from an answer. Wish we could smile when shit's rough nowadays, change our reactions. Feelings don't die around this neighborhood. We used to sell a double pills, young and misunderstood. My homie, tell me what is changing from your point of view. A smaller circle, but the range is for some deja vu. I recognize my future, and there is nothing with you. Unless you turn your boat around, success might come recruit you. But unless you analyze in depth that we're steps away from death, 1,000 possibilities, act on it, Johnny Depp. For real. Cause we're alone sometimes, trying to know what brought us down in here. I don't wanna be stuck in countless doubts. I just wanna smile and run away from here. I swear to God, man, I just wanna be a model for my brother. Hey, hey, I just gotta work until I'm on the covers. Hey, hey, I just gotta work until my sons are covered. Hey, hey, I just wanna make it proud to be my mother. Hey. Wish we could learn how to love our mistakes, straight from the jump and away for an answer. Wish we could smile when shit's rough nowadays, change our reactions. You just gotta love yourself. 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 Hope you learned your lesson, girl. I cannot teach anymore. Hope you show some faith in men, not like anyone. Cause I am over being sober with myself when I'm with you. I am over being something I am not. I'ma turn it to the man now. Hey, finna get my money, ain't no handouts. Hey, finna be a legend like I'm playing down. Hey, I ain't try to focus on my friends now. Huh? I'ma turn it to the man now. Hey, finna get my money, ain't no handouts. Hey, finna be a legend like I'm playing down. Hey, I ain't gotta focus on my friends now. You just gotta love yourself. You just gotta love yourself. You just gotta love yourself.
And we try to practice more, and now we set the goal to top 1.
Secure now, Godfather in the pit, 1v3, followed up with a death mark, solid flare hits, absolutely enough.
Team I think is strongest the WBG. They have a good player, and I think it's hard to beat them now.
The moonfall, Bernard once again.
I will use my one trick to beat Timo from V-Box.
To his death, but can Lornia clean up? And here we go, you heard there from UT, looking to get himself into the grand final, and what a story for him. Already identifying that WBG are the team to beat, Jubes, and this is 8 weeks of competition, finally building up to the penultimate moment of finding out who is the champion. The very first champion in OCE for Wild Rift. This is really being teed up to be the banger of all bangers, a best of 5, prize money, a chance to play in SCA for international gameplay too, and on the night, the best 2 teams.
And I'm sure, after listening to that interview, they'll probably take a lot of confidence in the way that they were able to play out the last series, right? Obviously, they knew from the go-ahead that this was the team to beat. The team in the finals was going to be the hardest matchup for them. But I think, there's a lot to be said for the confidence that you come away with, especially after a 3-0. And I mean, they were also pushed a little bit too. So not enough so that they're mentally they're struggling, but enough to be like, if it gets tough, we'll come out on top.
Yeah, it certainly looked as if they were always in full control. You saw moments where they were maybe pushing the barrel too far against them to say, all right, let's have a go. Let's sort of limit test and try things out and see what sticks and what doesn't. But ultimately, it never felt like there was a situation where they were throwing their lead, such to a point where you're thinking, okay, that was a game for you to lose, and ultimately it has. But they are a team that have clearly identified that, okay, mid lane was where we wanted to focus, get the Assassins online. And you raised a really good point, right? Was that a TDF-focused draft or a game plan? Was it just to, stem Vamos nice and early and the rest of the team then capitulate around him? We'll have to wait and see because, as we touched on, Wealth by God are certainly very stacked. And there they are on your screen now, waiting for their very first game of the night. That really is the beauty, Jubes, of finishing first. You got the automatic seed into the grand finals. You've had a whole night work to, revise your own prep coming into this one, but assess exactly where teams are at and if anything needs adjusting.
Yeah, I mean, they've had such a good sample size, right? They've not only been able to see the teams that have won, but the teams that have lost, and they've also been able to see, what has looked like it was going to work, right? Because again, Team Don't Feed had inklings in that game where, maybe they'd pop their head out and pinch one. So I think Wealth by God, if they've done their research, they'll be able to see kind of, where the frailties of Azure Esports lie. As we
it's
see,
interesting to note, actually coming into this one, Jubes, that Wealth by God, they had the most points. They did get the first seed for good reason. 6 wins and 1 defeat. Do you know who they lost to?
Azure Esports.
No, they lost to Jacuzzi Dogs.
Oh.
Now, isn't that a crazy storyline, right? Jacuzzi Dogs out in the very first round. They lost 2-1 to them. So, if anything, the question has been all night long, exactly how big is the gap? If we're seeing back-to-back 3-0s, is it close? Is it huge? Well, we'll have to wait and see, because this is that team right there. Carnage in the top lane, ever a threat. The 1v2 king. Renekton, Kennen, take it away from him. Barga, never too shy away from creative jungle picks. We saw the Tryndamere before. Oriana as the William Jai. I tell you what, he is a player that loves that control mage. M-Gods in the bot lane, always forcing his hand and showcasing that he's got the mechanics. And in Goldhammer as their support. And when we sort of saw them for the very first time in that round of 8, we said, okay, what's this team about? Why are they so hyped up? And initially we saw very, very keen to fight in the early laning phase. They're not waiting for dragons or objectives to decide what they're doing. It wasn't necessarily about, waiting for a jungle gank. It was just a straight 1v1 or 2v2s to assert their dominance.
Yeah, and I mean, it was almost just, at least the games that we saw, Skimmy, just a little bit too easy for them. As we quickly just touch on Azure Esports again, obviously Godfather in the top lane, I swear, Jungle, Lornia in the mid lane, Yuri and Pop in the bot lane, and obviously you're not going to change a winning lineup. There's no surprises, there's no changes here. This is the team that we just saw a moment ago take the 3-0 against Team Don't Feed, and yeah, they're looking like a real contender, a real threat. A little bit humble in that video, a little bit scared about the team maybe that they're coming up against. But I think, this team is in with a serious opportunity to shock a few people. Because again, Skimmy, just to reiterate, for those of you that weren't here or potentially only tuning in for this match, they finished 8th. They just made it in to the playoff round. And, all of it, they've ran the gauntlet, if you will. They've ran the bracket, and they're playing for the final. They're playing to be the team that represents Oceania.
Yeah, I mean, if you talk about a glow up, right? Usually you're talking about makeup. You're usually talking about, a few Instagram photos here and there. We're talking about gaming. These boys have glown up fabulously, right? Getting picked up by an organization and showcasing, hey, your faith has been rewarded quite handsomely. Because how about very first participation in a grand final to show that this is a team to keep your eyes on. It is going to be a battle in the bot lane. That's what I'm most excited for, because we have seen that both these AD carries can pop off on their day, but mid lane, based on what we've seen tonight as well, that should be a hotly contested area too. I'm very keen to see if the the adaptations, the game plan, the style strategy changes at all. But Wealth by God going to begin their accounts here by starting off on the blue side and guaranteeing first pick.
Yeah, seeing the Xin Zhao being banned away already from Baga, don't want to give him, any of those tools to start fights early, right? To have that early pressure. And I mean, I knew this would be the one from the start, the Renekton being taken away from Carnage. I think, we haven't seen an impact from a Renekton, just like he's just been a little bit too good on that particular champion. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Oh, and the last ban's going to be center. Do not want to have the center fast.
Yeah, the center's a nice one. I suppose it does deter them from picking up that as an option. I do like the Gragas identification nice and early there to say we feel like the only way that you can beat us is if you try and break up the fights into those 2v2s and all the rest, as opposed to just straight front to back 5v5. So I like that. Obviously, the Katarina and the Ramis is a good identification too. But it does mean Evelyn is available, and Alistair has been banned away early in the night as well. And will Azure Esports just open up with those two?
Yeah, I mean, the Galio for me, though, is a good pickup to deny. Not even necessarily just for your own competition, but just to deny that from Azure Esports, because I think Galio has been pivotal for them winning the previous series. So I think that's this is already the benefit that we're seeing from being able to watch the games. The Jarvan loses a little bit more value because there's nothing to back him up, right? When he's going into the back line, it is just going to be a solo Jarvan. And now we're seeing the Camille Galio, which, to be quite honest with you, is deadly.
This is just so good, isn't it? I mean, you just look at the first 3 picks and you think you've just got so much macro. Map control, kill pressure, and you can really pivot this draft to the final 2 picks in any direction you want. Twist of Fate confirmed there. The hover for the Zeds. They're going to run it back again. It might just be a case of keeping, I swear, on this Jarvan, Wombo combing all day long with these Cataclysms and just trying to pick off somebody nice and early. And
we're seeing the Yuri's, I'm going to call it the Yuri Zaya, because I feel like he was the first player that we really saw, pick this one up and run away with it. So it is going to be a Galio support. It's going to be Zaya, Galio bot lane, Camille in the top lane, Lee Sin in the jungle. That's what we're going to see here. And I mean, from the onset, this is a pretty scary draft by Wealth by God.
Did see the Fiora hover there for a second, and I was wondering, would they really want to go that direction, given that you've gone for the Jarvan? Sure, you got the hard force with the 4-man, but they are going to opt for that Garen once again. So, Godfather, going to look to try and make it now 3 MVPs in as many games. And I wonder if, going back to your point earlier in the night, if match fitness even matters. I mean, we talked about perhaps, TDF coming into this one, having just done a dominant Frio performance, and then they just got swept and reversed themselves. So, maybe match fitness doesn't really account for much.
Look, I don't think we're going to see a 3-0 this game. I mean, that would be unfortunate, and it would be pretty, I think, statistically not likely to have another 3-0. Surely we can't have a 3-0, a 3-0, and another 3-0. I feel like they're probably going to come out of the gates swinging. They're probably going to be able to pick up an early win if they are Azure Esports. Obviously, they do have a lot of respect for their opponent. I mean, we haven't heard much from WVG, right, in terms of what they think about Azure Esports. Was that the opposition they thought they would be coming up against? We don't know, but I mean, I'm sure we'll know once the game starts, once we see how these early lanes play out, because we're used to seeing Wealth by God win their early lanes. They're a team that just has had superior laning across the whole tournament, yeah, well, let's get right into it.
Certainly we shall. It's time for the grand finals. The very first chance here for one of these teams to crown themselves as the inaugural OCE Wild Rift champions. Wealth by God on the left-hand side, Azure Esports on the right. And a chance now to make history and go international.
Goldhammer's not even in lane. He doesn't care. He's just had enough already. I'm roaming.
The level 1 Galio taunt.
Oh, he started the Q, so yeah, just Vision. Vision is what he wanted. The Vision was the aim of the game, and first Twisted Fate we're seeing of the night as well. But if there was a player that I wanted to highlight in terms of being more of an enabler as a player, and I think this is pretty evident throughout the assists that he's been able to pick up throughout the tournament's games, was William. On this Twisted Fate, I feel like he's not all fussed and doesn't really care too much about dropping double-digit kills and whatnot. He's really all about getting, his side lanes ahead and helping his jungler where he can. It's always a treat watching him play, and I feel like he's one of those mid laners that has had such a priority on this Twisted Fate.
And it's not to say that he doesn't have it in his locker to be a carry, because he certainly does, but he's flexible, malleable in that regard, that he can fill the needs of the team to play macro, to play to enable, or to, you know, be individually a major threat. Now, he's going to have a Lee Sin there to back him up. Obviously, the response is what we've already seen this night from Azure Esports, and it is going to mean first gank of the game goes towards Carnage. She's the Camille, so a nice hook shot to disengage away from, but now bot side, rip back to Pivas. There's the two, looking for the double, on towards UT. Oh, it's connected. Of course it has. M-Gods, this is the bot lane, and this is what they do.
And this is the 2v2 we're talking about. I mean, this is the team that we're talking about. Why we've just, you know, we touted them so highly. It's because they have laning phases like this. If it's not Carnage that's picking up the solo kills, it's just the bot lane. You know, the Xayah, the Galio, 2-0 start, 1k gold lead. They're off to a flyer. And I mean, we talked about, you know, potentially being warm, bit of match fitness, but, oh, hold the thought.
Don't worry about it. A bit of an all-in in the mid lane. The Dragon Rage to kick him back, but it's onto a clone. The worst target possible. Maybe snagging a kill with minion aggro onto I Swear. He's just gone out of range. And that's a bit unfortunate there in the mid lane. But Azure Esports, they'll take that.
I mean, to answer your question too, Skimmy, from before the match started, what are we going to see from Azure Esports? Is it going to be that same mid-jungle centric focused composition? And it looks like so far it is, right? The first gank goes into the mid lane and, oh, a little bit of damage. But yeah, the first gank goes into the mid lane. They play the 2v2 very well. Maybe they get a little bit lucky, maybe calculated with the shadow, but they pick up the kill and, you know, looks like we have the lanes that we're going to be playing towards, right? It's going to be the bot lane here for Wealth by God, and potentially it's going to be the mid lane here for Lornia and Azure Esports.
It's just so beautiful when you can rely on laners to, you know, individually pop off and play like this and just free up Naga to, you know, rush item leads or to, you know, put his resources elsewhere, share the wealth around and become strong as a pack. It's just crazy that they keep getting away with this one. Carnage topside, up into Godfather. You might be strong, you might have popped off before, but Carnage is a whole different beast. And he's taking him down in the solo kill.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite funny too that we before the game we just talked about them being this team, right? And they've just picked it up topside, picked it up bot lane, and unfortunately William's been the one to fall down, but he's just, you know, he's the facilitator for this team, right? And it sounds funny to say and joke about, but literally to the script is how Wealth by God have come out of this one.
Yeah, it's beautiful to see that they're not going to change things up. Why would you? Because that's what made them so strong. That's what's put them in this position here today. First seed. Usually speaking, at least historically, elsewhere, other games, favorite should win things out here. And now Godfather is being targeted again. A gold card into an instant Herald summon. You run back to lane. You've got no summoners. You've burnt the honey fruit. This turret is falling down.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be first turret, as simple as that. The rotation's just a little bit too late from the Z. But, you know, is he going to be able to pick up a return kill onto the Xayah? Hang on a minute. Let us go down.
Looking for it. Okay, there is the Featherstorm as you highlight. The exhaust comes out nice and early there from William. The Enabler, the Protector, the support too. And then we've got survives for the meantime.
But, look at that trade. Yeah.
What a great trade bot side. I mean, sure, you got the flag, a little bit of extra attack speed. Ah, but there's the payback. Just need to sit back a little bit more. Also, what's going on here? Carnage, 1v3. Oh, the Hexagon evades him by so much time. That might be the difference here. Just trying to wait to connect. There's the execute. Can they find more? Can they clean house? On to Pop. He's got the ultimate. Very tanky, but not tanky enough because he's still going to fall on down. Where are you going? There's the killing spree.
I mean, we're trying to break down the macro, we're trying to break down the decision-making that led us there. I mean, literally, Wealth by God run from top to bot and just clean up in the process. They kill the mid laner, they kill the bot lane, and it's 7-2. It is only a 2k gold lead because Azure Esports do have that turret advantage, so they did a good job to trade back or trade ahead even against the Rift Herald. But, I mean, of course, the current game state, 3-0 Lee Sin, 3-0 Xayah. You got to be very happy if you're a Wealth by God fan at the moment.
Yeah. And I mean, that was, as you say, so much to break down. We're praising the fact that they managed to get the first turret top side. Then you go, hang on a minute, bot side, what's going on here? 2 turrets picked up. Just need to play a little bit more defensively in mid because they lose that kill there. And as you saw, it was just trades upon trades.
Dominoes. It was just dominoes.
It was a bit of a domino effect. I mean, it's probably the best way to put it. It was just multiple members stepping up and saying, well, I can trade you, or I'll do this. This is a better trade deal. William caught face checking.
Yeah.
And the kill just goes across to UT. Really good pickup there from Azure.
Yeah, but Azure are playing the map very well here. I mean, they're finding the... Not only are they finding kills, but they're finding objectives as well, which is the important thing. You know, they're 2 turrets ahead now. They still are down gold, but, you know, the fact that they've been able to take turrets down really opens the map up for more picks, right? If you have this assassin in the mid lane, you have the Alistar, you have the Jarvan, you want less turrets on the map, because then it creates a lot of, I guess, a volatile space. M-Gods isn't as safe rotating through the jungle. You know, you can catch William like you did before. So they're just making Summoner's, Rift just dangerous, a dangerous place to be.
And it gets really good here for Godfather, at least for the meantime, whilst Carnage doesn't sit on those 2 to 3 item spikes, because he's gone for the teleport. He's now got a really wide open lane, and he can gradually chip away, working towards that inhibitor. It feels like William is going to bear the brunt of the focus here. I mean, he's playing a Twisted Fate. He's no doubt working his way towards that rapid fire cannon at some stage, and that's when he'll, at some point, you know, start to come online and not have to worry about his KDA looking as grim in comparison to the rest of his team. But I mean, you see Elise and you see Azai with 3 kills. To your point, you're happy with that.
I mean, you're definitely happy because it's that bridge that we talk about, right? Because Zaya, you know, being that champion that does build your traditional crit, obviously has a lot of self-reliant peel too. And I mean, obviously, you see me, before I finish that point, I want to say the gold lead, well, not gold lead, the gold in terms of 80 carries is dead even, just because where the turrets have fallen, it's been UD that's been the beneficiary. So even though it's a 3-0 Zaya, it's still even in terms of gold. And I mean, this is anyone's team fight here to play. Lornia is quite strong, Kais is quite strong.
It's a really good point, actually, that you bring. The fact that they can recover from what was a very early 2 death in the bot lane. But they've managed to bridge it. Now, the taunt goes out preemptively. Trying to see what I swear does. He just turns around. 2-man Cataclysm still locked inside. The Featherstorm comes on out. The hip-up pole. Looking to try and lock him in place a fraction longer. M-Gods against the world. Where's this team? UT jumps in. Forces out the Zonias. Oh! They jump down Goldhammer, and he actually dies as he slams the ground. Gravity gliding. Falls there. And now on towards the Dragon.
Oh, still a bit of a contest here. UD's healthy enough. Godfather regen with the Garen passive. And this just might be a cleanup.
Oh! And the Void Missile connects on towards Bargate. The Sonic Wave misses. He can't get into the pit to try and steal this one away.
Does he want to get into the pit?
I don't think he wants to. Do you even get enough time to jump in and smite? I think you just die.
Oh, and he dies
anyway. He tried. He tried. It's a quicker recall. We'll give it that. It's not really. It's down for 20 seconds. But first or second Dragon for sure.
That's a shutdown 2 for UD. I mean, look at the gold now. He's actually up 700. And he's going to be up more because this turret is going to fall. So, I mean, big taunt.
4 turrets to 1. Goldhammer locks in place, doing whatever he can. William. Oh, the Death Muck still connects despite the stasis. Azure have just completely flipped the script, made themselves have the gold leads. They've just done so much work on the map.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like in terms of the skirmishes, they've I'm gonna say quote-unquote lost, right? As a teleport, this might just be... Wow.
Is that a Baron on spawn just dropping?
The teleport?
Confidence here from Azure Esports. There's no time. I mean, are they going to come and try and contest this one? Goldhammer jumps on in. They're not going to find it. Godfather secures it. Goes on for a meantime. Lornia jumps in and then jumps back out of the pit again, baiting their attention. How many Baron buffs can they live with? I swear it's the first one to fall on down. Lornia is not going to participate in this one. He's already back in base, Jubes. Carnage on the flank. Tactical sweep. Lifesteal is there. They're going to run members down. They found 2. They found 3. Oh. They're going to try and find 4. Pop! With the Pulve combo. Gets it. Carnage a little bit too greedy on that end. He gets himself a shutdown in the process too, but William picks himself up a double.
I mean, we still have to say that overall, that plays worth for Azure Esports, right? Because the Baron gives you an influx of gold, and we'll hold the thought while we see the replay. The Garen picks up the objective again, and look at Yudi on the back end. Does a really good job to ulti out, kill it instinct out of the threat. Lornia bases because he's no use to anyone, even with the ultimate at this point, right? And then now it's pretty much just save as many Barons as you can. You know, maybe you could have made the argument Yudi should have just walked on out and taken the Baron as well, but Pop does a good job to trade back, and now you have the Baron threat side lane pressure from the Zed, which you don't anymore.
Oh, well,
Oh,
Niche just
okay,
died as
so
well.
that's Baron
So,
gone.
all that Baron was gold and denial.
Yeah, gold and ace on both sides, pretty much. So, yeah, that's gone, and we will talk about that another time.
Back to a far more even state again, and what could have been a possibility to group up as 5, and with that 1 buff active, potentially threaten a bot lane and hip. And that's gone for the meantime, but there are TPs on either side now, so as this game gets further and further in, you do start to keep your eyes fixated on where Carnage can go and how he can look to try and influence these side lanes. We'll hold that thought for a second, Juve, because towards I swear they go. He's jumped in with a Destiny, not the place he wants to be. Goes golden for a second, wants to flash on out. Does he have it? He does. He's got the exhaust. Waiting for the gold card, turns around. GA popped, I swear in trouble, down to 20%. Back into the river they go, into the fog of war, knocks him out, and then Carnage jumps straight back in. He's taking you out. They've got themselves a double. M-Gods is angered. You can win the macro, but we'll win the fight.
I mean, that's just such a good team fight played by Wild by God. It feels like Azure Esports have had them in terms of the macro department, right? Like, this is where they generated a lot of their lead in the early game. But in terms of skill checking, in terms of execution, in terms of the skirmish, Wild by God have just been on another level in this game, right? That's evident through the 18 to 10 kills for... hang on a minute, if you don't mind.
Carnage on his own. He just wants to take out UT. UT has no flat. Well, he does actually now. He's burned the barrier. Then flashes the way off.
Wow.
Brings in the cavalry. They come on through. M-Gods. He might try the death mark. The station's too early.
That's the third drag now, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, Carnage was just too keen to get that kill, to try and wipe them and guarantee the dragon. The risk ultimately doesn't pay off. And Azure now a real shot to get triple dragon stacks.
That's triple dragon. I mean, there's nothing they can do about that. No AD carry, you got to be disciplined enough to give that one away because the Baron buff is spawning as well. And again, I mean, it's such an exciting game because it across the board, it's outplay after outplay. It feels like in terms of the pure 5v5, Wild by God have, you know, the edge. But the way that Azure Esports are playing the map and just rotating their, you know, just in time, it's been fantastic to watch, and two kind of polarizing playstyles.
Very different approach to the game, as we've seen, and it is interesting actually how teams are going to play around this one because Godfather is, you know, slowly achieving in that bot lane, forcing Carnage time and time again to have to answer him. Another Baron has spawned, and going to be far harder to sneak it in this time. 3 dragons though, I mean that is such a pretty picture. It doesn't really, you know, feel much better than that to have all the sustain, the rotational ability, the mitigation, and then say, well, you know, come at us. If you're hungry for blood, if you're keen to, you know, set an agenda in this series and, you know, work your way into this one, we're warmed up and ready. We'll just play the map and sneak it and hip away from you.
And it's interesting to note too, Skimmy, just so I was taking stock of automation as I was listening to your beautiful voice, but the grudge has been picked up from Desire. Not the Last Whisper, right? That we traditionally, or the Lord Dominic's or anything like that. So, I mean...
I wonder why though, because I mean, you're going into triple tank, aren't you? Garen...
well, you still got the Last Whisper that builds into it, right? But you got the Last Whisper that builds into it, but maybe the utility is what he values more over the actual, you know... Yeah.
Certainly is going to mean that he can be even more now self-sufficient with that peel, isn't it? So,
yeah.
What a champion in that regard, and 5-2-10.
And look at that!
He's been really feeling himself this game.
What? It's just so close across the board. I mean, look at the 80 carries, right? It's there's nothing to separate them. Both on 3 items. Obviously, Camille having a better time in this side lane now. 3 items with the true damage, has the death dance as well. So, you know, Godfather is really just all about damage control here. Stop Camille from winning that side. Get to the team fights. Maybe the Garen can be more useful there. Has the teleport as well. Both top laners having the teleport. Is that... They're not on the Baron yet. No, they haven't started.
Not just yet. Oh, in comes, I swear, a flash to Cataclysm. An instant flash away, so the ult finds nothing, but just a bit of a breakup of the terrain. A ret back of the feathers, roots 2, and in comes the Death Marker looking for that key target. He got exhausted, so the damage will be nullified. The Hexagon Domain unlocks in place the key target. Carnage instantly into flash and Burn Ignite 2. GA execute, there he's gone. A trade between 2.
Okay,
and only 2 have fallen on down, but then Wealth by God, just superior once again in their team fighting, will get the clean ace, and they've only lost to Camille for it.
They might be able to end here. The death timers are quite long. They do have a minion wave coming down mid lane. It is the shortest way to the Nexus. So we'll have to see how much damage they do to this turret. How much damage do they do to the Nexus? It is the cannon minion alive. It looks like it's going to be game.
Certainly does look to be the case here. What a close game it was, though. We have certainly got a series on our hand, but Wealth by God straight into the grand final. Game 1 is theirs for the taking.
Yeah, I mean, it was only a... It's only a 16-minute game, so it's not the longest game that we've had in terms of this tournament, but it just felt backwards and forwards, and it ultimately just came down to the better team fight execution. And again, just to reiterate, I think Azure Esports played the map a lot better, but in terms of the skirmish, in terms of just being that little bit sharper, it felt like Wealth by God just had that upper hand. You know, M-Gods in particular, I think what a performance from him. Carnage in the top lane, picking up, and I mean, just solo kills top and bot. Really, it's such an uphill battle from there, even if you play the map better.
And it's what we expected, right? We expected them to force their hand nice and early, get kills in the lanes, and say, with that in mind, now we can look to try and do X, Y, and Z. And what that was just continued fight after fight after fight. And I think it was a really good approach there from Azure to say, okay, let's just play the macro. That siege in the bot lane to get those 2 turrets nice and early was a great play. But I feel like they'll be frustrated they weren't actually able to push that advantage further, right? They had to consistently match and answer to the team fights that Wealth by God were throwing their way. They never really got a chance to really open up the map in that sort of same vein. Maybe you could say a 10-minute Baron, which was a great call. Losing all the buffs, I mean, it's not a good start, right? You've lost that buff, and that was a perfect invitation to utilize the play from before.
I think maybe a little bit more disciplined. They could have got away with 2 or 3 more Barons, but I mean, even then, right, they get 1 Baron on Lornia, who can be a very serious win condition in that side lane, especially with the Baron creeps. But he actually just got caught deploying back on the map and died, and they didn't get to utilize any of that Baron buff. So maybe some tweaks here, some tweaks there. We see a different game play out. But nevertheless, I'm excited for the series that we have on hand, because Wealth by God look like the real deal. And Azure Esports, you know, they're not too far off the pace. You know, a few tweaks, like we said, and potentially we go to 5 games.
I think so, and I don't think it's any need to really panic about the draft as such. I think what we saw was pretty strong for what makes these 2 teams as good as they are, as to why they should be here. But let's bring up those match stats. Let's see where things are at. Let's see what the breakdown was. We talked about 2 very different styles in this game, but it was really, Juice, a case of that bot lane action. That's where I was excited to see. I'm glad that it delivered.
Yeah, most damage, and what else do you want from your AD carry, right? As soon as I see the most damage on my AD carry, you've done your job, buddy. And I mean, even in terms of the gold, like both AD carries across the board here, you know, one being the MVP, one being the second MVP, like it is just a true display of mechanics. And, you know, Yuri not having the easiest time, particularly coming into what was a fed Camille, but he was managing to find the openings. And yeah, like we said, I mean, I want to see how much, I guess, M-Gods really did in terms of damage and who was the next closest, because I have to give honorable mentions to William Jai. Or I feel like after that rough start, he really kind of came to in that game. I actually thought, you know, in terms of Twisted Fate, it's not often you see them fall behind, and when they do, they kind of just fall off a cliff and you never really see them again. But he put himself in the trenches and he got himself out at the same time, right? And yeah, for me, that's just a testament to this team in general.
Yeah, and he said, look, I don't even need the rapid fire cannon because I have a comp that wants to go towards me. So why not just build a Rabadon's cap and make sure that if I do find a target, and if they are going to all be clumped up on me, that the wild cards is going to spread and do so much work. Just look at the damage breakdown. It really was the M-God show there. As you can see that he led the line with the most damage in the game, but it wasn't without the rest of the team certainly packing a fair bit of a punch themselves. So much so that we do see what is a fairly even discrepancy between some of these team fight contributions. But ultimately, I think they'll be quite happy with themselves that they were able to weather the storm in the mid lane, that Zed wasn't able to get too far ahead, that Lornia was controlled for the most part, that I swear, whilst very prolific on these heavy engage junglers, wasn't able to really cause them too many headaches to be worried about, that they could just, you know, turn it around with their fancy feet, with their superior mechanics, and you know, play to their strength, which was just that team fight superiority.
Yeah, and I mean, I know we're looking at the damage stats here, but there's one thing that kind of I feel like we forgot to mention, and it would not be right of me not to mention it, but Goldhammer had 22 of the 23 kill participation. The only one that he missed out on was the solo kill that Carnage picked up topside. So He had the highest skill participation in the game. And obviously, sometimes you just got to give the shout out to the supports. If you don't shout out supports, then no one's going to want to support. And I feel like we need more supports. So, got to give that one.
Yeah, I mean, they're always the silent achiever, aren't they? They certainly do the dirty work when other players want to be the stars of the show. But Goldhammer, what a player! I'm very keen to see what he can do later on into the series and how the opposition can match it. Well, here's some of the highlights. This is that initial 2v2 in the bot lane that we'd love to see, which makes this team so strong. Best start possible here for M-Gods. And it doesn't get much better than this afterwards because they go into the jungle and say, okay, you're sieging us. Trade for trade. You mentioned it. It was that domino effect. And at this point, you're thinking, okay, these two teams are playing very differently, but one team is, coming out just slightly ahead each time.
Yeah, this Baron call was so good, by the way. 10 minutes in, let's just teleport and start it. I mean, that's probably the best usage we've seen of teleport all tournament. I mean, it's not often that we see a 10-minute one just get straight burnt to the Baron buff. And they actually caught M-Gods on the red buff timing. He was actually hitting that red buff and, had no chance of getting there. But I mean, here's where I thought, maybe Yudi could have gotten away with the Baron, Lornia could have gotten away, obviously dies on the deploy. And here for me, William Jai uses the gold card to perfection, starts this fight by baiting the engage, insta-popping Zhonya's, and that's all the cooldowns gone from Azure Esports, and it was just a cleanup crew after that. And here's just the last team fight. You lose one team fight at 16 minutes in the mid lane, and it's as good as game. Which, for me, this was just M-God's difference in this team fight.
It certainly felt like that. Once they'd sort of, absorbed all the pressure of Azure Esports coming at them, I mean, you can't disengage with that comp. It is very much go, 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 pushing forward until the last man standing is gone. As soon as you're disengaging, trying to peel and trying to rotate, I feel like the comp definitely diminishes in its value. And as you saw in the tail end there, one Destiny is all it took to say, where are you going? You're mine for the taking. So, Wilf by Gold going to be feeling pretty happy with how the series has started so far. A 16-minute clinical victory. They're up 1-0 in the grand final. Let's jump to a break and see how things play out in game number 2.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner. So head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the light, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up. For as long as I can remember, and you stood by me and held up my head. But it's getting hard to say that I am not a pretender. No, I don't wanna leave any words unsaid. Now I think that you hate me, and I'm driving you crazy. Wish I could say forever, but maybe we're better when we're not together. I know that we have to let it go. I can see your eyes close, and I feel like we're drowning. I know that we have to let it go. Can you see my eyes close? And I feel like we're drowning.
I'm so sorry that I wasn't really there for me. Cause nobody else is showing any empathy. Rudely awake and quite undertaken. Did I do something wrong? Life isn't easy. Why did you leave me here with my thoughts alone? I don't wanna wake up messed up, cause I can't spend another day like this. Another type of caked up breakup, where I've been finding any way to my fix. But I need you now, cause I don't wanna be around. No, I don't wanna wake up messed up. There's gotta be another way past this. I'm so sorry that I didn't go to therapy. Thinking everybody, even you's an enemy. Brutally awake and quite undertaken. Did not do nothing wrong.
WBG will be waiting for you at the top.
Dominus active, people going golden, hoping to pick up this trade. The moonfall is absolutely insane.
GD once defeated us, and it's the only match we lost. So I would say it's a strong team.
Do anything. He's dead and gone. The game looks over.
GDF is also a strong team. I think we may meet them at the final match.
Unbelievable. GA playing aggressive. Well, it won't be TDF, unfortunately, because they got knocked out 3-0 by this team here, Juice. Azure Esports are in with a shot. They're in the grand final. They've run the gauntlet from that semi-final position, but they are now down 1-0 in this best of 5. And it's a situation that we're not going to really draw too much panic or concern to, right? Very different styles, but it felt like a lot of the aggression that had worked had been, I suppose, looked at differently and addressed.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny hearing those interviews, right? Because that's kind of what we hear before the match, and then the series plays out, and then all of a sudden, like, it's the furthest from the truth. And I mean, now, where does this, where do we land in terms of, that was a relatively contested game, relatively close, but I believe before we break it down even further, we have a shout out.
We do, yeah, another chance obviously to remind everybody watching at home. Yeah, it could be a rant as well, whatever you want it to be, whatever, you know, floats your boat. It's another chance to enter into that giveaway as ESL are giving away some Visa gift cards for a chance to earn some money and spend on whatever you like. Perhaps some skins in game, because I heard, Juice, if you look good, you play good. Can you confirm?
It's facts. I mean, you need to have skins. If you don't have skins, then I think the champ loses like between 5 and 10% damage. Obviously not confirmed. Yep. So I don't want people going, you know, this is what they said, but
they're going to quote you, it's clipped, it's done.
Yeah.
It's already happened, mate. But be sure to go to that link below, as you can see there, esl.gg/WR Finals Comp. And on there, you'll find that there are 4 different ways to enter. You can either sign up to the ESL newsletter, you can follow us on Twitter, refer your friends if you want some extra entries. But the real kicker is if you then copy the unique code posted in chat, you get an additional 5 entries. So be sure to go to that link below when you get a chance. And on with the grand finals we go. 1-0 so far. Business as usual. Wealth by God doing much as to what we sort of anticipated they would. Strong early game. Playing for leads in the laning phase. Bring that into team fights and just out-mechanics you.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, if that's the way that they're going to play, if that's the way that they're going to operate, then I'm all for it, because that was very fun to watch. And I mean, you know, obviously them being in the grand finals, it works for them too, right? You know, a lot of the times you want to minimize risk. You don't really want to go for the skill checks. You want to play that macro game, or you want to take safe fights. But no, why not? If we're just better, we're better. We'll inevitably win out on on some of those team fights. And I mean, it felt like time and time again, it was close. Maybe it didn't start in the most favorable way for them, but they were able to finish that one off as we head into draft.
That we are, and okay, Azure Esports going to flex things around, so nice and early into this one, not going to take things too easy. Going to say, we're going to pick blue side, we're going to make sure that, you know, different pick priority, different banning phase, what are we going to look to try and deny away, and let's see what they do. The Zinzao remains, as does the Katarina, and I think we will see, despite the side selection, maybe just a whole bunch of the same.
Yeah, I mean, Zinzao, Renekton, it feels like they're the two that they're must. I mean, if you're getting solo killed on Carnage's Camille, you cannot give him the Renekton because I dare say he's going to do the exact same thing. You know, Wukong being something that we're used to seeing as a bit of a staple ban now. Diana as well being taken away. Haven't seen that one all night. And Galio for me has been the kicker. It's been the champ that's been most impactful in every single game that we've seen tonight. And I feel like every single team has put it to good use. So taking that one away definitely seems like a smarter option. But Gragas obviously being one of those staples as well that we're used to seeing.
Yeah, banned away in game 1, and as it's let through, then blue side priority means that you can guarantee that for yourself. So that might be the kicker that Azure Esports need to split apart these team fights and guarantee that the fights will become a little bit easier for them to take. If Wolf by God are going to try and skill check them in a pure 5v5, they're going to respond back already with themselves that Camille. Could be flexed into the jungle, but we did see Carnage just play it before, and a nice early pick on towards the Oceania, which is a staple here for William.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, he's had some blinders on it, right? Like, and it's funny to say blinder because I think he had like 0-0-15 or 0-0-11 or 12 or something like that. Like the shockwaves were hitting, but he just wasn't getting the last hit. So unfortunate for him. But I mean, he can definitely play this champion extremely well. And this is what I like by Wealth by God. You know, they take away the Galio, right? Which means that the Camille loses a little bit of value because you no longer have that Camille Galio synergy. But they've taken Lulu, which is like the pseudo, doesn't do the same thing as Galio. But if you do use the Hextech Ultimatum into the backline, use the Lulu Ultimate, the Wild Growth, then you're just getting so much value in terms of the knock-up, in terms of the survivability that Carnage is going to have. You know, put the ball on him too for good measure. So across the board, their draft just makes a lot of sense at the moment.
Certainly does, and I really like this because there's been a few times this series that I've said, or actually this tournament really, where I've said, oh, they've locked in Rammus. This is a classic pick from Azure. Oh, they've got the Vayne, could shut them down. But time and time again, you've said, you know, well, it's got true damage. It's not going to be the be-all, end-all. Sure, Taunt's nice, and sure, it has been banned away in a few series because it offers so much in terms of gank potential, which is what made, you know, the pairing of I Swear and Lornia so prevalent. But you know, you're putting your eggs into this basket of a Lulu that can literally ult anybody and it's going to find value, and a lot of carries that can shrug off what Rammus is going to provide.
I mean, yeah, but the one champ that I guess we haven't highlighted because we've not seen much of it is the Akali. Like, how much value is Akali going to have in this game, right? Because we see Rammus, I swear, starts all of the fights, soaks all of the CC, uses the taunt even, but then what happens with Lornia? What's he doing on the Akali on the backside? And again, we don't really have a sufficient, I guess, champion pool or numbers really to say, yeah, whether the Akali works, whether it doesn't. The one time he played it, it worked, they won. But I mean, you know, that's just one game. Could it be the anomaly? We'll see what happens, because if there's ever a time to figure out if it's going to work, it's going to be in a grand final, it's going to be in game 2, and it's going to be up against some of the players on Wealth by God who are fantastic in their own right.
Yeah, and to your point, right, about the Akali, we have seen it paired with this Rammus. I think we data mine back to one of the one of the round of 18 games, round of 8 games against JPX, Japan X Fan Club, and they ran it as the Rammus Akali. They just ran down anybody that they wanted. I think, yeah, I swear finished 6-0-16 on that Rammus. Had a wit's end. He was just feeling himself as a bit of a DPS tank. So, can they run it back again? Can they get the Assassin online early? I felt like for the most part, he won lane, but I feel like once the Zonias came online, the Zed really was just outmatched.
Yeah, and I mean, Zonias is just is pretty much like the biggest killer of Zed, right? In terms of he loses so much value from his death mark, and it is such an easy item, or like a good item too, to pick up. So, you know, changing it up, trying something different, always good when especially when you lose one game.
Potential first gank of the game. Saga already with the Oracles. Oh, he's committed his body slam. Instant flash away. Oh, the side step away from the Sonic Wave. The Tempest goes down, but the kill isn't there. And that's a blunder that Godfather won't mind.
That's a very big blunder. I mean, Godfather, what do you want to call it, a blunder or a sidestep?
An outplay. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt.
An outplay? I guess we can do that. We can do that. I would say it's a... Oh, here we go.
Hang on a minute. Williams in trouble. Has to flash away. Yep. The Shurikens were there. And the Rammus, keen for blood time and time again. Mid lane really does have a mark and says, welcome to the mid lane. How'd you enjoy that gank?
Yeah, this duo is so dynamic. They get a flash every single time. They either get a kill or a flash. Sometimes they get both. And I mean, it's on in the mid lane, right? No flash. So it is going to be very contested.
They come back again though. They burn his flash, and this time they're saying we're getting this kill. Bugger, I think it's just got out of turret range. He has. Nicely done, and repeats what should have been a kill before. This time he guarantees it.
Yeah, I thought maybe, just maybe, he's done enough to trade back there, but unfortunately for him. Oh, the heal. Who's used the heal? The Braum. Okay, so this lane's getting a little bit spicy.
It's scary when a Vayne can be aggressive in lane, and you're thinking, hang on a minute, that shouldn't be the case. Also, they can cheat a little bit with the Lulu buff with the Whimsy. But in a state like this, you're almost begging that the support start to roam, and you can just take the 1v1 against the Kaiser.
Yeah. Well, I mean, to be fair, right, the Vayne does fare quite well into the Braum, just because of how much mobility the Vayne has, and then obviously, you know, the silver bots to top that one off. So, yeah, it is a little bit of a tougher lane to play, but you pair that with the Lulu too, the Enchanters generally do pretty well into the Braum. The only time we've really seen the Enchanter lane suffer is really when you see... Oh.
Want to look for the dive bot side, aren't they? 3v2, they go for it. They finally connect it. Vayne is gone. They found 2 in the bot lane. The bot lane has evaporated, but I swear he's paid the price. He's dived for it. He's ensured that his bot lane survives to pick up the bounty. 1 kill for the Braum, and 1 kill for the Rammus as well.
Yep. I mean, I would, you know, I'm going to be super critical here. And hang on a minute. He has the Ignite. This is potentially a dive on the next wave, right? He has the Hextech ultimatum. He has the Ignite. Here we go.
You called it. It's just going to happen. No? Okay. I mean, he's still as good as gone. Oh, the flash attack free! Just out of range. Just out of range. He didn't even burn the flash. That's how confident he was with that one. He used the barrier. But Carnage for the cheeky all-in. Unlucky not to pick up that kill.
Yeah, but like, we're already seeing how well Wildfire got lane. It just feels like every single game thus far they've had the earlier of the, you know, of the two, if you will, in terms of laning. They've been the stronger duo, the stronger jungle mid duo, the stronger, well, wherever you're looking, they're stronger. Even in the 1v1, right? Like, you don't get the kill there from Gragas, but the lane is in a less than favorable state. He's down gold. Now, important to note, and I think this is kind of a trend we're seeing with Wild by God, they give away first dragon if it's the Cloud, and they trade that for the Herald almost every time.
Well, they're still fighting, Juice. That is the Wild Growth onto M-Gods. Very huge Vayne. And they have decided to disengage away from it in the end, realizing that, well, no one's keen to take me on. My ultimate is still there. And wait for that one to fizzle. Fizzle on out. I mean, that's even with Carnage up top side saying, well, I'm going to keep Godfather locked in place. And he's got to be careful now because I've already shown him that I can get him down in the 1v1. But ideally, he just wants to get their first turret.
Yeah, and I mean, that Rift Turret's probably going to enable that too, right? But in saying all that, Lee Sin is bot side of the map, and oh, wow.
Opens up the Dragon's Rage into the Condemned. I mean, that's really all you could ask for. The link up, the synergy, beautiful execution.
Yeah, Bugger's just, it feels like he's on another level at the moment, right? And it's, you know what I find funny? Or today in general, I feel like each game has just been a step up, right? In terms of there's the one player that's a step up. And what I mean by that is, you know, last game we were talking about I Swear, and he was just a step up on Master, right? And at least at the moment, and there's still a lot of Wild Rift to play.
The spectators don't even know where to look right now. Great cast, good disengage, and a flash after because he's terrified.
Yeah, he's
terrified. But that could have really been a highlight reel bot side. Ultimately, we panned down to see him die. He's had 4 members go towards him. Now this becomes a question of what trade is better. Because they found the Shockwave. Varga is the delivery system, but they've got a Herald Jubes. So based on how much success they can find with this one, no one's coming back to it.
That's 2 turrets.
Surely that's 2 turrets, right? They come out ahead.
That's a level 9 Lee Sin too, by the way. I mean, he's... but this is just maybe the best jungle performance that we've seen so far. I'm not even kidding.
He's the highest level of the game, isn't he? I mean,
yeah.
He's out of control.
100% kill participation, and the thing I wanted to touch on was that, yeah, I Swear was fantastic, and I mean, he hasn't even had a bad game, but it feels like Bugger's on another level. I mean, what did you even say? The guy's everywhere. And he's playing Lee Sin, and just mechanically, he's playing it to a T.
It's almost like some crude analogy of, like, you know, the rookie, the apprentice, and the master. You've got to go through all the different stages.
But generally you say that when someone's played poorly, right? But I swear he's not playing poorly this game. He's
No.
1-1 and 2. He's picked up kills bot side. Like he's done what he can do, but Bugger's just found that little bit more, that little bit more value. And then to top that off in terms of tempo, in terms of farm, he's up there. Like he's the richest player in the game at the moment.
Well, he's got himself the Yomus, so he's got himself tons of mobility to couple with the fact that he outputs a significant amount of damage. Very happy with how this game's playing out. They've weathered the initial storm where it can be quite disruptive. We have seen time and time again the Rammus poke his head into a lane. It has to be flashed, if not, you are going to fall. And whilst it has still been working, much to the point that, it isn't a case of I swear playing poorly, it just seems like Bugger has found that extra level more. And you look at the current game state here, fast approaching 8 minutes. Wolf by God up by 2,000, and they'll be feeling pretty happy with how the game is playing so far. You've got the Luden's already complete. You are now looking to try and take out Bugger. That's not the target you're after. Instant TP to collapse. And it might be just because Dragon's up in 20.
Yeah. I mean, that's fine. It gets you a little bit of tempo onto the map. Top lane wave is in the neutral spot, so you're not going to be losing much up there. So you might as well just stay here and look for the pick.
Why not? Shotgun again! Locked in place and completely ruins I swear's day. He's trying to turn it around. He's not going to find it though. And that's a really nice, interesting pick there from Lornia, who jumps in, pops the Shroud, 2-man Glacial Vision, knocks them up, split apart. Now Lornia, no Shadow to protect him. Perfect execution. It just isn't perfect enough because no one's died. In jumps Bugger, safeguard into Tribush, hits the Sonic Wave, gets himself the killing spree. And he's taken down 3 in the process. And everybody from Worth by God is still alive to claim the second Drake.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to hold my breath there because I thought maybe something was going to happen, but that's just what happens, unfortunately, when you fight a 4v5. And all we're seeing in these team fights is the Lulu ulting M-Gods on the Vayne, and instantly, right? He's not even waiting for someone to get low to use the Wild Grave. It's like, nah, I'll just use it on the Vayne and we'll play this one out. Because everyone else is just strong, getting peeled out, and it is just pretty methodical at the moment by WVG, if I'm being completely honest. They have a 4,000 gold lead at 9 minutes. They've picked up a Herald, they've picked up a Dragon, and I mean, it is, Skimmy, what else do you say? It is just a really clean performance thus far.
Yeah, and I mean, really, Goldhammer's already full build. He's got the Ardent Sensor, and that's all really Lulu requires, right? You pop a buff, there's a shield, there's a bit of attack speed. And literally anybody benefits from it. Even the Orianna can weave in those extra auto attacks. It's very hard now for them to try and stem the amount of damage that Wealth by God have. It's only going to get worse, given that they're up by this much gold.
Yeah, and I mean, the Camille is going to get harder and harder to deal with, right? Once that Sterex comes on through, so we're looking for a saving grace in the lineup of Azure Esports, and I guess your eyes are going to be on Yudi, right? I feel like he's the one strong, consistent performer this game. Obviously the Brawn as well, but there's just so many threats coming out of Wealth by God.
You certainly aren't stacked into one particular member that needs to fall on down, and the rest then could be a bit of a more even fight. They are very strong as a collective right now. Godfather looking to try and clear out the vision. The ward is protected. It is saved. As the Baron will get engaged and force him back to lane. He is now what can only be described really as the calm before the storm, waiting to try and hit those 2-item spikes, which we are seeing for a handful of members. Waiting for lane states to be in a desirable situation, and then turn your attention to the vision game before even considering the Baron.
Yeah, vision game is the most important game, huh? Sometimes more important than playing the game.
Yeah. Certainly can't be a player that's scared of the dark. Yeah, you need that. Need that ward.
Well, if you are scared of the dark, the ward's got to be your nightlight, to be honest.
Yeah, sure.
Yudi winning the 1v1 against the Camille, so you got to be happy with that. I mean, obviously Braum was approaching, so it was never going to be just a 1v1 in isolation, but got to take the small victories, the small wins. Obviously, the Kaiser has a lot more gold too. Oh. Thoughts on the Akali so far?
Yeah, look, the Akali so far, I mean, we've seen one real invitation for it to pop off, and wasn't enough damage just yet. I think it's going to have a hard task, but he's done it already on the Katarina. Needs a flanking angle. I swear jumps in, instantly kicked out. And then there's the knockup from Pop, guaranteed that they will stay underneath this turret. Lunia jumps in, attracts the aggro of the turret, and realizes that's not the play I'm after. And the 5v4 moment, it presented itself, but it quickly passed.
Yeah, oh, hang on a minute. It's a nice disengage by WBG, and I feel like in terms of what was burnt, in terms of the cooldowns used, it's a favorable trade by WBG, right? Because the Akali ultimate is so important. The Braum ultimate is so important. I mean, you can make the argument the Rammus one is too, but you still have the Shockwave, you still have the Lulu ult, you still got the Camille ult. I mean, there's just they still have all the tools to win the next team fight, WBG, and it was just really well disengaged. Dragon spawning in 10. It's looking like it could be a little bit of a problem here.
What a piece so far, an Ocean Dragon, one that you certainly do want to contest. And they're going to guarantee that the blue buff is picked up here by William. Allowed a sustained poke harass to become that much more of a menace. The Ghost Blade is active.
Cooldowns might be up in time.
Yeah, they certainly could be. I believe they will be. Everything available. But worth noting that M-Gods does not have a flash.
He doesn't have a flash, but he does have a Lulu.
Yeah, second flash, an insurance policy to say the least.
He's also got the Wit's End too, and I feel like, you know, majority of what's going to kill him this game is going to be magic damage, right? It's the Gragas, the Akali, the Rammus even, so I think that there's just so much value in terms of item. Here we go.
Here we go. Two-man Shockwave onto the two frontline members. Hexagon on the flank, locking in place Lorna. The Akali can't even play the game right now. Might even just die before he can do anything. He's dead! The Rampage picked up there. Lee and Oriala linking up beautifully. And superior team fights really are the name of the game. Wealth by God projecting their playstyle. And they won't care about the Dragon. Now the Baron is on the menu.
Yeah, cheeky Baron that's going to go across here to Wealth by God. What a team fight that was. I mean, you almost thought, what are they doing, right? They committed quite a few resources onto the Braum and the Rammus, but they just knew their limits so well. We had M-Gods dancing around that team fight. Lulu, you know, sitting just behind him to offer enough assistance and support. And then the Shockwave was huge. I mean, it was just such a well-played team fight. And we're seeing kind of the gold lead balloon out, I guess, already. You know, 7k, about to be an Ocean Dragon as well. Level 13 on the Lee Sin. I mean, I don't think we've seen a Lee Sin or a jungle performance fight like this.
Yeah. This may just be the most clinical jungle performance in OCE history, as small as it is. In a competitive setting, in a grand final, when required, he has popped off. And sure, we could be super critical and say, well, you know, you missed that Sonic Wave at the start. Who cares? He repeated it. He came back. He got it in the end. 4-0-5, packing such a punch. And with a Guardian Angel as well, he is really claiming everything, as you see.
Yeah. And but what do you do now, right? Because you have the engage, and so this is the window where Azure Esports can probably look to pull the trigger, but you just lose out on the side lanes anyway, right? Because the Camille's going to get so much work done with these Baron minions, and then if you go to the Camille, you're going to lose mid, and it feels like you're just kind of trying to choose the lesser of the two evils at this point. And I mean, it might be the mid lane where William is, but he's just doing so much damage right now.
Azure Esports down nearly 10,000 gold. The squeeze well and truly under effect. They've lost 4 turrets. Mid lane now becomes the next focus. Inhibitor turrets soon to become exposed. Baron buff finding all its value, achieving what it's really set out to do. And how must it feel? I mean, is this really the level discrepancy between these teams? 2-3-0 so far. And Wealth by God saying we're well on track to make it another.
Well, funnily enough, this game, sorry, I thought we might see a bit of an all-in there. This game feels like more of a blowout than the first game, but the first game ended at this point, right? Because the first game was backwards and forwards, and then they kind of just lost the team fight in mid lane, and there was a minion wave there, and they just ran it down with the minion wave.
Yeah.
Probably didn't need to use the flash, but he doesn't know what's going to be following up. Maybe a Kai'Sa ultimate. But anyway, whereas this game just feels like a little bit of a Wealth by God, not playing with their food, but being so methodical, right? They're not forcing anything. They're playing every single lane that they need to generate pressure, and they've pretty much just cleaned up the map. I mean, it's only one turret to stop them from ending a game now, and they'll just dance around with the gold lead that they have, with the scaling that they have even, right? Because it's not like they don't scale. They have the Lulu, the Vayne, the Orianna, the Camille. I mean,
of course,
the Baron's spawning in 20. What do you do if you're Esports? It's almost just got to be a little bit of a flip at the Baron.
It feels like if you're winning the early, then you're sure as hell guaranteed, statistically at least, to win the late. And
yeah,
you know, do they throw all caution to the wind and just say, you know what, 5v5, burger flip the Baron, we don't care. I feel like they're far too well rehearsed in the manner in which they're trying to close out this second game here. They're taking all your jungle, they're taking all your turrets, really harshly reducing the economy that Azure have to play with to try and come back into this game with. And after you know, the dust settles from that Baron buff expiring, up now 13,000 gold. It's a pinch. I mean, the Baron has spawned, but the entirety of Wealth by got a bot.
Yeah. I mean, this might be the Baron flip that they need. I mean, I feel like at this point you've kind of got to commit to it, right? Just play the 50-50. Hopefully you win that smite.
I don't think Wind gets here in time unless they can hold on and actually disengage them away. The fight does break out. Glacial Vision burnt nice and early. Killer Instinct used, jumps into the backline, looking to try and get the key target. Shockwave onto one. They've locked in place Yuzi. He's gone golden. He's going to get condemned against the wall. He's just going to fall on down. You've killed a Lulu, but what is the cost? You've lost all 5 tubes. It's just not worth it. It's just not worth it. Who cares? The Yodel's gone, but now your chances of a game 2 comeback are 2. It's an ace, and Wealth by God now on match point in the grand finals.
Match points away from not only being the representative, but that prize money as well. I mean, they're almost, you'd say, halfway to celebrating, right? They've probably got some grins on their face now. Almost a little bit too easy in this game. And I mean, you know, you'd have to agree with them. This particular game, it felt like they just had control all the way.
They certainly did, and you're really now wondering, okay, what is the response from Azure Esports in these next few minutes? They've got to pause, to recalibrate, to discuss strategy, discuss what needs to change. And I think we definitely get very fixated on the idea of, oh, draft, all this and that. But at the end of the day, the way the games are playing out, even if they do have a strong draft or areas on the map that they can pop off with, they're just unable to play. They just can't match it. And no surprises, Jubes. I mean, we saw how omnipresent this Lee Sin was. It's right that he gets a flawless game and the MVP too.
Yeah, obviously doesn't get the most damage, of course, that's going across to M-Gods, but I feel like any game that M-Gods is in, he's probably just topping damage. And I mean, how can you not when you have the support of Goldhammer? You know, I feel like he's such an unsung hero of this team. He just rarely puts a foot wrong, and when he does put the foot wrong, it's often at times to save someone else. And I mean, if we really want to take stock at how this game went, you just got to look at topside. Godfather, the MVP in the last series, the guy who was topping damage, the guy who was putting in absolute work, 0, 5, and 0 on the Gragas. It just feels like he's really not able to match up against Carnage. And that's not saying anything about Godfather, you know, in particular, but I just think that's how good this team is. That's how good Wealth by God is. And I mean, across the board, right, the Akali pick didn't necessarily work. And I mean, we'll take stock of the damage just quickly. It is 18k for the Vayne.
Look at the Akali damage. Did less than the Rammus. Only a fraction more than the Brom, and less than the Gragas too. And it is the risk that you take, right? I mean, this is what you expect to see punished. You lock in an assassin, you have the snowball, or you're just out of the game so early on that something like an Orianna, a control mage, to be a little bit more standard, can you know, quadruple your output.
Yeah, but also one person to shout out to, Skimmy, is Yudi. I mean, when a game is this tough to play, you've only got 4 kills. The fact that you're able to put out a substantial amount of damage is something to hold your head up about. And I mean, hold your head up because it isn't game over. I mean, you know, we've seen reverse sweeps time and time again. So obviously, back to the drawing board. Doesn't matter that you've lost 2 now, because you just got to win 3 in a row, and then you're the team that goes over. So, you know, that's all they're focused on. They're not going to be focusing on the previous 2 games. Like you said, the draft, it is what it is. As we head into the replay, I mean, this is such a clean dive. And then, I mean, even here, the positive play that you're making is just traded back, right? And then this was so clean from Bugger, if you remember that. I mean, even here, Bugger again. I feel like we're just going to say his name a whole bunch in these highlights.
And this here for me,
he's not
William,
here.
the fact that, you know, you hit the shockwave and you're saying, Ramesh, you're looking for a taunt, I'm going to completely ruin your day. Then you're running them down, and this is the impact of true damage. That, you know, you've got a shield, you've got a turtle shield, who cares? I mean, I'm just hitting you with these silver bolts. As you can see there, the Wild Growth on top of M-God's head. The Bruisers, they're topped up and healthy, they're self-sufficient, they're locked you in the side. And I think it's really a testament to how they're playing these team fights. So many that we saw, at least in the latter half of the game, was Hextech would have made him. So it was a kick very early on onto Lornia so that he couldn't actually jump in. The Akali actually couldn't do anything. It was just dead before the fight really broke out. And it's a scary proposition now because you've seen that UT's got the second most valuable player 2 games in a row. He's really putting in a lot of work, but he's having to try and drag his team through the mud, basically.
Well, yeah, you need a supporting cast, right? And I mean, you know, I think Yudi and his partner in crime down in the bot lane have done a pretty good job, but I feel like everyone else just kind of needs to get out of lane. It just feels like they need to get out of lane because once they're out of lane, they actually do quite well.
Yeah.
But in terms of just getting out of lane even or just slightly behind, it's tough because we're just seeing, you know, Wealth by God come out of lane with these monstrous advantages. And I mean, this was the one game where, and again, not to say William can't carry the game, but this is like one of those games where I feel like he had a pretty big impact, right? And I mean,
yeah,
what if he has a quiet one? What happens next? I don't know.
We don't know, but we are going to find out because we're going to jump into a quick break and getting ourselves ready for what could be match point. A champion may be crowned after this. We'll see you soon.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the light, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Cause nobody else is showing any empathy. Rudely awake and quiet undertaking. Did I do something wrong? Life isn't easy. Why did you leave me here with my thoughts alone? I don't wanna wake up messed up, cause I can't spend another day like this. Another type of caked up breakup, where I've been finding any way to my fix. But I need you now, cause I don't wanna be around. No, I don't wanna wake up messed up. There's gotta be another way past this. I'm so sorry that I didn't go to therapy. Thinking everybody, even you's an enemy. Brutally awake and quiet undertaking. Did not do nothing wrong. Life isn't easy. Why did you leave me here to get drunk alone? And I don't wanna wake up messed up, cause I can't spend another day like this. Another type of caked up breakup, where I've been finding any way to my fix. But I need you now, cause I don't wanna be around. No, I don't wanna wake up messed up. There's gotta be another way past this. If I am so wrong and so gone, miserable, won't you stick around just for some be visible? But you don't, no, you don't, can't leave me to suffer.
pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. It's just I never thought you were sitting next to me. I don't understand. It's just I never seen you smile. You wanna make out, give me a second. It's just you never.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
And here we go for what could be the final time tonight. Wealth by God coming in here as the first seed. Instant qualification to the grand finals, and they've introduced themselves as a team that can get a clean 2-0. They are on the cusp of greatness here, getting the perfect 3-0 sweep and pretty much replicating what the night itself has looked like, Jubes. 3-0s from quarters to semis to here we are. It's a chance for them to not only claim the majority of that prize pool, but then continue their journey overseas at the SEA Champs. But as we've seen from Azure Esports, they've got talent, they've got strength, they're just unable to really display it against the Wealth by God squad.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just... No, it's the narrative. It just is the fact that Wealth by God are just a little bit too good at the moment in lane, in terms of individual skill. Like, obviously, and then because in lane, when you're that good, the nearest kind of transition to that is once you've grouped and start playing skirmishes, start playing team fights, right? Because that's just all mechanical skill. And it, like, let's just even take playing the map out of the equation, because Bugger played the map like a freak that game. But just in terms of outplaying your opponent in a team fight, it's just all there. In terms of target selection, who they're hitting, and I mean, it does feel like, at least at the moment, with a game still to play, they're the best team at the moment.
But can they close things out here? Because for Game 3, adaptations have been made. Azure Esports are stuck to the blue side as they did before, but they have already come out the gate swinging and said, you know what, Camille, too good. Carnage has had it every single game so far. He's causing us headaches in the side lanes. He's becoming too much of a threat, especially in the mid lane too. If we're playing Assassins, Lornia can't actually play the game. The Hexagon Maiden comes on his head, and it's becoming such a nuisance. Now the Lulu too, not allowing the pop-off for the Enchanters, but they are bleeding a lot of bans to make this happen. They've been very rigid in their fact of Xin, Renekton, and Diana. They are going to stick with the Renekton, but now you've given across those other two beasts, which have been banned all night.
But I wonder if Icewear is going to take the Zins out just as a little bit of a denial. And it feels like the Rammus respect ban again. He's earned the respect.
Sure.
But I think these bans are good because the Camille, the Renekton are just problems. I mean, they've never let the Renekton through, but I mean, it will be a problem. Don't even experiment with that. But the Camille, I think, you know, they haven't had the answer for it, right? It's beaten the Garen, it's beaten the Gragas. He's just been too good on it in this series. So, of course. I mean, why not get something that's going to win lane that little bit harder than a Camille? And he's opted in for the Darius. And I mean, we saw him play Darius in the group stages, and he was just a 1v2 menace, wasn't he?
Yeah, I mean, he really is. I feel like he just flourishes on these hard, heavy laning champions that will just destroy you. I mean, Renekton, Camille, Darius, they all spring to mind. It's to try and get a lead, and if you get a lead, they can just do so much work transitioning into those team fights afterwards. Azure, they've gone for the early pick here for Godfather's Garen. We've seen how much work he did earlier in the night. He's hoping that he can tap into some of that magic once again. And now we've opted for the Corki, which is a bit of a change up here, followed up there with the Alistair. A lot more CC for them to try and pair together, and the damage to try and really take down what Wealth by God are presenting. But, you know, Juves, they've answered back with, you know, the lovers duo in the bot lane. I don't think it's much stronger than that.
I mean, they're just, like, I'm scared if, you know, the 2v2, I'm scared for what might happen. Alistair's a very good answer into that, though, because you can actually headbutt the Rakan out. You can, sorry, if Rakan actually does land a good knock up onto your AD carry, you headbutt the Zyre away, and then you kind of just disengage that initial onslaught. But here we go. Here we go. And why not? Why not, Skimmy? I mean, why not just throw caution to the wind or just set sail? And it's the last game, potentially. So bring out all the guns. The Akshan.
Well, in a game 3 situation where you're down and you need to do only a reverse sweep, just only, it's only 3 games, why not? He's bust out the Akshan once again. We've seen this once, only once in the tournament from what we've seen on stream, and it was played by him. And it didn't pop off as much as they would have been hoping for, but it is a champion that can definitely flourish in high-intensity, skirmish-heavy styles of games. And I mean, this is exactly what we're seeing. So no doubt they'll be hoping for at least one trade back. What is the guarantee for that? Lots of poke, no doubt, from the Corki. I swear, has been given his Evelyn, almost like a bait, like, hey, sure, have it. We're not concerned about it at all. You're giving us the Xin Zhao, so let's just make a trade. Both lock in our best champions and see who can come out ahead.
Yeah, and I mean, it's also, it enables the Evelyn, right? Because you have that kind of, that switch in damage style, right? That we got the ability power from the Evelyn, you got the AD from the Akshan, but also you're hoping the Akshan gives you a little bit of strength in the early game to bridge that gap so Evelyn can get the ultimate, get the stealth, then start to influence the fights. So in terms of a draft, I think it really does suit Azure Esports in terms of the way that they operate and like to play the game. It's a little bit of a change up because now the Assassin is actually on the jungler. We've seen all night it's been Lornia with the Assassin, and you know, we'll have to see if this pivot is what gets them the win.
Well, UT has been the second most valuable player in 2 games tonight in this series alone. And he's looked to go for the Corki and says the package, it's going to pop off. The champion, it's insane. We're not going to look to try and play from behind. We want to win the macro. But we also want to win these fights as well. A rare treat, though, for us to see Bugger on this Xin Zhao. What does it look like? What can it do? And how will Carnage once again fare into a very strong match up top?
I mean, I hope it doesn't look like anything like his Lee Sin, because if that's the case, that's going to be a little bit of a problem.
Looks like so far, both of us opting for a mirrored clear. Double buffs into top side's attention. A lot of vision placed very early on here by Azure Esports, primarily in that tri-brush and down before the crab spawns near the pit. Guaranteeing that they have vision exactly where Bugger is, make sure that he doesn't get himself that early invitation to top lane to punish Godfather as much as he did in the game prior. As a result, he's pushed up that wave really hard. And, you know, what's the game plan now? Are you just going to get frozen upon? Or are you just going to be a forced recall to go elsewhere?
Oh, here we go. But this is what the Alistair's good at.
Nice
Why don't we do a solo?
Into Pulverize. Oh, the rip back of the feathers. Their Mem Gods maybe on a bit of a different page to Goldhammer. Does pick up the Honey Fruit. And will now have the health advantage. Here comes I Swear into the mid lane. Out goes the Charm. Not enough time, though, to rip them back, and an instant flash shown by Respect from William. And now into the jungle, or actually into the river, I should say. No chance for a pause, no chance for a breath. They're looking for the first blood, they're gonna find it. Unity picks it up. Another kill found there as well by Lornia. And just like that, Juves, I mean, they found 3. And that's the best possible start they could have hoped for, because they got themselves a quad.
Here we go, another one. Yep, 4-kill start to the game. I mean, and all it took was the Evelyn and the Akshan. I mean, hopefully he doesn't die to minions here. That would be embarrassing, but looks like he's going to be okay. And what a fantastic start to the game. And they're where you need the kills too, right? On Lornia, on I Swear, and obviously just a really good 2v2 coming out of the bot lane of UT and Pop. And that's a pretty substantial gold lead. 3k almost.
That's a huge gold lead, and you know, we don't typically put Azure Esports as a team that are looking to try and get kills in the laning phase against a team of this caliber. Wealth by God, who are known for that. So to make that happen nice and early, all really has to be given credit to Pop. He set that play up beautifully.
He did, and top lane looking pretty volatile too at the moment, so I wonder if anyone's going to roam up here. Here we go. Ooh, thought we might see the apprehend. Fizzles out a little bit, and now I think, you know, at this point in the game, it is very hard for Wealth by God to play because you have the permanently roaming Akshan, who has a lot of mobility when jumping off those walls. And then, you know, to top that off, you can't even see Evelyn. I mean, Evelyn's just going to be there. She has the Lich Bane completed too. So across the board, very big leads. Dragon going to be up soon too. I wonder if they'll try and trade.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so frustrating to deal with because, as you rightly mentioned, Evelyn and the Akshan are always going to be invisible. You've got to be that much more now adept with your vision placement and your understanding of where they could be and if they're just looking to try and stay off the map and call your bluff. And if anything, it's really forced WBG to be a little bit more respectful in timid lane.
Yeah, they already pinged the Herald, but no, Simi, I think they might be too late and they could actually get caught on it. Because the Zinzia's just started it now. Doesn't have any help at the moment. The package is up on Corki. So I think this might be a little bit of a problem. But Garen's not coming to the play.
Yeah, it's down to 50%.
This could be a little bit of a mistake.
Yeah, they've taken a little bit too long in the mid lane to decide what they're actually doing with it. Garen, as you say, is bot lane. And do they want to try and find any stragglers? Well, the opportunity has passed. The package is still there. And now does it become a case of looking to try and force a dive?
Oh, here we go. Shockwave. No.
Looking for it. The package onto Fargo. Crescent Guard knocks them back. Immune to damage. Outside the inner circle. Flashing away. Gets charmed. Gets locked in place. Oh, the Crescent is not enough. The last caress. I swear, looking for the execute, we won't find it now. M-Gods, what on earth are you doing? He's in the river on his own. He couldn't even hit the Featherstorm. That is criminal. He saw a quad, but all he gets is a death in the end.
I feel like if he puts the feathers down there, that's potentially a bit of a game-changing situation. And I mean, we actually even saw a little bit of anti-synergy there from Baga and William. Baga uses the Zinzao ultimate, knocks a few members away. Shockwave then only hits one person. And I mean, again, well, Azure Esports winning across the map. Garen gets so much free time bot side, picks up the turret, and happy days if you're an Azure Esports fan.
Sonny is up by 4,000 gold in the start of what could be a reverse sweep here. It would be kind of crazy to think in the very first tournament here for OCE Wild Rift that the team difference really is as big as it is, given points to make it here into that top 4, given how close it has been in the multiple best of 3s that they've played. Just have 2 best of 5s completely one-sided. We get to see though what Wealth by God can do from behind though.
I mean, this will be the true test of their character, right? Playing from behind here, so let's see what happens. Carnage being forced off turret here.
Haven't they? They have been in a situation like this. I think I remember last week up against Team Don't Feed. They were down 3 dragons. They then flipped the game completely on the Cloud Elder. Carnage jumps in. M-Gods then dashed around as that Lucian and got himself a quad. And like that, they just won the game. So there's certainly potential for them to not need to necessarily crush the early game as we've seen so far. It's going to be now about Azure Esports playing with a lead and actually driving that point forward.
I mean, any time I see Zyra, Rakan, Oriana, I feel like, you know, you can always win a team fight. Particularly too because if you look at Azure Esports composition, they have double frontline in the Garen and the Alistar, so don't get me wrong, it's not squishy by any means. But I mean, if, you know, the Corki dies, if the Akshan dies, you know, potentially there could be problems there because the Shockwave into the Rakan, I mean, it is very hard to play as you know, a traditional like double AD carry comp. So, you know, usually we might see a control mage mid laner, but you know, they've got the double AD carry comp, and the Shockwave is going to have so much value. Oh, that was cheeky from Baga.
It was. Got the Herald, but lane states right now certainly doesn't want to use it.
It'd have to go down soon, surely.
The last moment. They're just trying to wait out this this recall. They're trying to really lock them underneath this turret because they want to go for the turret dive. Golem jumps in. Grand entrance knocks up 2. Beautiful play from him. Yeah. And all the time invested in our top side really amounts to nothing.
That was just a really nice Rakan disengage there, if I'm being completely honest. But you know, what do they lose off this? It looks like they're going to lose the Dragon as well. They're going to give this one away. So Infernal and Mountain, it's really not contestable. But what they should be able to trade back is top lane turret with that Herald, as well as potentially a blue buff. So we'll see if they try and steal that one away. Herald does go down.
Give you the call. Yeah, okay. So second Dragon picked up here for Azure Esports. It's going to be the Mountain Drake at just that. The turret top side is nice and healthy, so it's going to take a headbutt and some to try and destroy.
Blue team lost a turret.
Everyone was there though, and we'll be quite happy that they can rotate now and look to try and prevent any further success, any further headbutts from connecting, and still retain their gold lead. It was 5k, but based off that, it shrunk a fraction.
Just a little bit. Still in a very good position, Azure Esports, but again, in terms of draft, in terms of ease of execution, and in terms of 5v5, if that hits, he's dead. Simple as that.
He is.
So
he really is.
Playing the line. Package has been picked up too, so that's interesting because what is that package for? Is it going to be for an objective? We did see, I believe it was last game or maybe even the game before, a Corki just kind of left the package there. Wait till objective spawns. Wait till something worth contesting is up. The Baron's going to be up soon. Maybe you bait that at 10 minutes and look for the fight while you're really strong. But I mean, picking it up now might be just a break mid turret. We'll have to see.
Certainly would be interested to see what he does with it because timing-wise, you certainly don't want it to be lost. Are they looking for a 10-minute on-spawn Baron again? I mean, it's certainly not out of the equation.
It's not, but it feels like Baron just does a little bit too much damage, and Evelyn isn't the best Baron taker in the game. She's going to take quite a bit of damage standing in that pit, and I feel like you just give them an unnecessary way back into the game, well, by God, if it's contested. So package just fizzles out there, uses it to get to the mid lane, and Wealth by God have done a good job to kind of stabilize this gold lead, right? Not have a balloon out because it was pretty disastrous the early game. And I'll hold that thought. Evelyn here.
Yeah, good parving there from Carnage, an early flash away as soon as the charm came out. He's not going to feel too happy though underneath that turret, and Lornia somehow, some way has got himself so far away from the rest of his team that 3 members will collapse upon him, and they're fighting for whoever gets the killing blow. It's going to be M-Gods who picks up the shutdown. A big kill for him, the first of the game. Well, Wealth by God here in a game 3 situation. And that's the first on their way to try and get him back into this game completely.
Now, what do we think? Is that worth it? Because, oh, hang on a minute.
No time to think about that one. Another pulverize, huge as it is. Cold Hammer looking at trying to protect. Last Chris executes. This time Bugger is dead. The recall of the feathers, it's just not enough. And even now, do you still consider the Baron?
I mean, I think Baron is a viable option here. This Evelyn's just such a problem this game, and yeah, I swear it's pretty low. Oh no!
He's just got away from it. It's unfortunate. Yeah. They've stopped the Baron for a minute. Where is the Oriana? The shockwave is ready. They've disengaged, so they'll be happy with that. They'll be happy with that indeed. The swing, the attention towards him, the ultimate, just get behind the turret, and it will soak that instead. So he's happy with that.
As I was saying before though, I don't think trading 1-for-1 when you're ahead with a bounty is worth it, right? You want to be just on the map, taking jungle camps, creating pressure, swinging mid lane, and potentially, playing the game that way. Giving M-Gods gold when he's on the Xayah is never a viable option, in my opinion, right? He's just too good to give bounties to.
I suppose it's a talking point that can spawn a whole discussion, right, about managing a game and playing from ahead, playing from behind, and so on. But it does feel like Azure Esports have, whilst they're up 7-1, the lead, it's still quite fragile. I mean, this next fight for this Dragon, I'm sure will speak volumes as to exactly where the game state is and what the outcome could potentially look like. Because this is a Dragon once again that you certainly don't want to pass across for free.
No, it does feel that they're going to contest this one now, right? And I mean, for 7-1 scoreline, they've done a good job to keep the gold within touching distance. But in terms of relative strength, the Evelyn, the Akshan, it is going to be a very tough team fight for Wild by God. I feel like if Azure Esports just play front to back with Evelyn on the flanks, it is going to be a very, 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 very tough fight. Even the package now as well. So
love to see the Evelyn path towards this tri-bush and just look to try and set a bit of a flank rather than try and fight them head on.
Which is giving away vision too, right? Oh.
Yeah.
I'd love to see a package through that choke and just zone them completely from that dragon. I mean, they're getting zoned already as is.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it'd be phenomenal. But instead, they might just be holding it for the dragon instead. The respect being shown here by Wealth by God. They tried to go for a very late contest. Bugger jumps in. There's the quickness, a dash away. Goldhammer putting out all the work he can. There's the shockwave. It knocks them down. They found one kill. Poppers to focus. He's low. The ultimate is there. And UT on the flank does survive. MGods flashes across the wall but can't get it. Body blocked there by Carnage, who swings the axe around again, flashing away. And that really is as close as it comes, despite the gold lead. WBG gave it a good run. Apprehend into the turret, hoping it does enough. They can't get a trade back. Oh no, Lordy has griefed it.
No.
He's completely griefed it. Oh well, Azure Esports will still be happy with that. 3 dragons and a 6k lead now.
That's funny, but is that the difference between getting Baron and not getting Baron?
I think it might be.
You know what I mean? It's funny, and you're still in control of the game, for sure. I mean, you've outplayed them on that team fight at the Dragon, but feels like that could have been the Baron buff.
Red team lost
One mistake, and that could have paid there. No doubt, they'll be happy still. They've got themselves that gold lead, right? They've picked up another structure. It won't be the explosive destruction of sort of really what that team fight offered, but you know they'll take what they can get.
I mean, there's a 2-level lead in the mid lane. Lornia's level 13, William level 11, just hit level 12 then. So in terms of game state, you're laughing. You're in a fine spot. I mean, look at this. This package here actually wins the fight. Look, they can't follow up. They can't follow up. They're just permanently slowed. William flashes there, a little bit of a unlucky moment. And then MGods tries to flash to trade that one back. And really, that package and the position of it is just the difference maker in that whole exchange. Because I feel like if MGods was able to get close enough, if William could, or Carnage could back that one up, maybe they turn that one around. But now, I don't think, you know, we're nearly in territory of, I feel like it doesn't matter how the next team fight goes, because they're just too strong across the board. Like, they won't be able to kill the Garen. You know, if they kill Evelyn, sure, you still got to deal with the Akshan, you still got to deal with the Corki. So, I mean, even here, I mean, look at that, the rocket, 1 rocket. And I mean, this might even just be a pickup from I swear, if he sees it. Does not.
Well, I mean, they're just taunting him now, really, at this stage. They know that they're strong. You highlighted a 2-level lead in the mid lane. And they are just consistently walking into the enemy jungle and just asserting themselves vision, ideas as to where the opposition could be. Making sure that the ability to take this Baron isn't going to be too easy for Wealth by God to contest. But you raised a good point. Only armor penetration coming on through now. And it's just going to be for MGods. Going to be a tall order to try and take down Godfather. But Carnage will have something to say here with some of the true damage that he can offer. Going to pop the flash response.
But he's caught now.
He's just been caught now. He has absolutely. Yeah. Godfather jumps in with the quickness, swings the axe around again. Lots of life steal. Guillotine is there. It's not enough. Marcy Justice, just a little bit too good. And the Alistair headbutt afterwards to guarantee a 2nd kill. Goldhammer's jumped in. Valiant effort, but not enough. And now, you're not even safe underneath this turret. They're going to dive you. A 2-man shockwave. Lock them in place. Last crest gets cancelled because there was the Featherstorm. He's going to go golden to cancel out the ultimate from Akshan. Godfather jumps in. He's got the silence. He's got the sword. He's got the unstoppable. And I think, Jubes, I really do think Azure Esports have done enough here to bring us to a game 4.
Yeah, I think this is it. I think they may even just end the game on this push here. And what a performance from Azure Esports. Backs against the wall. 2-0 down. Actually, can they end? Can they end? Maybe not. Meanwave gets cleared. They are up 13k, so there's nothing to worry about not being able to end the game there. They will pick up the Elder as well. So it is just going to be one of those like methodical ones. You know, potentially this pivots into a Baron, but I mean, you know what? I'm a firm believer of if you can make them suffer, make them suffer. Make Wealth by God play this one out for as long as you need to, right? You're not in a rush to end this one. You don't get outscaled. And you know, get a little bit of confidence back while you're dancing around and picking up kills.
It's pretty common for teams to, in a situation, you said it yourself, right, having been there, that you've already got your eyes set on the next game. You feel like this game is a bit of a blowout. You're still obviously playing this one. You're playing with the intention to win, but you're respecting the state of the game and realizing, okay, what needs to change? Was it a mistake to allow that Evelyn through? Was that the problem? Is that results-based analysis, or was it a case of, we just played the game poorly in the initial phase that allowed the game to balloon out to this point? 16 kills to 4. Azure have all the dragons in the game. Really now, it's a case of pick up the Baron and put a bow on it.
Look, I think, to be honest, I swear's best champion is the Evelyn, right? But in terms of how the game was played, as we might see the Evelyn just even, never mind. But in terms of how the game was played, you can never blame a draft on what the decision-making that you made in the early levels. I mean, what did they have? They lost 4 or 5 members in the first 3 minutes. Yeah. So just in terms of... Oh, hang on a minute, look at the flank. Yeah.
Look at that flank. Yeah, William, he's flashed away from one threat, but he's going to receive another afterwards. He's going to fall on down. M-God's locked underneath the turret. Just getting solid actually here by the Evelyn. Going to ask for the protection. It's not going to be enough because Godfather is diving inside your base between 2 more inhibitors. He doesn't seem to mind. He's a Garen, he's a tank. He's got so much health. And he will not drop to anything right now. There's the super wave. It's crashing in. The Baron would have been a luxury, but we're going to a game 4.
Going to a game 4 as well, Esports with the Titan mentality. They're able to get a draft that they're feeling most comfortable with, and I think, that was evident in how the early game played out, right? I mean, this was probably the cleanest early game that we've seen from them thus far, and it just felt like they really knew how to operate those champions, and using the Evelyn to really just power farm to that ultimate, got there fairly quickly, and I think almost took William by surprise, because by the time that that Scuttle was up for contesting bot side, Evelyn was already had the ultimate, whereas Xin Zhao did not. And I mean, at this point, to be honest, you'd probably be pressed to find a second MVP for Wealth by God. But Xin Zhao did pick it up, Skimmy.
He certainly did, and that's his second in as many games. But really, for me, it has to be UT once again. He's had MVP every single game of this series. He's really playing out of his mind, and that might be the best Corki performance we've seen all night. Yes, the package, not always finding success, but the one in which it did, it really prevented him, as you said, from walking, from contesting, from answering back. The perfect game, 5-0-8.
Yeah, I'm also a big fan of analysing the kill participation too, right? Because you look at Pop on this Alistair, 16 KP out of the 19, and you want to take that one further, I guess you can even look at his bot lane partner as well. He's up there, but I mean, I think Pop was just everywhere in this game, and finding the flanks, getting the headbutt pulverizers onto the backline, onto the key members. But obviously, it is a tough ask for supports to get that MVP badge. But I think he had a fantastic game, and it's been kind of a testament to, at least, even when Azure Esports have lost in this series, the UT and Pop dynamic has remained the same. They've been the most consistent performers, but it feels like in this game, across the board, they had a little bit of help now, a little bit of assistance, where you can see the damage as well. Pretty even spread.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what it is, what's in the water, but I just feel like OCE consistently pumps out insane AD carry players. It's just, it's crazy to think that we are, hyping up M-Gods, we're hyping up UT. We've seen so many more follow the same sort of success. You talk about Puka, you talk about Enjoy. These are all players that are phenomenal in their own right. High-ranked players that have, shown what they can do and what it means for their team. The fact that you can pick up all these MVPs consistently and be shown the respect in the draft to say, we need you to rise to the occasion, and they do. So he's locked in the call keep, and he's made it look good, and he's really, in a convincing fashion, got their team into a Game 4 situation. 19 kills to 4. You start to wonder now, is the reverse sweep on? Because certainly Wealth by God will be feeling, there were moments in that game that we could have come back. Once again, is it a case of draft? I think it was more so the fact that you're, first 2-3 minutes losing 5 members, and then it's very hard to recover from that point. So let's bring up some of those highlights. Let's see some of those moments that we're referring to and see how this game really went in favour here for Azure Esports. Some of the moments that Wealth by God could have come back into this one. But it started here, the fact that you're going to go for that headbutt pole, lock in place members, and then just run them down afterwards.
And the Evelyn was the highest level in the game at that point, right? You're not really expecting the Eve to have ultimate, but I think that's kind of what Azure Esports do to you. And I mean, at that point, to be honest with you, it's so hard to recover. It is almost impossible. You're just, I think it was they had a bigger gold lead than minutes in the game. I think they were down like 3,000 or 4,000. And this is kind of just what you see here. That package is the MVP of this fight. They're able to disengage and kite it out. Then UT picking up multiple kills here, does not even fall down. And I mean, not something that we're not used to seeing. Wealth by God getting outplayed, really just outplayed across the board. Obviously the gold lead helps, but even here, rotating as a 4-man, being able to pick up 2 of them, and then we think maybe they can even end the game off this push. Unfortunately, they couldn't, but they got to play with their food a little bit more, and here was where I thought Pop was the MVP, finding backline access, using that Alistair to soak so much damage, and it is just the cleanup crew on the back end. I mean, you're getting turret Dove, you're getting Dove, and at that point, it doesn't even matter. You're just so far behind.
Yeah, and you start to wonder, really what do Wealth by God take from that game? What were the lessons? Is it a case of, okay, it was all down to the early game, or did this, get too far ahead of themselves, feeling like they're one shoe in? We have to wonder, we'll have to wait and see. It's not a perfect 3-0. Teams can actually beat each other. Who would have guessed? It's the finals, it's game 4, soon to be after the break.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
You and I, we've been friends for a long time now. Always have a good time whenever we go out. But you've been calling me up all the time and sending me signs and giving me them eyes. And you've been saying that you found the one, texting me junk and you wanna talk, but you can't say why. I can't get there and you know I've tried. You know I don't wanna waste your time. City lights, I'm looking in your eyes, but I can't say why. Doesn't feel right to call you mine. You know I don't wanna waste your time. I can't get there and you know I've tried, but I can't say why. Feeling lost like I just want a time back time. I'm choked up, tell me how do I say this right? Cause you've been calling me up all the time and sending me signs and giving me them eyes. And you've been saying that you found the one, texting me drunk and you wanna talk, but you can't say why. I can't get there and you know I've tried. You know I don't wanna waste your time. City lights, I'm looking in your eyes, but I can't say why. Doesn't feel right to call you mine. You know I don't wanna waste your time. I can't get there and you know I've tried, but I can't say why. But I can't say why. Can't get there and you know I've tried. You know I don't wanna waste your time. City it feel right to call you mine? You know I don't wanna waste your time. I can't get there and you know I've tried, but I can't say why.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
It's game 4. It is the OCE Wild Rift Grand Final here as we look to try and figure out which is the strongest team, who are the best players in the OCE region, and we just witnessed what was a bit of a miracle in a way, Jubes. It feels weird to say that, but we've had a quarterfinal, we've had a super final, a semi-final that were both clean 3-0s, and you're thinking this is looking to be the exact same situation. Is the gap that big? And just like that, Azure Esports say, you know what, we can actually take it to them. We're going to bring this to a game 4. Godfather on the Garen, Pop on the Alistair, they're bruisers, they want to engage. They didn't die once, and I think that speaks volumes to how that game played.
I mean, take it to them, they did, right? It was a relatively clean game. I mean, there was a few team fights where maybe, you know, a hero or a there takes it over the line for Wealth by God, but for the most part, they just set up shop in the early game, got 3 or 4 kills, and then it was really over from there. I mean, they had a 3 or 4k gold lead in the first 3 minutes. It's just nearly impossible to pay from there. And Wealth by God just kept giving and giving and giving until the point where they needed to fight, and then they were just not strong enough to deal with the carries. And I mean, it's a nice like breath of fresh air, if you will, because you know we did think it was going to be another 3-0, but they were able to just show us that you know that is in fact not the case.
Not the case indeed, and you'd have to wonder, was letting that Evelyn through the issue, or was it a case of Azure Esports having a little bit too much to show on the day? I'm not too sure, because, I mean, you could argue that the Evelyn was strong, you could argue that the Evelyn was there as a nuisance, but it felt like really the tread that they took was disadvantageous in that it really ballooned into what you coined as, you know, more gold than there were minutes in the game played. And when that happened, you're thinking that has really gone pear-shaped. 5 minutes in, or say 5 kills within 2 minutes of play. It's pretty illegal at this point of the competition, really more so than anything. We're waiting to get ourselves into pick and ban phase here for that 4th game, but another reminder, once again, if you haven't done so already, to be sure to join that giveaway. There's the link below, esl.gg/WR OCE Finals Comp. Over there you can find there's multiple ways to enter. You can sign up, you can follow them on Twitter, you can even use the special code that will be dropped in Twitch chat to guarantee yourself a few extra entries. So some sick prizes up for grabs. Primarily, you get yourself some money to spend. We talked about it before, Jubes, about skins making you play better. Have we seen any good skins here? Because I think my favorite one has to be the Soccer Ramus.
You took it. I was going to say that. That was going to be my skin choice. That's my skin choice. I play soccer, so it has to be.
Yeah,
has to be.
Yeah, no, we already had that link up, right? We support the same team, so we are one of the same in
Don't
that
say it on
vein.
broadcast.
No, we can't. We can't get the fans at home upset about that one. That'll spawn a whole other discussion away from esports. We don't want to talk about regular sports. We're talking about the game at stake here. Let's see though what happens in Game 4. What will be the adaptation? Be it will we see Azure once again play for blue side? They've actually opted to go against it. So Wealth by God now once again still sitting on match point here. Have said, you know what? We need to get first pick. Guarantee ourselves that dub. Remove a few different picks, and this is the first time they've banned Corky.
Yeah, and I mean, good pivot. I think the Corky was a little bit of a problem for them. Obviously, the package creating so much space in those skirmishes, and we'll see if Azure Esports opt in for the same ban. So far, the Renekton Lulu are exact same. Expecting to see the Camille. Now, I wonder if Wealth by God will ban the Galio or just take it in first pick. They banned the Gragas, the Camille being banned, which I think they're going to take Galio.
Yeah, it feels too good to pass up when it's available like that. The utility of the champion, it can pump out serious damage, but can also be such a menace in these team fights, which is where Wealth by God are strong. It's their bread and butter. So I like that from them. Godfather once again gets himself the Garen, and
Beauty
you
Zaya.
say, well, I can steal away the Zaya then. Thank you very much. This feels like a bit of a handshake here of the Zaya and the Kaiser. Who gets what?
Well, Uti's the first player that we've seen in the league opt in for the Zaya, at least on broadcast, right? Not saying that, you know, he's the first player to play Zaya, but so I consider that his champion. So I'm excited to see Uti on his champion now. You know, he's bread and butter. First time we're seeing him today. Zaya, Alistar, very strong kill lane. Kaiser being picked up though from M-Gods. Not yet seen him play it on air. So we'll see how he fares. You know, it feels like we're kind of trading champions here and there. And, you know, Icewear still getting his Evelyn.
Yeah, he's got an Evelyn once again, and that very strong, beefy front line that was so successful, really, for Azure Esports is locked in once again. It's not going to be touched. Evelyn gets let through the cracks once more. Wealth by God are going to lock themselves in a job, and this Riven has been teased in the last 8 weeks as being such an annoying threat to deal with, and finally, in a game to perhaps win it all, they get to lock it in.
We're seeing the Riven. I'm super excited to see this. Now, correct my memory, or maybe you don't know, but if my memory serves me correct, we actually saw one Riven, and that Riven popped off. And it might have been Riven Jungle, to be fair. But nevertheless, we're seeing a Riven
Jungle.
We're seeing a Riven in the top lane. So, I mean, Carnage, if I had to summarize him as a player, it does seem like that Riven guy, the one that's going to be able to get stuff done, potentially even opt in for the solo kill or two. He is into the Garen. And, you know, if there's a guy who can operate Garen, he's a bit of a smooth operator, that one, I'll tell you that much on Azure Esports. So we'll have to see, you know, how these drafts play out. I think the onus is on Azure Esports to get stuff done in the early game, right? They do have the Ari, so they want to be able to set up picks, get those early dragons. You don't want to let the Orianna scale and use that ball to zone you through those chokes. So, yeah, exciting times, exciting drafts. And I mean, it's all to play for here in Game 4.
Certainly is. A best of 5, a grand final. 8 weeks really have flown by in terms of competition for these players, and the 4 weeks we've got to share together on stream to see what could mean have come to a close in what will be the final series of the night and the competition. A potential early invade there. A double wall just for good measure, because why not? And we'll get game 4 underway.
Yeah, I mean, they just opted in for the charm start. I mean, that already says they mean business, you know what I mean? They got a little bit of newfound confidence, potentially. And we'll see how they fare now, because I feel like they have to be aware that Evelyn can hit level 5 before the solo laners if she just puts the jungle on cooldown. So, can't fall to that one twice.
What will we see in this game? Will we see that crazy flip of the game once more based on Icewear's parving? Will Pop get excited and find that engage angle like he did so beforehand? He's opted for the cloth armor start here, not the boots. Not going to be able to match Goldhammer in that mobility factor, but it is interesting to note that William has actually managed to get his hands on this Orianna 3 games in a row. Feeling pretty content on it.
The one thing that I wanted to touch on was that there's double ignite top lane, so you know, both opting in for the offensive summon spell as opposed to the defensive. it makes sense. I mean, the Garen can have a pretty good time into the Riven, especially at level 5. Picks up the crab, so we're already seeing a better start to the game here for Wealth by God.
Might just literally just cross through mid, get a double crab, hit 5 just off that, and be in a very similar situation to how that previous game played out, right? Hit ultimate state very quickly. Varga does have the ultimate, but he's had to sacrifice it instead of getting map vision. He's gone for a gank. Now he's looking topside, but Godfather's read this play beautifully. There is no wave, so why do I need to step up? He's respected it. He's backed away. And I do wonder if Varga's going to stick around, crash this wave in, and ensure that Carnage gets the upper hand for a quick recall.
Yeah, it was just an assistance to get the reset off. I mean, some very good jungling there, right? Selfless jungling. Also, you get to leech a little bit of EXP, so he hits level 5 first. Evelyn's still level 4. And I wonder if that's going to catch, you know, Azure Esports by surprise.
Big wave to bounce back for him. William's already gone for his first shot, so he's got the Lost Chapter now. Going to have a little bit more sustain in the lane. Monia now looking to do the exact same here as well. And this has been a much quieter laning state from what we've known. Ooh, UT's been cancelled. Now, does that mean anything in the context of this game? Because the Honey Fruit's being picked up, M-Gods is back topped up and healthy. I swear was pathing towards them to potentially protect if a gank was on. But it just feels like the threat of these two, the Jarvan and the Evelyn, could be anywhere at any moment, and a flash will have to be burnt.
Interesting item rush by Bugger, has the Executioners. So, just trying to take stock of, I guess, like the Ahri has a little bit inbuilt healing. The Alistar, the Garen, but
does mean he's going to be very sticky to a key target. He sets the sight on one particular member. They will fall on down. A little bit of extra burst damage, why not? But mobility going to be the key factor to get on top of that that champion nice and early. Only one pair of boots so far found here, and it is in UT's possession. So let's see if the gamble pays off.
Dragon spawning, so going to see this Wealth by God trade again. Now they don't have a priority on these dragons in the early game, right? You feel like they may be strong enough to contest this just because the wombo that they have. But I mean, they just value their influx of gold. And, you know, it is just a mountain dragon, so they're probably like, okay, you know what? They don't have the tankiest composition. Yeah, they have the Garen, but that's about it. We'll give that one away. And, you know, look, they're dropping it already. This is really telegraphed League of Legends, Wild Rift, and it's what they like to do.
It's like we're playing for the now as opposed for the scaling, right? The buffs is nice, but we want to deny the macro sense away from you, but also find ourselves at a point of power. Question is, will this get a second headbutt charge off? And it looks like it will.
It does,
so now
yeah.
it's 2 turrets pretty much just gone for free. And the answer back from Azure is just to find one.
And you also get the red buff too, right, to top that one off. That's also a nice prize. And we might even just see a full team fight in the mid lane here. It's a collapse. Evelyn can't be spotted.
Looking for it, the charm connects, there's the path, the shockwave onto 2, Last Crest disengaged away, Cataclysm locks them all in place, they rip back the feathers and there's the first blood, Yudi's picked it up. Godfather so lucky to be alive, and those are the inches that you need those trades.
Yeah.
And that's happened a few times in the series.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a good play from Azure Esports. They read, you know, I guess it's over-aggression in the mid lane, right? They read that, they collapse as a 5-man flash burnt there from Lornia. I respect it, it happens. But I mean, it looks like Azure Esports are just playing with a newfound confidence, and Carnage was still topside, right? Just pushing in the wave, couldn't come down, so they take the 4v5, and in terms of execution, fantastic. Pick up the kill and burn a lot of summoners in the process.
Luden's online, and it's an insane power spike for these mages. It just offers so much damage. Slight lead though for William, who's also got his tier 2 boots complete as well. And that is now going to be answered by Lornia, who has just gone back to base and opted instead to go for a little bit of cooldown reduction. Just wants to cycle out as much damage as possible. Not too concerned about CC. All about the picks. Going to be linking up a whole bunch here with, I swear, the double charm. And hoping that within that short window, somebody will fall on down 4v5, and that might be the difference to try and bring them to a game 5.
Might be, but it's important to note that Wealth by God do still have the gold lead, right? Because they were able to pick up not only the turret, but a charge on the next turret too. So, man, how scary is the Evelyn charm, right? You just walk past someone, chuck it on them, you have no idea where that person is, where the Evelyn is. And then you just walk back the turret. I mean, it's as simple as that. Unless you get some real good vision down and really consolidate your presence. If you can walk up mid lane with like 3 or 4 members, then sure. But, you know, at the moment, it's quite tough to play the Rift. I mean, I think they see her now bot side. She showed on the minion wave to just get, I guess, EXP. I mean, she...
Yeah, I think there's trimming the wave whilst the rest of the team have rotated elsewhere. Right, lane assignments are mid and bot positioned as a free man. And he's going to go for a nice little reset. So it is kind of annoying when you want to try and siege, as you certainly saw there. Wealth by God wanting to be aggressive on that wave, wanting to get that tier 1 down a little bit quicker. But just a drive-by, no intention to actually gank or do anything about it, but literally hit the charm and say, well, you have to respect it, you don't know where I am. But I feel like they'll be happy a little bit this time, you know, given that it's not the Akshan as well. The double invis was maybe a little bit too much to deal with.
I agree. And also, I was going to say, the itemization from Jarvan's a little bit of a statement.
Yeah.
Just straight
it's not GA, is it? No GA, no Black Cleaver, no Trinity Force. It's straight into the force of nature. I just need to live.
But I wonder how much damage is Yuri going to do to him and Godfather. I mean, yeah, it's all good. You want to protect yourself from the Evelyn and the Ahri, but there's still damage there. Here we go.
I'm sure he'll be hoping that he can hit a Cataclysm, and that's all it requires, really. The rest of the team can play clean up. A second Dragon is there. Azure got the first one because of that trade for the Heralds. Looking for that initial pick. Azure Esports split in 2 different camps right now, 3-2. Charm goes out, the silence to follow. It's all on towards Fargo. Not the target they're after. Goldhammer lines up the taunt, doesn't find it. Illustrious goes on out from the way. Oh, the Cataclysm! They've jumped in. Now they're looking for the Feather Recall. Uni's found it. They've got themselves another kill. Azure Esports are all still alive right now, but they've taken down 2. They're taking down 3. They're turning their attention on towards Goldhammer, and they're looking for 4 members as quickly as that. Carnage can't even jump across the wall! And Pop Flash headbutts you to guarantee that kill. Carnage, not going to be happy about that play. Not going to be happy that they've just lost 4 and not traded back at all.
I mean, that's a team fight that started there by Wealth by God. That's just a really good fight back as a unit from Azure Esports. They were able to fight through that choke, and you know, I'm sure we'll get a replay maybe as we are. Oh wow, it's not ended.
This is nice though. They've redeployed onto the map a little bit quicker, topped up and healthy. They're looking to try and catch any stragglers. Nice. They've taken out the Evelyn, so they've paid the price. 2 dragons have been denied away from them, but at this early stage in the game, respawn times are quick enough that they can run back and punish.
I mean, if you're Azure Esports, you're still happy with that, right? You take a kill for a dragon any day of the week. And they need to be careful though, because Shockwave is still up. Alistar has no flash as well, no ultimate. But you know, the thing I wanted to touch on was that Vargo just kind of got poked out. Then he engaged, he died in the Cataclysm. Galio came on in, and then M-Gods actually ulted the backline to try and assassinate, misjudged his damage, and then died for free. So, I mean, just in terms of execution, Azure Esports and Micro in these skirmishes have really stepped it up.
Yeah, I mean, whilst we were praising how good they were to start off with, they've certainly grown into the series.
Yeah,
and,
definitely
really looking to try and say this isn't going to be the clear-cut 3-0. It's just hilarious to me looking at some of the itemization. You got 5 Mercury treads on the side of Wealth by God. Azure Esports are like, well, we're not under too much threat of CC. It comes at us and then it's done. So CDR is all we need to just hit you harder.
Well, in this particular game, the Merc treads actually make a lot more sense, right? Because you're reducing the charm on both ends. The charm from the Evelyn and charm from the Ahri.
Of course,
so if you're able to reduce the CC, then that makes a bunch of sense. Also, the Feather Ripback is a little bit of CC too. Don't mind if you do, obviously. So yeah, this one makes sense. I remember the game before. I mean, it was like what, 4 Merc treads for, I think it was what, a Braum? Was it just a Braum? I can't really remember now. It's been a long day.
In the last game, what was it? The Alistair and the Evelyn. It has been a long day, and I mean, for the players themselves, whilst we're talking about all the action going on, these teams that weren't necessarily playing, they had to be on standby the entire time, watching, analysing, rehearsing what their prep was, what they needed to do, and it's in a way great to see that this hasn't been the clean 3-0 because these teams have been very close throughout the season. I mean, we look back at Wealth by God, they qualified as the first seed. They had a 2-1 against Azure in the past. They've actually had a 1-2 defeat against Jacuzzi Dogs. They've had a 2-1 against Team Don't Feed. So when it came to a top 4, we were starting to really wonder, you know, whose game is it? It really felt like on the night was what would decide, as opposed to, you know, history repeating.
Yeah, and I mean, and you talk about it being a long night for the teams that have been playing, but also, like, you know, Wealth by God had to watch every single game because they could have come up against any of those opponents, right? So they're not just getting the night off. They're sitting there analysing, breaking down what the teams are picking, what the teams are playing. So, you know, mental fatigue probably setting in for them a little bit too.
What happened there? Quite aggressive. So much so that I swear I had to burn the flash. That's quite nice. Denying that away from the Evelyn. Stems the aggression just a fraction. Still quite mobile. Obviously can play from the shadows. Sean goes out. Not going to find anything with it, however. And people are trying to group up here for the classic OCE ramp. But the side lanes do need to be looked towards. And Carnage and Godfather, almost like opposites attract, are now going to go to opposite lanes.
This looks like it's going to be a turret for the Riven here on both side of the map, and unless Yuri can do something about it, does he have something to say about it on Desire? Does not.
For William, because Godfather's putting damage in towards this turret. It may fall on down. He's actually going to have to wait for the next wave. He's going for a recall, so whether or not he decides to stay around for it, he might just let the minions do the work for him. And the vision won't be used towards figuring out where he is, but more so where the rest of the team are, because the third dragon has spawned, and Azure Esports, they're straight on it.
They aren't able to contest, I don't think. And I mean, that's the taunt that's down from Goldhammer, so that's on cooldown. Picked up.
Dragon is gone. It really is. Lornia in trouble. Pop jumps in, looking for the pop. Cataclysm locks in place. One so far. The charm goes out again, looking for the damage, looking for the execution. They find it. Jobin's dead. He has so much survivability, but it's just not enough. It is just not enough. Goldhammer queues up the ultimate, but can't even get into the sky before he's dead again. Godfather's found him. He's died for it. M-Gods finds the trade, but not before UT bites back again. Trade upon trade. Lane opponent really looking to try and come out ahead, and Azure Esports, they're bleeding, but they've done enough.
They've done enough. They've picked up another team fight win, and they've also, more importantly, got the third dragon, so they're going to be happy with themselves there. Now, important to note, William on the Oceania only landed the shockwave onto Pop, and now Pop, for me, was the MVP of that fight. If we look back and see the pulverize that man landed, as well as the zoning feathers from UT, it's just a really well-played team fight, and it feels like Wealth by God aren't playing for the fight, they're playing for the steal. And when they don't get the steal, they have to play for the fight after. And if you're in two minds, you're not going to win those skirmishes and those fights. And that's kind of what's happened now, and Bugger might be caught. Okay, never mind.
The setup wasn't there in the initial phase, right? Very hard to try and scramble and assert yourself in a position to answer back after the initial plan went waywards. And it is seeming to be now a game that is slowly getting out of their control. They're down 5 kills. The Jury Sports are up 2,000 gold. And Godfather on the Scarin's getting into a very comfortable position, a very familiar one too. I mean, he's got 3 tank items complete once again, and you're desperately now looking for some tank shred. And whilst there is the Black Cleaver and there is the, you know, Blade of the Rune King, he's still going to be an absolute nightmare to try and take down.
Oh no, he's smooth sailing. I mean, he's happy with the point that he's at in the game. And I mean, even Yudi, look at him, 12k, 2k on his lane opponent, has the 3 items. I mean, it's going to be so hard to deal with this guy now. And Carnage actually might be in trouble here. No flash. Ooh, nice.
What a great dash away. Yeah. Really cues it up quite nicely on that Pulve combo. And what looked like a very scary position where he was caught, he managed to stabilize. So credit where it's due. It's a nice little play there from Carnage. And the opportunity for Azure goes awry.
I wonder if they could have traded the Baron there instead, right? Instead of walking down there. You make the decision to just go straight for the Baron instead.
Yeah, I suppose they valued the ability to, you know, get the kill, get the numbers advantage, and secure it quite firmly for that instead. But that was the cost ultimately for them. The Baron's still on the cards, taunting them from the pit, but not easy to pick up right now. Keep an eye on where I swear is.
The Riven and the Garen are both trying to cheat up to get to this skirmish. Garen does have the agency to move there. The minion wave is not in the favor of Wild by God, so they need to respect this Garen roam now from Godfather. Oh, yeah, okay.
Oh, the Featherstorm went out.
Yeah.
That's big.
That was just it was a really good placement of the ball from William. He actually, the threat of the shockwave, and I think it was a preemptive ultimate from Yudi. He was expecting the shockwave to come down. Hang on a minute.
He's still looking to try and hit the shockwave. He's looking. Oh, what a great Zonias! Outplay after outplay. But then in comes a Garen. Surprise, surprise, the flash ulti. He's had enough of this. He just wants to get it down and dirty. Gets the kill and guarantees the fight now. I swear he's locked in stasis as well. Managed to disengage away. Goldhammer headbutted out of turret range. Followed up here by Pop, who flashes onto him. But I mean, it's an Alistair. Doesn't do the most damage. Especially not with those auto attacks. And in the end, Azure Esports will be happy they found 2. They've zoned away essentially 3. And this time the Baron is guaranteed.
They don't know. Bugger's there. Oh!
Mate. He tried. He dashed in.
I mean, he got
too bad. Oh no, Juves, the timing is horrendous. The Baron's gone. The Elder Ocean has just spawned, and Azure might just run it back again with quad drags. It's just crazy.
They might have to just fight this in terms of the 4v5. They still have Kaiser, who's dead. But I mean, Azure Esports are just playing the game to a T. They're just... They really are just out team fighting them at this point, yeah? And they've set themselves up from success from the earlier skirmishes, but I think this is as good as gone. Can they steal it with the ball, maybe?
Shockwave. Oh, way too early. And then the follow-up afterwards, Goldfather just flashing over. Says hello. Picks it up. Now can they find themselves those
so
kills?
strong.
Zalo. Carnage is just going to die. Oh, good shield. A very good shield. The Ignite may have just collected and taken him down. But I mean, this is looking like an Azure Esports victory. They're up by 5k right now. You're just getting picked apart like that. You just can't do anything against an Evelyn.
This gold lead's going to balloon now. This is going to be over 10k after this Baron power play. And I mean, these charms just threaten you off tower, to be honest with you. And I mean, they may even look for the end here. That's double dead bot lane, 25 seconds. Baron up, 19 minutes on the clock. This could be it. No. Not wanting to risk it.
They can smell how close this game is. They know they are on the cusp of bringing this to a game 5. The reverse sweep. It's so close to happening now. They've still got the Baron buff, so why take the risk? No need to end it. Embers were down for another 20 seconds. They could have looked for it. A 5v3 was certainly possible. But the more methodical, safe, and calculated play would be to siege a little bit more. But you do give Wealth by God one more chance to execute. And I think that's really been the difference. Is we've highlighted how good they were at fighting, but they've not really been able to land the Cataclysm, the Orianna Shockwave, the follow-up Hero's Entrance. It's a really devastating effect as we've seen before.
I don't think we've ever seen it. I think it's just been a little bit of... They lack control of the game. They lack tempo on the waves. And then when they go to contest an objective, it's like, oh, you know, we're late. We'll play for the steal and play for the fight after. But it's never like a decisive flag and drag into a Cataclysm, you know, into the Galio ultimate with Carnage on a flank. It is just, you know, Azure Esports are there set up early. They have good tempo. They've laned well. And you're face checking into them. You're checking into their charms. You're checking into the Garen in the front line. And then Yudi's just having a field day. So it is just, yeah, I guess not what we've seen in the first 2 games from Wealth by God. Maybe they thought it was just going to be a little bit too easy with how the first 2 games played out. And Azure Esports just really resilient and have turned up now.
Well, I'll never forget when you've always said to me, 2-0 in a series like this is the most scary spot to be in. You're this close to victory, but a team can certainly fight you back. And I mean, we're seeing it really. This is living proof of a potential comeback here. Goldhammer winding up the charge away. Will be interrupted. And I mean, at this point in the game, they are 10k ahead. The Baron has done its job. The charm comes out. They're looking for it. Shockwave onto 2. No Cataclysm just yet. They're locked inside the mid lane as well. Last Crest going to come on through. Not going to get the execute. It doesn't seem to matter. The Cataclysm is locked in place 2 here. William waiting to try and do as much damage across the wall. He's going to get charmed. He's going to get flashed. He's just going to get taken on out. Azure Esports may have just done enough. They've once again not lost anyone. Godfather, he hasn't even popped the GA. He doesn't care.
Who cares?
He really doesn't. And I mean, now 2 inhibitors gone. And it just feels like what you said before. Get inside their heads. No need to really rush this game for an end.
No.
Let them suffer in the current game state.
When you're cruising, you can probably try to play for the end there, right? You know, you lose your GA, go for the end if you really need to. But, I mean, when you're winning, it's a pleasurable experience, right? So you don't need to rush to end. I mean, you don't even necessarily get outscaled, especially with the point that you're at in this game. Blade of the Rune King being picked up, Void Staff just being picked up. So in terms of current game state, you could let this one extend, you know, far beyond, 22 minutes if need be. It obviously won't be the case because you have Baron, double super minions. You're just going to go bot side and play this one out methodically. But I mean, just enjoy the ride, enjoy the experience. You're about to bring this one back to a game 5. The reverse sweep is on the card, so take it as slow as you like.
It's just so hard to claw out of this position because that inhibitor pressure really does lock you inside the base. And especially as we get close to full item builds, the gold that you're going to pick up, the experience you're going to pick up, it doesn't really matter. So, 1 inhibitor remains. And they're going to do whatever they can to try and hold this one for as long as possible and wait out that Baron buff. But the cannons alone are just going to shred through these plays. So Goldhammer's, he's had enough. He's just had enough. That's a tank, Jubes. He's just flashed forward and committed an absolute violation. There's the rip back at the Feathers. There's the slam down and there's the Rampage. It's gone. Triple inhibs. Minions will end this game. And the reverse sweep is on. It's a game 5 time.
Yeah, it's on, and the World by Gods need to go back and really analyze what's going wrong in the series because Azure Esports have all the momentum. They have all to play for now. And I mean, you'd have to say they look to be the favorites. They got all the momentum. They had to win 3 in a row to bring this one back. They're currently at 2, and the way that they're playing, Skimmy, you've got to be, if you're an Azure Esports fan, you've got to be quietly happy, quietly confident.
You certainly would be, because you're looking at a situation now where you're thinking, okay, why didn't it start off in this fashion? Is it all about the Evelynn? Because if it is, just please ban the Evelynn. It's just getting so much done right now. And, 4, 1, and 12, I just feel like, if anything, the threat of not knowing where they are is really ruining the playstyle that makes World by God so strong. They can't be aggressive. Yeah, they can't look to take those risks.
I mean, for me, Evelynn's changed the series. So I do think that needs to be kind of that one thing that you do take away. Obviously, it can be a little bit of an ego thing, right? Maybe you don't think Evelynn's the best champion at the moment. Maybe you've dealt with it in the past. But I think I swear is a different beast on this Evelynn. Obviously, there's a very good supporting crew, I think Pop as well needs an honorable mention. Had a blinder.
Again.
And this is probably... Yeah. This is probably Yudi's quieter performance. I feel like in terms of mid and AD carry, they had good games. Like, they had very good games. They didn't die. But also, it does feel like quieter performances from them, right? Because they didn't need to do anything. I mean, Evelynn was getting things done. Godfather was getting things done. Just across the board, it was more or less just a big team diffy.
Yeah, I mean, that's twice now Azure Esports bot lane and UT and Pop have just played the game and not died once. And it shouldn't happen. I don't think I should see an Alistair not dying. I mean, you see them put themselves into these compromising positions all the time to set their team up to get these kills. You're seeing Godfather build full tank. Where's the damage? There is none, but he's flashing forward, hitting you with an ultimate, and the true damage is just doing it all. It is phenomenal, and it's Godfather back to his best once again, where we were critical at the start, thinking, okay, this is a different beast. Is he getting outmatched? Like, what's going on here? But he's really, and the team as a whole have really come into the series and shown us that, okay, whilst it did start off a little bit weak for us, we know what we're about. We've made the adjustments and we've come into our own. I mean, you can see the damage breakdown there. It really speaks for itself. He's doing as much damage as an AD carry, and the most in the game had to be the double AP threat.
Yeah, I mean, Godfather, you're building full tank and you're doing that much. It doesn't make a lot of sense, does it? But obviously, Williams, no surprise for me, doing 36k. I mean, he was landing 3-4-man shockwaves consistently, but it was just at a point where the gold deficit just meant too much. It didn't matter if you landed a 5-man shockwave, right? You can't come back from 11k, especially when you consider the draft and how, once Yudi puts those feathers down, you can't walk forward anymore, because every time M-Gods tried to free hit or tried to do something, he was just, completely zoned, either by the Ahri, by the Evelynn. I mean, you can write a list. You could write a never-ending list, and I'm sure we'll be able to see that list as we go into the highlights, Skimmy.
Yeah, well, let's bring up some of those highlights, some of the defining moments in this one, because it's another shellacking. 18 kills to 3. It wasn't all about the early 2-minute flip of the game, but it was still the same story about just controlling every single dragon. We're just seeing that Wealth by God far more value the Herald. They want to get as many turrets as they can early on and look to try and open up the map for ganking angles, but they're just losing so much elsewhere. They're, as you can see here, sacrificing 4 dragons time and time again and just to trade themselves the picks. You got Alistair's picking up kills for free.
Yeah, and I mean, what a mentality shift from this team. Because that's the biggest thing. You go from 2-0 down to be able to just come out of the gate and say, you know what, we've got nothing to lose. So you put on a bit of a clinic for the game that you pick up to bring you to 1 win. Then this game in particular, I mean, you thought, okay, maybe it's going to be tough to back it up against Wealth by God, how good they've been looking in this series. But you just come out and absolutely dominate. Like, you know, they could have ended this one a lot earlier, but they played the slow route. They went the methodical route. And, you know, the shockwaves were there. The shockwaves were nice. But, I mean, Azure Esports, from 8th to 1 game away from winning it all.
Sums it up. Took the words right out of my mouth there, Jubes. What a glow up. What a chance now for them to showcase what they're really worth and really force Wealth by God to reevaluate themselves. I mean, they came into this one and you're thinking, okay, at every step of the ladder, we've come in with the quarters, the semis, and now the grand finals. The team that have been, you know, in that seed have justified their position. They've shown that we are the better team. And whilst we're looking at a clean 2-0, you're thinking, okay, it's going to be a write-off. It's going to be a clean 3-0. Wealth by God to show us that they are the best team, but they've shown some vulnerabilities now. And whilst it's not the best time for that to happen, obviously, in a grand final, you've got yourself a very quick turnaround between this break and the next to identify what needs to change. Is it a case of ego? Is it a case of champions? I'd love to see the Evelyn Band. We're going to find out one of these teams is going to become the champion of OCE here for Wild Rift, and we're going to find out just after this.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up. Level up.
All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up. When you found me like that, I was doing not bad, didn't care about you. I was high as fuck, wasn't looking for love or anything new. It ain't funny, little devil in this, yes, think you got me, yeah. You're so naughty, I feel something leaping into my body. Cause you shut me on the high, can't get over it. And the other part of recovery, and I love what you done. You made me fall too fast. Wait.
Yeah. Let's talk. Look, ayo, we rose from the dust to the sun. They claiming that we the one, never one-on-one. Teamwork till we done. Sent on a mission, we got ambition. Never scared, we won't run. Never one and done. Some sit back and some like to hunt. I pick my teammates up when they fall. And if I ball, we all ball. Crashing balls, crossovers and all. Just call us the balls. Don't fear nothing, call us galore. Serving them all. We outside, we barely indoors. Because we gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab nothing. Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine away from the shade. But now that we're here, ain't no going back. This is the moment to go. This is the moment to shine. This is the moment to show. Show me the rocks you could climb. This is the moment to feel the path like you legally blind. I can promise this is ours cause we built for this, kill for this. Pushing buttons, do it quick, push it off and do assist. Oh, y'all think we new to this? Pound for pound, break it down. Watch what we gon' do with this. Teamwork got us fluid with. Make y'all look like sewages. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab nothing. Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine away from the shade. But now that we're here, ain't no going back.
Sarah, I hurt myself today trying to make the pain go away. Sarah, I want to fade away, be with the stars in outer space. You come and you go. You take me high, you take me low. But I don't know how to do this on my own anymore. Oh no, now it's my leave for the melancholy. Couldn't fill a hole inside me. Damned if I do, damned if I don't. Now it's Xannies till I know my psyche. Cocaine just to feel my heartbeat. Nothing to lose, nothing to gain. Sarah, I lost myself today trying to find ways to make you stay. Sarah, I want to go away, close my eyes, never wake up again. You come and you go.
You take me high, you take me low. But I don't know how to do this on my own anymore. Oh no, now it's Molly for the melancholy. Cody, fill a hole inside me. Damned if I do, damned if I don't. Now it's Xannies till I know my psyche. Cocaine just to feel my heartbeat. Nothing to lose, nothing to gain. Sarah.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the wait's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
And here we go for the final time tonight. The final time for this competition here, Jews. The inaugural OCE Wild Rift Championships is coming to a close. It's the grand final, and it's a game 5. The reverse sweep may be on as Azure Esports have managed to bring it back to make it all even. And Jubes, I'm going to ask you the question here. Based on what you've seen so far, which team do you want to see take this one out?
Well, I'm a big fan of an underdog story. So you have to say the Azure Esports run from 8th to finals to potentially a reverse sweep. I mean, it's a pretty picture to paint. It's like the Mona Lisa of Wild Rift.
Yeah, it's a pretty picture, and that's definitely a classic, to say the least. And you know what? I'm going to join the bandwagon with you. I'd love to see the reverse sweep. I think it's always exciting to see the growth that this team have shown, the faith that's been shown with them as well, to be picked up as the first organization here as well. And maybe, just maybe, they can do the unthinkable in that first season, a chance at winning the crown. Obviously, the chance is it's huge, because these teams, not only will they be winning if they come first, $5,000, but they'll also be getting a chance to play later on in the Southeast Asian Showdown. That's international play. It's competition. See how we stack up against the rest of the world and see which regions are the strongest, no doubt leading into Worlds at some stage. But you know, it's a situation now where you're thinking, on the one hand, Wealth by God, you had a 2-0 lead. What has changed? You and me, we think it's the Evelyn, but the Evelyn's never been banned. It's just now come out in the last 2 games. So I'm very curious now, going into pick and ban phase for the final time here. Will it get banned? Yes, it is. Okay.
They've identified it as a problem. I mean, they're the ones that are playing the game. They're the ones that are feeling the pressure from that pick. So it's all well and good for us to analyze it, but you never really know until the pick bans come around. And Alistair being another one that's been taken away, and I do think that's the case too. Pop's been too good. He's been too pivotal in a lot of these engages. Azure Esports haven't changed their bans at all, and I dare say that's the correct play. Now, I mean, Wealth by God have just completely flipped everything. Evelyn, Alistair, as well as... Am I trolling?
Okay. Garen banned.
Am I
Garen
trolling?
locked in.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
We'll wait for the producer to confirm what has gone on there, but we'll ignore that for 2 seconds. Let's see what Wealth by God are going to lock in. They're going to go with the classic engage bot lane, the early game powerhouse of the Braum and the Lucian. Now, this is interesting, right? You are happy to see that Azure have not changed their tune. It really should be on Wealth by God to flex it. And I think they've identified those 3 champions in the last 2 games have done far too much.
Yeah, 100%. Dilution Braum's a good pickup because, you know, we did see M-Gods and Goldhammer have a lot of success in the 2v2 earlier in the series. Obviously, Nami now being a possibility to be picked up because when you draft that Braum, you can go for the Enchanter, right? Because the kill threat isn't there like you would say in a traditional Alistair or whatever lane. But it looks like Wealth by God are just going back to what worked for them so well in games 1 and 2. The Lee Sin, the Twisted Fate, the Lucian, the Braum.
Yeah.
And to be completely honest with you, they won the game where they versed the Rammus. So I'm not actually entirely sure why they ended up banning that one away. But I mean, now, I swear, has his hands on the Rammus again. The Akshan in the mid lane, I would assume, and Corki in the bot lane. So, I mean, across the board, these are both compositions that have picked up wins. And this is game 5. Someone has to lose now. One of these drafts is going to lose.
Yeah, and that is just the nature of competition, isn't it? So the Garen was banned. It is a Gragas in the top side there, which has been hotly contested multiple times. Its ability to not only be very tanky, but also to break apart the fight to make it easy for you to find picks with the champions that you have. Now, you got yourself another Rammus. It is going to be a menace looking for those very early kills. I wonder now if there's a situation in which William can play the lane quite passively, not look to try and win it as such, rely on his passive to get the gold, and look to TP elsewhere and really avoid that first 5 minutes where the Rammus can be incredibly scary when you are hard locked in lane.
Yeah, and I mean, the Twisted Fate is the one champion that can kind of avoid that, right? Like you said, you know, you just get out of the lane. I'll see you later, Rammus. You'll be waiting in the side bush trying to gank, and I'll be dipped out top side. So 2-2 Skimmy, this is all to play for now. I mean, this is it. This is literally what these weeks and weeks upon and games upon games have culminated to. It is this final. It's the final boss for both these teams. I mean, you know, who would have thought? When we saw the player interviews before this match, Wealth by God did not even put Azure Esports in the conversation, right? They weren't disrespectful by any means, but I mean, they were more concerned about Jacuzzi Dogs. They were more concerned about, I think it was Team Don't Feed. And now they have themselves backs against the wall by Azure Esports.
Game 5, a grand final. You really couldn't write a better narrative here to close out what has been a fantastic start to a brand new game in the region. And a chance for one of these teams to claim all the glory and write the next chapter in what could be an exciting time here for OCE. As Michi's going to get his hands on that Corki once again. He's already found himself an MVP performance on it. We can't forget the fact that Lorne has already displayed this champion. One that thrives in the chaos, loves to check, play from the shadows and pick up those kills to get the resets, get the health bars back, get the members respawned. Here could be the first blood of the game. A flash gone in. Rammus looking for it, going for the taunt, forcing out the flash. A Goldhammer burning. Double summoners does live. I think he got the honey fruit, so he may stick around.
Yeah, they've done a good job to survive that gank, to be honest. I thought they were as good as dead. They were a little bit too far up lane, but they still might get dope here, Skimmy. I mean, they have no summoners now for the Braum. And,
yeah, now you're looking top side again. It's just clinical, isn't it? We've seen this happen time and time again. Bugger top side. He's got red buff. He's found a Gragas, and he's also found a first blood.
Makes you wonder why Bugger didn't pick up that Lee Sin in the earlier games. But hey, here we are. We've come to this. We've come to this point. Maybe they wanted to get games under their belt. Wealth by God.
Nice little bubble.
Here we go. The redive.
Now you're caught between two angles. Not a flash this time. You're going to get caught. There's the Destiny. Trade it around. Okay, 1-for-1. Now what can they find afterwards? Bugger getting aggressive. Hits the safeguard. Knocks him away. Going to fall on down. Sonic Wave. It's Lee Sin Syndrome. You have to follow it. But he hasn't died. He survived from the Ignite. And they're so close. Look at their health bar. Look how low they are. The minion. The cannon. The cannon's done it.
Oh my goodness.
No way.
Oh wow. What a game 5. They've just come out of the gate swinging. I feel like I've said that 15 times today, but it's truly the case. They're not leaving anything to the imagination. They're giving it their absolute all. And I mean, Skimmy, the difference between potentially winning and losing this game is literally the ranged auto attack of a creep. Like, let that sink in. That's how evenly matched that these two teams are. And hang on a minute. He's going to take that. No, he's going to take tower.
Oh no, it's so close. He nearly died to one extra auto. He had no flash. You can feel the tension. It's palpable. These people, these players, what it means to them, what this game offers. And whilst you could, on one hand, say, don't take risks, play safe. These teams, these players are saying, okay, who can rise, who can handle their emotions better? We're taking all the risks.
You don't want to go out, you don't want to fall, you know, out of the equation and left wondering, right? You don't want to put your head on the pillow after this series and say, oh, hang on a minute. Does he survive this? He does, looks like he will. Well,
Get away.
Hang on a minute. No Twisted Fate ultimate available, so... Oh, I need time to breathe because that skirmish bot side was unreal, and we might see a Dragon contest here. Are they going to be too late? It is reset from the bot lane, and I mean, you know, if I have to be critical about Wealth by God, this feels like this has been their downfall, right? They've just been a little bit late sometimes, a little bit late to the contest.
Yeah, they are going to come in and make a contest regardless. Glacier Fissure is there. They can't steal it away. The culling comes up, but can they now win the team fight? That is the question. Goldhammer survives the summoning heal. They've locked inside the pit. Nowhere to run. I swear lives again. No, falls on down. The burn's enough. The burn is enough. They haven't got the dragon, but this time they've convincingly won the team fight.
Oh.
M-Gods picks up a triple, and now they can go and claim so much more.
And it's one of those caster curse moments where you say that, you know, they've just been a little bit too late sometimes to the objective when Godfather was trailing on the other side of the map. So, I mean, they get there, you know, as a 5-man at the same time, and we're seeing the power of this Lucian Braum. That's a full 1-on-1 M-God. What a time to step up. They needed him now, and we'll see him dance around this team fight. They're stuck, you know, they have no flashes to burn, and he's just getting passive proc upon passive proc upon passive proc. And, I mean, Godfather's just not there, simple as that, but they pick up the Herald now.
They have stuck away their Herald, so they picked up double objectives for the price of losing gold. Now another ice apprehend. The taunt goes out. They've locked them in place. There's the package. Double time. Valkyrie away. UT flashing to get Bugger. He's missed it with the rocket. Oh, the flash away from William too. They've lost 3 members. They could have lost more. And this game really has been the closest so far.
It definitely has. This is just trading punches backwards and forwards, and the wave lands. I wonder if they're going to follow this one up. Lee Sin's over on the wall. Goes back to base.
No way. There's no way the wildcards can do that, man. That's illegal. Why on earth is Godfather there? The Herald gets summoned. The turret's fallen on down, but that's the easiest freebie he's found.
Yeah, that is a freebie, but I mean, look at the gold, Skimmy. It is literally a 500 gold lead to the side of Wealth by God. It looked like it was all but over, to be honest with you. I mean, they got aced at that dragon. Oh, not aced. They took 4 members down, and I mean, we take stock of current game state, and it's genuinely not that bad. Yeah, you're down 4 kills, but I mean, in terms of scaling, it's fine. And you really you'd be more than happy here if you're an Azure Esports fan, right? You got the Corki, you got the double 80 carries, you got the front line, you got the Nami, so touching distance.
Certainly is. It's too close to call right now. These health bars have been blinking for what feels like an eternity. Literally. Minion auto attack difference is how close this game has become, and it's not done yet. Why would it be? They're down bot lane again. Lulia swings into action like Tarzan. He's the king of the jungle, but he's a mid laner who now pops up to a lane and finds a kill. They've taken out Goldhammer. He's keen for more. He's been absolutely outplayed. He's done it again. He's been locked under the turret and fallen victim to the gold cards.
And he might not be done. Here we go. Locks the gold card. Flash being burned by Alicia.
Yeah. That's a nice kick. Dragon Trade. Can he get the range? Yes, he can. It's a little bit too beautiful. Oh, and the turret aggro held there by M-Gods beautifully. He's at the fight. He's just going to die on the off-screen. He's going to die off-screen, but they complete the 2-man, the double kill. The turret dive is successful. And they are just trading blow for blow, and it doesn't matter who falls.
Yeah, this is... What do you break down here? I mean, it is literally just a consistent, never-ending onslaught of just fighting. It is... They were going for the 2v2 there, M-Gods and Goldhammer, and then the Akshan had the window to roam down there. Roams down, picks up a kill, and then you know, a little bit too aggressive. But also really good map play there from William. He doesn't even burn the ultimate on Twisted Fate. He just reads it. And hang on a minute.
Yeah, they've connected again. Maga on Lee Sin is a whole different category, isn't it? It's so strong.
Oh, no.
Flash forward into the tidal wave. The culling. It's going to get interrupted by the bubble. UT finds the kill.
Oh, wow.
And a teleport a little bit too late. He's tried to make the play to punish and find tempo on the map, knowing that Godfather is mid. But the ship has sailed and that turret may just fall.
I mean, my concern is not the turret. My concern is this dragon. You know, they obviously don't want to give this one across, but UT's got the package now, so it feels like, you know, at least in terms of contesting this objective, it's Azure Esports favored, right? Like they have the package, they got the Rammus, and you know what? He's going in.
Second Dragon of the game. Azure Esports have been on top of things when it's come to these neutrals. They got the first, they got the Herald, a nice apprehend across the wall. How on earth does that happen? Bugger kicks in Godfather, instantly follows it up. There's the Glacial Fissure, another package, and Bugger's disengaged away. He's full spawning to chase him. He's flashed across the wall to try and get him out of this fight. UT putting out so much damage right now. It jumps in for a cheeky kill. Not going to find an interrupted slingshot again. And the Dragon is just a mere spectator watching greatness take place right here.
Again, the package has so much value, separates the fight. And I mean, Bugger, for how well he's played on this Lee Sin, maybe going on the wrong target there. Tries to I guess, take the execute onto Godfather. But little does he know, there's still the carries of Azure Esports just pumping and raining down DPS. And I mean, in terms of a Dragon team fight, the composition Azure Esports have is just really coming to fruition. It's so hard to play and Lee Sin in these exchanges too, because there's just so much CC. You know, you fly on in, the Gragas body slams you. If that's not enough, you get taunted. If that's not enough, you get tidal waved. I mean, it is really hard to find those playmaking windows, but at the end of the day, when you pick Lee Sin, when you pick the composition that WBG have, you really need to find the playmaking ability. Whereas, you know, I would argue that Azure Esports' composition is a little less elegant, right? Like, it's more point and click. You just land the Rammus taunt. You just land the body slam, use the cast to displace the team fight, right? A little more reliable than Godfather's fought here.
We can highlight what makes it reliable, but it doesn't matter if they can't execute upon it. They've baited Godfather. They've drawn resources down bot side so they can start this Baron. Now, this is a Baron on spawn at 10 minutes in. Is it desperation? I think it is. Going to take far too long at this early stage in the game for them to rush that down, especially in what would be a 4v5. Wealth by God finding the kill, and now they find themselves the first turret of the game.
Yeah, tough ask to do that Baron there, especially because the smite is still there from Bugger. So regardless, it's going to be a 50-50 you know, at best case scenario. And obviously, you know, in a game 5, do you take 50-50 odds? I don't know if, you know, it depends. I guess it depends what type of person you are.
I mean, is that nightmare fuel? Can you imagine? You've lost a 50-50 split, which ultimately means you lose the series, and you're just left in bed wondering and hoping where it all went wrong. A TP coming in here from Carnage, and that 2v2 means that they're really keen now to turn things around. The focus has to be the Rammus. In comes Bugger. He's hit that knockback once again, but he's just fallen on down. The response, the cavalry has arrived. Azure Esports, they were keen for the re-engage. They wanted it. Because UT's has found so much shutdown galore here. And they are really hot in the race to try and match Wealth by God here for the economy. WBG still have the gold lead, but for how much longer? Another beautifully placed bubble. There's the cast. Everybody onto M Gods. You can only kite so much. 4 members diving you, and they juggle the turret aggro fantastically.
And they're going to swing the gold lead into their favor, and it's going to be quite favorable, especially when they take down this turret. You know, that's 2k now. And I mean, they're just finding so much value with this Akshan. I mean, this is the only team that we've seen thus far play this champion, and it feels like every single time that it's drafted, it just has so much success. And again, Wealth by God, I think the best characteristic that they have is their aggression, and also their worst. Because, you know, they keep taking these fights, as we see here in the replay. Lee Sin goes in 1-for-1, Darius getting kited out, the Rammus, the Nami, the Corki. So much value. Lornia on the back line as well, and then Godfather finally shows his face and says, you know what, boys, I'll tank the turret. How long do you need? Here we go.
Doesn't stop there, Jubes. We could break down that play, but we've got another fight breaking out again. They're going to try and go for the kill here on towards UT. He's burnt the Valkyrie. It might be another trade. Bugger is so damn low. He's running away. Where does he jump to? Can they find themselves that second kill? On towards the Rammus. He wants to try and Sonic Wave away there to safety, but he's jumped back into the river, and then they've run the wrong way. What on earth? I swear he's run away from his team and actually given WBG an escape plan.
Oh, wow. Hang on a minute. What happens? Oh my God, Goldhammer.
Once again, look how low they are. This is how close things are in a grand final best of 5 game 5 situation where Azure Esports are hunting for the reverse sweep. but Wealth by God are desperate to finish what they started.
And we're quite literally even footing in this game, and I mean, again, third dragon, Azure Esports. I feel like they've had the run of the mill when it comes to dragons. I feel like they've almost secured every single one, and it's going to be an Ocean for the third one. Package is up for the Corki, and are they looking to just trade for the Baron completely? Look at the way they're posturing.
Now, what is the game plan here? I mean, yeah, do Wealth by God say, go for the dragon, set up again. We're not actually interested in it. We just want to kill you so then we can secure the Baron afterwards. With respawns, the Baron would offer us a little bit more of an extra bit of sustain. Let's see. They're forcing their face check. Out goes the ultimate, locking in place. One key target. Tidal Wave comes across. Multiple stasis effects burnt so early on. Parga looking for that Dragon's Rage. Can't find it. He's dead. He's gone. Lonia's got the Rampage. And now they've opened up Pandora's boxes. They're taking them all down. Look at it, Juice. It's disgusting. They've lost one. They've lost Akshan, but it doesn't matter because they might just find themselves an ace. They're hunting for M-Gods, who now has the chance to try and get himself a triple kill. But he doesn't want to face check, especially not blind. He's lost vision. And they've lost out on this play.
I don't think they're healthy enough to do the Baron skimmy, so that's obviously a little bit of a win there if you could consider it a win, but they do lose their Ocean Dragon. They do lose the third dragon. And I mean, that team fight there, it just feels, you know, they're not getting anything off. I mean, Braum dies with ultimate, I believe. You know, Darius doesn't get to get any good resets off. Lee Sin does use the kick, but I mean, if you're playing with Twisted Fate, you want to be able to start fights on your own terms, right? Use the minion waves, port to a fight, and have a numbers advantage. But this is just straight front-to-back League of, you know, straight front-to-back Wild Rift. And at the moment, the Rammus and the Gragas are just unkillable.
You certainly are. I mean, 2 items there for the taking. Sunfire 4 Miranda wins. Very hard for them to try and break through. There's just so much AD that Wealth by God have. And they are soaking it all up right now. And if they aren't finding that quick pick, then it's just buying so much time then for Azure Esports to find back up. And
look at the gold
jump
diff in the
here.
mid lane. That's literally the gold lead, by the way. Like, the entire gold lead is in mid. And I feel like if Akshan dies... Yeah, if he dies, it's... Well, you know what? Don't even kill him. But force him out of a fight, right? Use something on him. Put some CC on him. Make him run away. And then maybe you can win the ensuing fight. But if he's ever there and he's free hitting and he's got the Rammus and the Gragas in front of him, I mean, that team fight's as good as lost. And every single fight, it feels like, you know, it started on the terms of Azure Esports. But more importantly, you know, there's just been no threat for Lornia. Lornia can just play the game exactly how he wants to play it.
I want to change the style, really, in this series. As much as we were saying Evelyn changed the series, he started Game 1 as the Zed, Game 2 as the Akali, the Camille's a nuisance, locked it in place. He wasn't able to be as cheeky in his mid lane shenanigans as he has shown already tonight. He says, you know what, it's time to play action. And they are now just flirting in the jungle and saying, well, no, we're safe. I mean, you can't even rotate the safe way to your top turret to defend.
I mean, they think that's the safe way. That's the problem. They have no control over the map whatsoever. And I mean, there's just no vision. The only ward that they have is on that Baron, and that's fine. But if they're not on the Baron, then where are they? They're just getting out-rotated, simply put. You know, they're not using this Twisted Fate to generate any pressure. He could be on this top wave, pushing this one out, and getting a little bit of pressure back, then using the ultimate to port and potentially catch someone out. But it's just a pure 5-man group, and you won't win the game that way with the Twisted Fate, right? The biggest part of Twisted Fate's kit is he's able to cheat tempo. You're able to generate pressure. You should be using that.
And it's weird, right? Because it feels like it's the concern of a lack of vision. That means they don't want to split apart from the 5-man stack. That they don't have a lane to play towards where the Twisted Fate can be utilized so that the Lee Sin can interject in and you know, guarantee that there is no escape plan. I think they feel like they've been burnt a few too many times making that play, but in essence, that is your comp.
Yeah, it is. It's your draft. You can't detour. You can't deviate from the plan. You can't decide, you know what, we don't want to play this way anymore. Let's change it up. I mean, maybe in another game with a draft more forgiving, where you know, Azure Esports don't necessarily have the force of the Rammus and the Nami and all the pieces that they've put together. And it's not your traditional draft too, right? We look at Azure Esports, you look at their champions, you start to think, okay, like it's not something you see every day. You don't see the Rammus, the Akshan, the Nami and all that and all those pieces put together. But I mean, this is their bread and butter. This is what they love to play. And this is why they've been so successful, is because, you you know, whilst we talk about meta and what's strong and what's not strong, they just stick to what they know. They stick to what they're good at. And sometimes that means a lot more, especially in a game 5.
Cloud Elder Dragon spawning right now.
Package as well.
And Azure Esports once again in a situation where they can claim 4 dragons in a row. They're forcing the fight. They spotted out Carnage pushing topside. In comes Destiny and out comes William, hoping to be the difference maker. I swear it's the focus. The Gragas Barrel comes out, knocks them apart. The package isn't ideal, and it is a line in the sand to say you shall not pass. But no one falls on down. But they've got members low, and that might be all they need to guarantee that they can claim this.
I mean, Braun needs to reset, and they're all actually resetting, so they're happy to give this one away. Well, maybe not happy. Maybe happy is not the word, but it's just they kind of have to. And I mean, look at Oceania. He's looking. They're in trouble.
He's hunting for it. Great gold cards. I swear, though, ramping up, looking for the taunt. M-Gods has to flash away. He's getting run down by Oceania so quick on the back end. He just kills them off screen. And then they're looking for more here. The bot lane of Wealth by God has just been destroyed. They're gone. 40 seconds out of the game. 20 minutes in here, Juves. They've once again found every dragon that the game has to offer. They're going to pick up the Baron. And now you're terrified because inhibitors become the focus and you're then one step away from winning this all.
Yeah, I mean, you're 4K up. And I mean, that's even without the Baron power play. I see 2 side lane turrets that are about to fall to a stiff breeze. Make that 3. I mean, that's a collective, a pretty big influx of gold as well. So this has the potential to just balloon out to 5K, Skimmy, and then you know when you're staring down the barrel of a 10K gold deficit, and more importantly with the competition that you have, I mean, you start to run out of, you start to ask a lot of questions, but you don't have many of the answers. I mean, they don't even have enough wave clear really to clear this, so they can just straight brute force this one with the Corki, and as they do.
3-lane squeeze.
What a madman.
He just doesn't care. It just feels like he's always charged up and ready to go. And it's really causing them nuisances as to, well, how do they answer back? And where do they go to contest? Because you highlighted it, their vision, their wave clear, it's very short range. I mean, Lucian is just that as well. They can't step up, they don't want to step up, but they have to.
Yeah, they do, and I'd love to see them just use this Twisted Fate ult potentially to get behind Oceania. Like, they have to know he has no flash, right?
That was one auto, and M-Gods down to half. Back in Fountain E goes, now it's a 4v5 defense. The ultimate goes out, hits nothing, Tidal Wave zones them away, and that guarantees that the first of the mid inhibitors will fall on down. They get themselves a second. The pieces of the puzzle are starting to align here for Azure Esports. Ever so close now to claiming the reverse sweep.
Yeah, what a moment. What a moment for this this organization and this team in particular. I mean, coming in as underdogs. Them believing in themselves. Not really being considered a threat for most of the teams, at least in the interviews. And they're about to put on, arguably, one of the best series we've seen in this entire tournament, if not the best.
And what a time to have it. I mean, you really, as I say, could not write a better script to have the full-blown 5-game series in a grand final when it's all on the line. The Nexus itself has got a fair bit of damage. And they are, as you say, they are certainly living in the dream, which is what this is opportunity as Oceania may now have been a little bit too greedy with the lead that he has. He's got level 15. He's popped the GA. He's got away.
Oh,
he's got away. And now the answer back, Azure Esports. They found the kill on towards Brom. They're looking for a second. Carnage is dead. This might be it, Juice. They're down for 50 seconds. They found themselves a double kill. They're hunting down the remaining members of the Stragglers of Wealth by God. Look at the damage. The Nexus itself is dying. Azure Esports, beyond all measure, have done it here, Juice. The reverse sweep. Game 5. They've done it all. And they'll win and become the champions for the very first OCE Wild Rift contest.
And congratulations to Azure Esports, obviously being picked up very early on into this tournament. They saw potential in them. Azure Esports are now your champions and going to represent Oceania at the you know, and the next stage on the international stage. And what a moment for these players. You know, this is something that'll live on for their memories for a very long time. So obviously, there we go. The champion Godfather, I Swear, Lornia, UT, and Pop. Congratulations. And I'm sure, you know what, Skimmy, they're going to do us very proud.
I'm sure they will remember these names because this is a team that have shown guts and grit, the ability to come back, make major adaptations in a best-of-5 series. Yeah, so much flexibility in the regard to what works, what doesn't, what needs to be banned away, and what causes maybe emotional heartache as to that's too strong. We need to fix and flex everything. What a game, and rightfully deserving of the crown here for that very first championship. And well, with that in mind, let's bring up the match stats to see how they managed to do it here in a game 5. Because I'll be surprised if it isn't UT again. 4 MVPs in a grand final. What a player.
I mean, he did, and the damage too, right? I mean, we haven't even seen the damage stats, but we do know that he topped the damage. But for me, Pop is like one of the unsung heroes of this game. I mean, this man was just there time and time again with UD, putting in absolute work, forcing the Alistar bans to come his way, decides to, you know, flip the script completely for the last game of the series, saw they locked in Braum, opted in for the Nami, and I mean, what a performance that was from him too. I Swear, had the Rammus taken away from him as well very early on in this series, but then gets it in game 5 and pulls all of the strings, all of the engagers. Lornia on the Akshan, you know, I would say that's his champ now in terms of like when we see it. What do we think of? Oh, you got to think of Lornia because I don't think has he lost the game on that champ yet?
I think he lost one. The very first that he played,
okay,
which was in the round of 8. And that's when he said, you know what, it's time to play Assassins. And that's when we were introduced to the likes of the Zed and the Kali. He just ran right. He showcased, okay, this is what I can do. But he's come into this series and he's tried that again. That recipe has failed. But the quick flex to say, okay, it's time to play Akshan again. And it was a whole different beast. UT there, 42,000 damage. And obliterates anybody that even comes close.
I mean, I'm moderately impressed with the 13k from Nami, to be honest with you. That's, you know, 1k more than the Darius. Nearly up there with the least in. So, I mean, and another player like Godfather, right? To bring the game back and to be able to, you know, bring the lane back. Because it was Carnage had the better of him in the first 2 games, and we were saying maybe it's just another step up. Maybe Carnage is just built different. But Godfather really brought it back for his team in the end.
And it feels to me as if, you know, he was heavily hampered in the draft, right? We've seen how good he is under Renekton. Then the Camille was banned away, and then it hasn't really been the same Carnage that we've come about. And not to say it's all about the champion pool, but certainly Godfather had a much easier time coping in the game, despite Varga throwing a lot of aggression his way. Had a bit of a flag pitched in the top lane to say we're going to continue to visit and say g'day, but in the end, it wasn't really enough to get those members fed. And as you rightly point out, if a Nami can keep up with you in terms of damage, then that really does speak volumes in a game 5. This, for me, is when we just really lost our mind. As close as it becomes, everybody pixel perfect, inching at every bit of damage, every last bit of damage that they could find, jumping in, taking the risks, running away. You're losing your mind, you're screaming, and ultimately, it's a cannon that kills 2.
Yeah, the cannon is the MVP of this play, and I mean, I start to think, yeah, okay, this is dangerous territory, right? And I mean, even here, like here, when we saw the way that Wealth by God played the first 2 games of the series, you think this game's over. That's it, it's done. And I mean, and then they find engagers like this, and this is what we talk about when we see the grit, the resilience, and I mean the courage of Azure Esports to turn this one around, because there was so much adversity throughout this whole series that they needed to overcome, and you know, they really did pass the test with flying colors. These skirmishes, when you go to those international tournaments, Skimmy, you need moments like this. You need to be able to dig deep and have it, you know, turn around the game that really is on the brink.
Yeah. It's not going to be rosy red, right, with the Frios, and they've shown that they have the belief, the determination, and the ability as well in a long drawn-out night to do it all. And we're just seeing really the highlight reel of them getting more and more control of this game. The fact that in the last 3 matches, when the reverse sweep was on, they've picked up, what, 12 dragons? That is criminal. That, for me, this should never, ever happen. And, you know, it's credit to the pressure they put on the map.
Yeah, and I mean, it's also credit to the way they were able to turn around the bot lane. Like, there's no pretty picture to paint there, right? Because yeah, they got 2v2 solo killed in the early game, in the earliest, or in game 1 and 2. So for them to be able to turn that one around and generate a little bit of priority bot side, and also be able to pivot that into some of those dragons, it's just the whole team kind of just flipped the switch. It was almost like they were living the high of making it to the grand finals for the first 2 games, and then when they went down 0-2, they said, oh, okay, well, it's about to be over. So if we want to take it seriously, if we want to just flip the switch, then you know, we've got to do it now. And they did. And then the guy that helped them is obviously going to be the MVP that we're going to bring up onto your screen.
Yeah, I'm sure there's no surprise
Drum
as to
roll,
who this
please.
one will be. Yeah, let's bring it up on your screen because he picked up 4. Oh,
Yep.
Actually, it's not UT. Okay, well, either way,
No,
this bot lane, and you called it out multiple times, Pop was
I had to say,
phenomenal.
I think Pop was standout, and I mean, it's just one of those things where when the you know how you get the self-generated MVP for the game, you know, it doesn't take into account, I guess, the full impact of what a support could actually do. Because for me, Pop,
Sure.
yeah, on the Braum was fantastic, and it was amazing to see. But I mean, if you even want to just take stock of his Alistar game and then of his Nami game, you could make a decent argument that he was the MVP for all 3. I mean, if you're getting Alistar to target ban that you mid-series, you must be doing something right. And I mean, I even said a couple times, have a look at the 3 or 4 man flash pulverize that he's getting off in those fights. And I mean, even on a game where he was playing Alistar, traditionally you see the support trade their life for an engage. He was engaging and not dying. I mean, that just goes to show how well he was actually playing the game, the map, and everything in between. Yeah.
I agree. Yeah, games 3 and 4, we saw a bot lane that just never died. And I don't know how that happens, because it's really a testament to how strong they were to not make haphazard plays, that they could get themselves back into it, but do it decisively. Do it with a cool, calculated means. And it's great to see that this is now a bot lane that is being praised. One here by the production team, saying that Pop is the player of the series, and then obviously by the game itself. And that's how the bracket closes out. That's how playoffs close out here. We had ourselves 4 teams to close out the Wild Rift Oceania Championship, and it finishes like this. Jacuzzi Dogs will walk away with a chunk of change. They'll pick up 750 USD. Team Don't Feed will then walk away with 1250 USD. It's wealth by God. We'll claim second and pick up 2500. And it's all about Azure Esports. They've done the unthinkable, the reverse sweep, 3 games back-to-back, $5,000 in their back pocket. And also, they'll be later on in the month be representing us at the Southeast Asian Championship.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm super excited for them. I think that, you know, they have the quality and the capability to really, you know, put on a strong showing for us. And I mean, you know, in terms of a team, what you want to see from a team, right, is you want to see a solid trajectory. You send them away. You say, here, you know, this is when you're going to be playing against all of these teams. What can you do in between? What can you do in between now and then? And a team that come from 8, ran the gauntlet, went all the way and finished and won the grand final. That just goes to show how much they improve in a short period of time. What can they do with a little bit of training, a little bit of a boot camp, a little bit of whatever you want to call it, whatever they decide to do? I mean, the sky's the limit.
Yeah, I mean, the caliber of players they're going to be going up against is going to be the next step up, right? So if this is where they're at right now on a domestic level, then who knows what happens when they, start to fare up and take on the international scene. Now, with that in mind, money is good, and the players, no doubt, will be very happy about themselves earning some of that whole cold hard-earned cash. But why not earn some money yourself? The last chance here is obviously enter into that giveaway. Let's bring up the link on screen one more time, because it's a chance, if you haven't already, to enter in and win some money yourself. There is the link below, as you can see, esl.gg/WR OCE Finals Comp. And once you go there, you'll find that there are multiple ways that you can participate. But the best one of them all is to keep an eye out in the Twitch chat for the special code, which will give you 5 extra entries. But Jubes, it has been, 4 weeks of us back-to-back putting on a show here, getting excited about some of the greatest and most upcoming and exciting players that this region has to offer so far. And is there a moment that really sticks out for you? Or would it be that grand finals as easy as that, or have there been moments along the way that you've really enjoyed?
Well, the grand final would be a very easy one. Obviously, one that sticks out to me is probably our first game, Skimmy, to be honest. I remember it was the Jacuzzi Dogs, and we knew a little bit about the teams coming on in, and we heard some whispers about who might be the team to beat and whatnot. And it was just a real clinical performance from Jacuzzi Dogs, 2-0 against, I believe it was Kraken. And I think that one's just stuck with me for some reason because, we came in not really knowing what to expect, and it was just a really solid performance. And we were like, wow, we're in for a real treat.
Yeah, it was a welcome introduction to OCE, wasn't it? And it's a welcome introduction to us closing out the night here. It's been an absolute treat. Thank you so much for joining us. Be sure to celebrate and cheer on the team known as Azure Esports because they automatically qualify for the group stage, and that'll be kicking off on September 23rd. So they got themselves a nice little break now, a few weeks to rest and enjoy the moment. But from us, from myself, from Juves, and from all the production team behind the scenes, thank you so much, and we'll see you next time.
Been a long way since day one. I came to hit but never run. I would take on anyone. I got a feeling that it's just begun. It's my I got a feeling that it's just begun. It's my I got a feeling that it's just begun. Can you hear me? I think I'm still alive. High up in the clouds, and I'm never gonna come back, never gonna come back down. I won't hesitate. I will never fall behind. Spare me the details. I got big things on my mind. Hello, can you hear me? I think I'm still alive. High up in the clouds, and I'm never gonna come back, never gonna come back down. Hello, can you hear me? I think I'm still alive. High up in the clouds, and I'm never gonna come back, never gonna come back down. There's no more time or space for mundanities, but I can't turn away. It's my name they're calling out. I didn't come here for the cloud. I came to scream, I came to shout. I'm not dead yet.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the light, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the wait's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Into your eyes, I see the colors of your soul, and I recognize every single line, every single roadblock. We are two hearts that beat in time, and the tide was looking down all night, blocking out the sun that we need. Maybe we can change our stripes and colors. You're the only one I see. And I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I met your door. Go outside, stay up all night. And I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I met your door. Go outside, stay up all night. Sleep through the sunrise. Look into my past and I count the numbers of the dreams that I left behind. I don't even care now that I've discovered a new kind of peace of mind. Up above us, looking down on us, there's an angel I know. We don't need to worry or discuss much. It's time for me to hit the road. I'll take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night, sleep through the sunrise. And I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night. And I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside.